Hello all, welcome to Paris, live for the studio Othello. My name is Tom Schotte.
And I'm Luke Plowman from England. Should we say countries as well?
And I'm Takeshi Murakami from Japan.
I'm Tomoki Otaka, also from Japan.
Amazing. And yeah, it's really great to be back here after however many years. It's felt like an eternity, and we're finally back in Paris for the World Othello Championships 2022, about to cover our first game. Tom, who are we watching first?
So we'll watch table 1, and it will be Maverick from Hong Kong playing Matthias Berg from Germany, and the players are actually ready. Not only those two, but all the other ones are sitting at their table and waiting for the crews to give a go.
Well, Matthias is an old friend of mine, but I know nothing about the other player, so I will leave the introduction to Tomoki.
Okay, so here we go.
Okay.
They are
Actually, I
talking.
think. Okay, hello.
Excited to start, hopefully.
Okay. Matthias Berg is one of the most strongest players in the entire world. He became the second place at the 2009 World Othello Championship, and also he went to the semifinals 5 times. And Maverick from Hong Kong, he's a very strong player from Hong Kong. His WOF rating is 2114, and the Berg's rating is 2191. So it's quite close, and both two are quite high. The rating is so high. Okay, I think the game will be started.
What first move? That's my favourite first move. Okay, so the first few moves are usually played quite quickly, just because the players, they know the perfect moves at the beginning, or what they believe to be the perfect moves.
It moved to no Kang opening. This is quite one of the... Oh.
Is this the one they were doing in the test opening?
Yeah, indeed.
It looks very similar.
How can I go back? Sorry, I get it wrong.
Okay, so a slight pause from Matthias there, so they're beginning to think and get out of the opening stage.
Yeah, but their moves are so fast, so I think they just still know, and it's still a book.
So in book, for those watching, means they've prepared up to this point for this opening. So they'll play quite quickly, and then it will get to a point where one of them will be out of book, and then that's when they'll start taking some time to really think about the position.
And there you have the advantage of knowing quite a lot of openings in a way that you can outbook your opponent, and you still know the best moves, but your opponent has to start thinking and lose some time, which they might come short at the end of the game.
And also, having known the pairings yesterday, they also knew that they would be playing each other first thing this morning. So they had the ability to look at the other players' openings, what they might play, and possibilities to play against it. So you can see them start to slow down now, suggesting maybe they're kind of getting to the point where they have to think a bit more.
Yeah. Matthias is starting thinking, but Maverick seems to be. I think still he knows. I think he's still not thinking. His book
Yeah. Maybe some information to the viewers, how you can see which player has to move. So on the clocks, on the top view, you can see the double dots ticking away. But there's also another way to well, to figure out which moves it is. So normally, if you have an even number of discs on the board, it's black's move, and if you have an odd number of discs on the board, then it's white's move, unless there have been passes, but that's very uncommon in the start of the game.
It's Matthias's turn. He can go to C1.
No, it's black's move.
Yeah, it is black's move.
So it's Maverick.
Yeah. Oh, Maverick. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Maverick can go to C1, aiming H1, but then Matthias will just take the upper edge to B1 as defense. So Maverick may keep C1 for later use, but if he waits too long, Matthias may go to C1 himself.
Yep, to win a move,
Yes.
but creating an unbalanced edge.
What other options does black have? Because in the words of Jan de Graaf, C1 is quite a pretty move, I would think. So if black chooses to not go there now and save that nice pretty move for later, where else would black go?
Which nice move?
I think A5 is maybe possible, because in now black can't move to B4 because like the small line is controlled, and the black can't move freely in the bottom edge.
Well, I agree, and maybe he's thinking about C7. It's also a good move.
Yeah, I also think it will be either A5 or C7. There are 3 other possible moves on the right edge, which are H4, H5, and H6. But I don't see them contributing to a certain game plan at this moment.
So for those watching who maybe don't know as much about the game Othello, what both players will tend to try and do at this stage in the game is to play quietly and keep their colour of discs in the middle of the other colours pieces, and that gives you the most options possible, and also tries to give your opponent as few options of where to play as possible, and so it's a way of getting control in the game.
So with A5 played, black has turned C5 black, so creating access to E7. And that's indeed, Matthias played E7 himself. So one of the basic things in Othello is you want to create some nice moves for yourself, but avoid that your opponent has nice moves to play. And one of the options to avoid that is to play the nice moves your opponents have.
And that's even
yourself.
if it's not quite as nice a move for you. If it takes away a nice move for your opponent, then.
So in this case, Matthias want to move G6 quite recently.
And I think Maverick is thinking about going to c8 before it will no longer be possible after White's g6 move.
Mhm. Indeed, if White would move to g6 at some point in time, Black doesn't have access to g4. But if Maverick plays c8, he'll keep access to g4 if White plays g6.
I think Maverick is thinking about c8 and f7. f7 can be a good move. But f7 and then White goes to g6. And what should Black do after this pair?
Yeah. While we're waiting for Black's next move, maybe it's interesting to mention that we on World Othello, the YouTube, there is not only this live stream, but we also have table views of the tables 2, 3, and 4. So on table 2 we have former world champion Michele Borassi from Italy playing against Finland Lari Pihlajapuro. And then on table 3 we have a youth match between the Japanese Taketora Miyamoto and Jasmijn de Graaf from the Netherlands. Taketora is from Japan. And then on table 4 we have a female game between Belgian Nadia de Moor and Lia Gurieva from Israel. So if you want to see one of those 3 matches, you can always switch the channel on World Othello YouTube live stream.
Cool. Yep, sorry about getting up then. It seems the lights are motion controlled, and with us sitting here, they might turn off occasionally. So that will be fun.
I think Maverick is.
Okay, so to me, this position, obviously my father is Guy Plowman, and something he goes on about constantly is the whole checkerboarding thing that you can do in a game of Othello, which is, as you can see here, I think, is where you create almost a checkerboarding pattern, which is one of the ways to limit your opponent's options. Is that something that they're trying, that Black or White might be trying to do here? And is that something that they could take advantage of, maybe?
White has three options here. First one is to take the edge to b8. The second one is to go to c7, and the third option would be to go to e8. Many good players will think about these 3 moves because these moves have just been created by the last move, c8, Black. It's always, not always, but it's often nice to think about moves that are newly created by the last move of your opponent.
So Matthias moved to e8, which is the one of the moves that Murakami said.
quite an immediate response from Maverick.
So Tamaki, which colour would you rather be in this position, and why?
That's a so difficult question. But I'll prefer white because white have the parity usually in the end games, and at that time also blacks has a wall, kind of walls, and so the blacks can't move freely in the left side, but Matthias has still a place to move in right side, and it looks good for white now.
Okay. There is the uneven edge on the top, and for those watching that don't know, an uneven edge is literally just an edge that's uneven. So you can see there are 4 white pieces on the top edge, and they're to the right, and that's why it's uneven. Do you think that's something that black will be able to take advantage of and maybe attack at some point? Or will white try to limit black's access to the top left part of the board?
For example, if white moves the kind of moves A3 in the end games, maybe it causes a stoner trap. I don't know, not now, in the future. If maybe the line could be controlled by black, and if it will be that, it will be, I think, not good for white.
No. What's also a thing is that if white moves to A3, then black cannot go to B4. But well, with combining with playing C1 at that point, black could make D2 black, and then still go to B4. So for black, it's important not to solve the top edge at this stage.
Yes, it is quite often a good idea to leave a move like C1 for later use, because if black goes to C1, white is almost obliged to respond with B1. Otherwise, black will take the upper edge to H1. And just the fact that black has the way to force white to move to one particular square, is an advantage for black. So leave the pair C1 black and white B1 would be a nice idea for Maverick.
And so white moved to F7, giving actually an additional move to black on G8, but Maverick decided not to take that right away. He could save up that move until a later stage in the game where it becomes more of use. So therefore he decided to go to the right edge, playing H5. And his option to go to G8 at some point will always be available, because I think it's quite impossible for white to take all access away to G8 with this position on the board. No, that's what we call a loud move, flipping a lot of discs in different directions. Yeah, but what Matthias now always will think about is, I play a move, And what if Maverick uses his spare move on g8? What is my next move then? That's always one of the options he has to consider in his tactics.
The lights have turned off again. This is going to be fun.
Well, I said earlier that it is always a good idea to look at places where you can go newly after the move just made by your opponent. But in this case, it would be to g3 or h3 or h4. And these three moves do not look very good for black. I cannot explain why. So I think black is thinking about other options like g8 or c7. c7 can be a good move.
However, Maverick moved to g8. In this case, c7, white and black can both move over there, but for black, it isn't a good move, because after c7, the b7 for white is super strong. So black don't want to move to c7. So in this case, I think whites will move. As one choice is to move h4.
Another choice is to go to g6, because g6 is a very nice place for black. Before the black g7, which has just been made, g6 was a rather bad move for black, because black's move to g6 would have flipped f7 white disk. But now black has used his nice move to g8. Black's move to g6 is now a very good move. So Matthias is thinking about the way to make black's g6 less appealing.
Okay. Oh, and to anyone watching, by the way, we do have the live chat up underneath the stream. So if anyone has any questions, any thoughts, anything even that we could be doing better in the moment, please do type them and send them, and we'll try to answer as many as possible. Yeah, no, it's really good to be here in person again and doing this.
It's been a while.
Yeah, after doing it online from my bedroom for all these years. Yeah, so we were talking earlier about black potentially being able to save c1 for some point, which forces white to play b1. Is that a possibility now? Is it looking like that will be played soon?
I'm really thinking what what white will do here. I don't see any use of c1 yet. It will still be, if he plays it at some point, it will to create another option or another move for himself somewhere else on the board.
Okay.
But this is interesting because with my white move to h4, black no longer has access to that c1 we have been discussing.
I've just realised that no one watching has actually seen us get up to turn the lights back on. In my mind, everyone was, never mind. The lights in here have been turning off and we've been getting up to turn them back on. You might see that at some point.
No problem.
So just a warning in advance, but back to the game, I suppose.
Before going back to this particular game, I already mentioned we have live streams of the tables 2, 3 and 4, and I had a glance and the game's already progressing nicely, but also on liveothello.org we have no less than 10 tables broadcasted live by table referees, so the top 4 tables which you can also view with the camera, but then 6 more games you can follow online and actually follow your favorite players there, and also in those games there is an option to chat and give your opinion on how the games are proceeding.
Absolutely. So in the chat, Matthias Anderson has pointed out that h4 actually takes away black's ability to play c1. Is that one of the reasons that white will have played that? So white just played h4, and that takes away black's access to c1 at the moment.
I think that's one of the reasons. That he moved. But also he has another aim for this. If white moves c7, you can see that it's not white's turn, but in the future, in the end games, if white moves to c7, the white's the C line is controlled by white, and the black can't move to b8. So I think that's also another reason that Matthias moved to h4, I think.
Okay. So Marcelo has just joined us. It's 4:39 where he is, in Argentina. So 4:39 in the morning, I should add. So if anyone is here and it's earlier than 4:39 in the morning for them, please do say, and you will get some recognition for that, because that's quite an achievement.
Now, Maverick is thinking about his move, and he is thinking about white's next move to h6. How to prevent white from going to h6, or how to make white's c6 not so appealing to white. So obviously black's move to g6 is a nice option, because after black g6, if white goes to h6, it will flip everything on the 6th row, making white's option to c6 disappear.
for another option, h3 is also a possible move. After h3, there's two options for white, g3 or g6. But if white choose one of these moves, black can move the other ones that I said. So for example, if he moved to g6, which Miss Murakami said.
Now white's response is almost forced. It must be c7.
Is c7, a6, b7 an option? Or is it too early to play an x-square?
I think also I think the move you said is also possible, but however, if you after a6, after a6, also h6 is also a possible quite good move to white, because for h6, after that, white can also move h7, and he can move 2 times in the right side.
And anyone has some thoughts on the time control? So Maverick now has less than 12 minutes remaining. How is that for this type of games? Is that a long time? Or?
It is long enough. 20 minutes is long enough. Where can I see the time? Is it shown?
So it's just at the top of the screen. I can barely see it there from here, but if I squint, it's all good.
So now we really have a fast sequence of moves, but these were actually all more or less forced after the first move of Maverick.
Yes, after this, I think black will move to h7, and if Matthias moved to g2, the white line is controlled, and the Matthias could get the corner of a8, and so if he gets the a8, he can get the left side and the bottom side, and also a lot of discs inside the board.
Yeah, indeed. So that will be a consideration. So Matthias, if he plays g2, then the sequence that follows after that is also more or less in his control, meaning that Maverick will then give away the bottom left side, and then will get access to h1 at some point. So Matthias will need to make some calculations, look ahead if they're exchanging those corners, if he would benefit from that in a way that he could win the game. Because now we're starting to get towards the end of the game, so players will start looking all the way through to the last moves, not yet counting them, but at least looking at sequences until the very end.
And players like Takahashi, who we may watch at some point, and probably will watch at some point. He probably has every single move planned out from here and counted, but
and obviously Matthias had not expected white's h6. I'm pretty sure that Matthias was expecting to see white h7 instead.
are there some other options without g2? How do you guess? How about a3? Is that possible, do you think? This is so difficult, so I think Matthias have to take time and think a lot about g2, I think.
So the problem for those watching with g2 at the moment is that if white plays g2, it looks like black doesn't really have any choice and has to give up a corner.
Yeah.
But if black gives up the corner in the bottom left, then because there are 3 squares there, it will go black, and then white will take the corner, and then black will go again, and then black will be on that diagonal, and he'll be able to play in the corner in h1, and that gives him the whole of the edge, and then he'll be able to take the top edge as well. And so, although g2 might look like it completely kills the game now, it isn't quite as straightforward as that, I think.
So, for example, after g2, g2 and white moves g2 and black's moves c1 and white moves b1 and take the edge, and after that black can move a7 or b8, but both of those moves give the left bottom corner to Matthias, but however black can make an access to the corner of h1. So the Matthias could have the bottom edge and the left side's edge. However, the black could get so the black and white both get 2 edges each. So the Matthias has to think that and g1 could win for white. So yeah.
Yeah,
What
I
about,
agree. He's thinking about it now.
What about c1 here? That's come up a few times in the chat, in the live chat.
For example, if he moves c1 here, the next black option is b2 or b4. And
there are still many lines to consider for white, so it's really not that straightforward here.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you say white is in a more favourable position here, or is it? Because I think from my slightly more beginner perspective, maybe a bit more intermediate, but lower end of intermediate, it looks just like white has a lot of control. Black doesn't have that many options. But it doesn't seem to be quite as straightforward as that because it's white's move.
No.
Yes, exactly.
I think the game is still quite even.
Or maybe it's not even. Maybe the white is winning, but it's so difficult for thinking for humans.
Humans that aren't Takahashi.
Yeah.
So let's consider a sequence Matthias is now looking. If he's thinking about g2, let us follow his thought. White g2, black a7, white a8, black b8, white h8, and now black's only good move is h1, of course, because h1 white has access there too. So black will go to h1, and white will go to g7, because it's always a nice idea to go to one empty square where both players can go to. And then black will go to a1. Let's do it again. Now white goes to g2, black goes to a7, white goes to a8, black goes to b8, white goes to h8, black goes to h1, white goes to g7, black goes to a8. It's a long way for looking ahead.
But what I would do then is, if white plays g2, black plays first, then out the c1 b1 sequence, because if he gets to h1 with the sequence you mentioned, then he will also have a1.
Yes. Are we able to show this on the board here?
Okay.
Is that?
Yes, let's do
I
that.
don't know if we can get that on the screen for you people to watch.
How can we switch this?
As much as I love reading off letters and numbers, I can barely follow it here.
So while we're sorting this out, I have a look at the live Othello, and from the 10 tables we have 2 tables that already finished. So we have 2 junior players. We're meeting on table 5. Tasterimi from France lost to Daniel Dufour from the Netherlands 28-36. And we also had Michael Schiffman from Israel playing against French Marc Limy. And Michael won 37 to 27.
So obviously Matthias was thinking about completely different sequence.
Well, he will have considered G2 for sure. But
that's right.
maybe with the sequence we also followed, he didn't see a win there.
And he does still have access to G2, so potentially that could be played at some point, even like in the future.
Yes, exactly. For here, I think the one option is C1 here for black, and also another option, I think A4 is possible, and I prefer A4 because if it moves C1 and white B1, black B4, white A4, black A3, like that. And the white A7 will be so strong, so that move is not good. And for black A4, and the white the line, the X square line is still controlled by white, so white can't move.
What's the X square? Just for
okay.
those that don't know. I do know, for the record. I'm not here for no reason. I know what an X square is, but
the X square is the square which is in the diagonal side, which is touch, like for example B2, G2, G7 and B7. These 4 are called X squares. And if we move to X square, the opposite, the other players can get the corner. And for this case, the X square line controlled means like the lines which shows like the X squares. For example, in this case, for the lines, the white lines for F3 to B7, the diagonal line is controlled by white. It's all white. And yeah, but in this case, the white's A7 is the H7 for white is a so terrible move. But if the line is not controlled, like the black has the discs in the line through F3 to B7, the white A7 will be a so good move. That's one of the difficulty of the Othello, I think.
Yes, and I would like to go back to the line Tomoki mentioned earlier, which is black C1, white B1, and then black B4. Tomoki demonstrated. Sorry.
So black has played to B3. What are your thoughts on that?
I would say if Matthias takes the edge, so to A7, he will be able to play G2 freely. Because he'll have full diagonal control and Maverick won't be able to play out some parity in the southwest.
There is a trap. Oh, yes. That's what he should do. There was a trap. White should not have gone to A7, but it's so hard to say
what happens
by
if he
words.
plays?
If we play A7, the next B2 will be so strong. And if you play after A7, after A7, the white, if we with white moves,
This position is not shown.
Yeah,
on the
I
screen.
know. We want to show in the screen, but I cannot. Sorry, and so Matthias just moved to B4 now.
Yes. Here he has gone to B4.
So the X line is still controlled by white. So where do you guess the next black?
A2? Because if black doesn't go to A2 now, white will go to A7.
Is C1 going to be a possibility soon? I've been waiting the entire game for black to play there.
Yeah. Also, like, if we move like C1 and next white B1, A2 is also possible. Yeah.
And then white goes to G2. It's a very tough position to evaluate.
Yes. I think maybe these players are counting, and
Yes.
Actually,
Certainly.
there's 12 moves left. Quite a top level player, for example, these two players could count a lot the discs of the end. And I think Maverick is counting from the moves of A2, because after the future, I think the Matthias will move G2 again, and after that, I think we mentioned it before, that the black will get the left bottom corner, and the white get the left bottom corner, and black get the corner of the up right side.
There go the lights again.
So Maverick seems to be counting. Yeah, his time is, he has 4 minutes for count. I think that's enough time to count all of these moves for top players, I think. Yeah, so what's Berg, I think. Matthias Berg is, I think, also counting, and when the Maverick is thinking, I think.
And Matthias is also, he's a very experienced player, so he'll have experienced positions similar to this throughout his Othello career. Whereas someone in the chat said that Maverick looks a bit more nervous and he's thinking everything through very carefully.
And Matthias now is using Maverick's time to also count the sequences out.
One thing you have to think about is the diagonal control from A1 to H8. For example, if black goes to A2 now, white will go to C1, and then black will go to B2. Now, if white goes to G2, then black will go to G7 and controls the diagonal and the whole game. I will repeat it. Now black goes to A2, white C1, black B2.
It's happened.
Yeah, that's happening.
And for the record, I believe that in the games after this one, we will have a board where we can show you the lines that we're thinking of.
Yeah, but I think G2 is what only possible. Yeah, I think Maverick is thinking, counting. How's it going on? Yeah.
And so Matthias just played G2 very quickly.
Yeah, so maybe he just know that he will win in this move.
Yeah, I think the other moves were clearly losing.
Yes.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's also possible that you play out a move because you know all the others are bad.
Yeah, but it seems to be quite close game, isn't it?
I think white is winning.
White is winning because he will pull out the A line and B line.
Right.
Oh, right, yeah.
And he just gets the parity because black had to take the H1 corner there. Otherwise, white would have taken it. It meant that white also got the last move in G7, in that area of the board.
Maybe B2 now is better than C1 now. What do you think? Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
This is good, though, because I had Matthias in my fantasy Othello team, so that's a point for me.
Yeah, but yeah, he can get the X lines. Yes. Yeah, it was so nice game.
Yeah.
So what was the score? What's the score there?
7, 9, 13, 16, 20, 23, 28, 36.
Yeah, that's right.
Very nice.
Okay.
So 28 against 36?
Yes.
Okay.
So the final score was 36 to white and 28 to black. So quite a close finish, really.
And it's so exciting for looking, in the middle game, I think. Some moves was, maybe quite strange for maybe some person, but it was the game of level is quite high. We enjoyed also.
Okay, let's get ready because we will bring the players in for an interview.
Why did you play here? Why did you play here?
I'll stand up. You'll do the interview?
Yeah. don't know if they can hear us. If you can hear us right now. Oh, there we go. Yes, so we are here with Matthias and Maverick. Hello.
Hello.
That was an absolutely brilliant game to watch. We're going to be asking them a few questions. If anyone watching has any questions that they want to ask, please type them, and I will do my best to ask them. So, Matthias, first of all, let's get your mic on. Also, you might all see the lights turn off in here. If we get up and walk around the table, we're not bored, we're just turning the lights back on, so there we go. Matthias, what did you think of that game? There was a big section of the game where we were looking at the white diagonal and trying to work out if it was the right time for you to play it or not. What made you think it was the right time when you played it?
I had the same question. I liked the mini diagonal that I don't know which direction you saw that prevented him from playing Stoner Trap or something similar. But I also played a move that gave him the tempo. But of course I did that on purpose because that gives him an unbalanced edge. The opening, well, he prepared for me. I played this similar opening in the EOC final in the last game. So at least this time I played it differently, I think. But I have no idea when I was out of book and how bad it was at that point.
Yes, we did. We were talking about how Maverick, you seemed very well prepared for the opening. You were both playing very quickly, and we were trying to keep up. Is it something you prepared for a lot, playing Matthias? And how did you go about preparing?
Yes, I prepared yesterday night. Yeah, just I know Matthias will be my opponent today, and I found that he is not really good at this opening, but I'm not prepared enough, I think. I prepared for the +2-9, which he's going to today, and however, he didn't continue the 9 I prepared, and soon get me outbook, and so I stop it, and then I think for a few minutes, and then at the end I didn't solve for the diagonal, and I try to keep the free disk in from my field. It should be the northeast. Yeah, the free disk to be my parity. I have the parity at this corner. However, I didn't keep it in the end, so I lose the game.
I have a question to both of you. In how many empty square position did you feel, or did you realize that you were winning to Matthias and that you were losing to Maverick? Matthias first. When did you realize that you were winning?
I did not count at all at any point. I was thinking for a very long time if I should grab the other X square. That would be a more forcing line, but I also saw that I would give up the corner and 2 edges, and I was not really fine with that idea. And then I spent much time thinking about the moves that I actually played. Discarded one option that I first thought he could play, but that I figured that shouldn't work. And then I thought about the other option that he actually played, and there were a few more lines that I was afraid of. But yeah, I figured that when I took the diagonal, this is looking very good. I have white, so I should try to get parity somehow. I think we quickly played some moves afterwards where I thought, okay, I have a good plan, and then I got there and what was wrong? Somehow my plan doesn't work anymore. But yeah, I felt quite good in the, let's say, the last 20 moves or so.
Last 20 moves, that's many. Well, thank you. And Maverick, when did you feel that you were actually losing the game?
I think right after Matthias had taken the diagonal, I was in trouble. Yeah. However, I try to avoid cutting the diagonal. So because I want to keep the priority on my northeast corner, the free empty square priority, and if I didn't cut it, then if I didn't cut the diagonal, then he can never attack this corner. And I didn't succeed in the end. But right after, I think we have played, as Matthias has just mentioned, we have played a few moves very quickly right after he's taken the diagonal. And after those fast play moves, and I think when I was left with 10 minutes, and I feel like I don't have any chance more.
Thank you very much.
That was the time when I actually got the first time behind in time. I had big time advantage in the beginning, but yeah.
From my point of view, I actually see you winning already. However, I just pray you didn't see it, but yeah, you actually played the move which I was afraid the most.
And we were discussing your time control. Out there go the lights. Yes, so both of your time controls seem to be pretty good. You used more time, Maverick, in the beginning of the game, and as Matthias said, you had kind of a time advantage for the first part of the game, and then it kind of evened out, and you both had 3 or so minutes left at the end.
I think.
How would you go about managing your time in a game like that?
I'm confident to my end game discounting, so I won't leave a lot of time with my end game, because in my past experience I usually made big mistakes in the mid game. So this time I use more time to ensure that my mid game will not be behind so much. Yeah, even if I made a mistake, I won't be at a big behind, so that I can still use some time in the end game and try to search for any winning chances. So I use more time in mid game.
Okay.
Another question. The last question from Tomoki. Let's make it shorter. I mean short, because these two players have to rest.
Okay. For last, Matthias won and Maverick lose. But what is your goal for this tournament, you two?
Well, I would like to be in the top 10 again. I mean, everything is possible. I did have a good game. If I have a few more of these, then I might actually get higher. But yeah, that's
in 2019 I was also in top 10, and this year I want to be in top 8.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I think everyone knows through this game that these two players are so strong. So it was. So I think they could achieve those goals.
It was a very good game. Very good game to watch. There weren't any moments where we were like, that was a horrible move. It was all very, very nice moves to look at, and very nice moves to talk about. So thank you very much for providing us with that game, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Free to...
So we are in Paris, and we see the Eiffel Tower. That's actually a shot taken from the tournament rooms. So the players have a nice view over the city. Not the players on the top 4 tables. They are a bit isolated from the others on the top floor. But the other players have a nice view on the city and on the landmarks. Yeah, so I've been outside and I saw that most of the players have done playing. So the crews are collecting the last transcripts. And for the transcripts, it's obliged for both players to sign off. And those papers are then brought to the tournament room for processing, and we'll have the full results of round 1 up quite soon. So here you can see the players signing the transcripts. Both players are asked throughout the game to take note of all the moves. So there are two copies of the games in case there are writing errors. Well, then we have a nice chance that the other game is also valid. Here we see table 9. That was Akihiro Takahashi playing against Thor. This was a live Othello table, so that game could be followed through liveothello.com. And we see the final moves with Takahashi being in control. So Takahashi made a move and his opponent couldn't move, but still there is an exchange of the clocks. And our voluntary crews keep a close eye on the games in progress, and when they see a game nearly ending, they approach and ensure that the transcripts are signed by both players. So here we see some scenery from table 10. Which was Imre leader playing.
Yeah, so do we have the score somewhere?
Playing. So Imre was playing against Koding Shen Calvin. My apologies, I had to look that up. And Imre took the win with 16-48.
You can tell an Othello player is good when they have that very deft flipping of the pieces. I'm very clumsy in how I do that.
Well, it also depends a bit on if you taught the game online or on the board, because we have several players. Oh, there was a flipping error, indeed. I also noticed that. So there are a lot of players who gained who learned the game online, and then only played 1 or 2 on the board tournaments in order to qualify for the World Championship. So they might have a bit more difficulties with playing on the board also during the World Championship, because playing online and playing on the board is quite different because of the 2D versus 3D view on the board.
Yeah, and this player playing Imre actually came up to him last night after the pairings were announced, and asked Imre not to thrash him, and they had a nice conversation. So it's really nice that even though it's cutthroat and there are these rivalries, the community is really nice and friendly.
I see on the board that Imre leader is winning large. Imre is an old friend of mine. He's a very nice guy from England and very experienced, very strong, and obviously he has shown his skill fully in this game. He has taken all the 4 edges.
And he's still going strong after all those years.
Yeah, which is amazing. I would love to play against him, but it's just too hard to qualify for the World Championship in Japan.
Well,
there are too many good
Imre's
players.
the reason that I can't qualify for the World Championships for England, so there we go.
Bravo.
Okay. So for information, this is not live footage. These are some recorded moments of round 1.
And just for anyone watching, our social medias are at the bottom of the screen. If you don't follow any of them, firstly, what on earth are you doing? Secondly, just go follow them now. If you don't have a Twitter account, make a Twitter account. Same for Instagram, same for Facebook. As well as the World Othello Facebook page, there's also the World Othello Facebook group. So make sure you join that as well. And yeah, that's where much of the community hangs out. Over 1,000 members. It's a great place to meet the community, even if it's online.
Yeah, and here we see some footage of the corridors where players can discuss and meet with their family. Yeah, and after the game, actually players are asked not to clean up the boards in order not to disturb other ongoing games. So what happens if all games have been finished, then the crews set up the boards for the next round.
It's a lot of work for the crew.
Okay, maybe it's good to have a look at the results of the first round. If I look at the standings, we see Gabriele from Singapore is on top.
Oh, she wiped someone out.
Yes, we won't be mentioning that player's name. But we saw that Japanese Kento Urano had a 62-2 win, and former world champion Brian Rose 59-5. But of course it's still only the first round, and half of the players have won and half of the players have lost. That's not exactly right, because we had one draw between Yoko Sano from Japan and Konstantin Kurilenko from Israel. We'll be looking forward to the pairings of round 2. We expect some interesting games.
And I would also like to point out that Guy Plowman, my dad, did win. So
congratulations.
Good stuff.
No, I'm not happy with that, because he played Belgian.
I was considering putting Guy in my fantasy Othello team, but I didn't, because I used common sense instead of loyalty, but there we go. I hope he does well.
Guy Praman is an old friend of mine. He came to Japan for the World Championship in 1996. We played, and it was a memorable tournament for me because it was the first victory in the World Championship for me. But that's almost 30 years ago. I'm glad that he's still enjoying Othello, just as I'm doing.
Yeah.
Here we are on the screen again.
Hey everyone.
Hello.
Yeah. Indeed, Guy had been out for a while, but he's back playing.
He stopped for 10 years, I think, after he had me. So sorry about that.
Is there any relation, any root cause?
Yeah, no, I shouldn't. If I had never been born, then he may be world champion now.
Yeah.
But
there
we go.
Actually, he is a world champion. He's
True.
a world team champion.
World team
I think he was
That
part of United Kingdom team in 1992.
It was 1990 something.
Indeed. So we not only have the Open Championship this year, the female one and the junior one. There's also the team championship, and that has a special count. So the best 3 results of every country are summed up. And then, of course, there's at the end, after 13 rounds, a final ranking. And after 1 round, there are still 6 countries that managed to win 3 games, at least. So Finland, Great Britain, Israel, Italy, Japan, and the Netherlands have won at least 3 games. Of course, if you do not have a full team, it's difficult to compete in this competition.
And Japan has won the last 15 World Championship team competition. So which country will stop this record?
I'm afraid that also this year we'll be discussing about which team is going to end second.
Yes, Japan are always very, very strong at Othello.
Yes.
Well, for that competition, I see Finland as a major contender for the second place. Also, Sweden was in that position, but with the forfeit of Henry and Veronica, I think that will be more difficult. So, we're now waiting for the pairings for round 2 to show up. I'm sure the team is working hard to get them up and running.
And the reason which Japan has the most number of good players is that Japan has the sheer number of players, just Othello players. In Japan, everyone knows the name of Othello, and maybe half Japanese people have played at least 1 game of Othello. But when I go abroad and ask someone around, do you know Othello? The answer is almost always no. So Othello is not so known in other countries.
I told my work, my colleagues, I was going to help out with Othello. I asked them, do you know what Othello is? And most of them didn't. So that's why we're doing this. We need to get people knowing what Othello is and why it's so cool. So here we're actually seeing Takahashi play. And Takahashi is probably, he's definitely one of the favourites to win the tournament.
He sure is.
I remember, I say this every time, but I played him in 2019 in the World Championships and got knocked out, and he still had the bottle of orange juice then. So clearly, if you drink orange juice, you might be world champion. Yeah, so Takahashi is the reigning world champion. So he'll definitely be trying to defend that this year.
Right.
So, for the people watching, we already mentioned our social media accounts, which are on the bottom of the screen. But also, if you would like to follow up on the live standings, you can browse to woc2022.worldothello.org/live.
And the link for that is in the live chat now as well. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Matthias Anderson, he points out that Imre, Guy and David Hand might be a strong team. I mean, I wouldn't complain.
So we have Finland and Great Britain as contenders for the top 4 in the team ranking. Of course, look, we are more familiar with the European teams.
Yeah.
But for example, Singapore is also having 5 players, so they might end up high up the rankings as well.
Mm. I don't know how other people have been thinking about it, but in terms of kind of team rankings as well, and who might do well as a team, I've been thinking about it in terms of jet lag as well. Obviously, those coming from Europe will have less of a time difference from their native country, whereas those coming from Asia and further away will be more tired. I remember playing in Japan, and although Othello is already a challenge, the bigger challenge was trying not to fall asleep. So that may be something to think about when thinking about the team championship side of things.
Right. And the food, European food is just
delicious.
Too heavy. Delicious, but too heavy for Japanese stomach. So it is rather hard to maintain good health during the tournament.
And vice versa, the other way. I remember going to Japan and struggling with raw fish. So
yeah. That's the other side of the story. I got a sneak preview of the top 4 tables for round 2, and I can already say we'll have a match on table 1 between 2 female players. Leah from Israel will be meeting Antonina from Poland. So that will be an interesting game to watch. On table 2, so live stream of table 2 will be Nikki van den Begelaar, Netherlands, playing Okudaira Fujimi from Japan. Then on table 3, Mehul Vyas from India will be playing Yoko Sano from the US. And then at last, on table 4, Arthur Joignier from Switzerland will take up Brian Rose from USA. That's on the table 4.
Fuyumi Okudaira, the Japanese female player, is still 15 years old, I think, but she's already very good. One game impressive was a draw against Hideshi Taminori. Yes, in a tournament held in Kyoto last year. Hideshi Taminori has won 7 world championships. He's a real legend of this game, and she drew against him last year in a tournament. So Okudaira may do very well in this tournament. Sorry, it was this year.
So we see the players in the playing room, so they will be ready to start the second round.
Brian and Arthur.
And I remember when Arthur was, he's older than me, but I remember when he was much younger. So it's I haven't seen him for a while in person, so it's cool seeing everyone all grown up. I say that as I'm probably one of them, but yeah, it's good to be back in person.
Well, you have it a bit with the older players. If you don't see them for 3 to 4 years, they tend not to change too much.
Yeah.
But with the teens, with the teenagers, after a couple of years, it really is a difference.
Even my brother, I've been married for 3 months, I think now, and those 3 months away from Mark, who is playing today. I've seen him again for the first time after that time, and he's almost an adult. So yeah, people grow up.
Indeed.
Is this the game we are commenting?
So we see Leah Gurieva from Israel on the left. She's actually having her second live game already after a win against the Belgians Nadia de Moor in the first round. And Antonina Kuczwara will play white, and I'm just going to check who she won against in the first round.
So they shake hands before the game begins. Some flashes from the cameras. The paparazzi.
It's good to see the players shake hands, because we couldn't do that for a couple of years.
Yes, indeed. I think it's nice in Othello as well. It's nice to start off the game with a handshake.
Yeah.
Or a fist bump.
Or a fist
That's
bump.
also allowed. We don't force people to shake hands, of course, but it's always nice to greet each other. Yeah, I had a look at the results of first round, and Antonina defeated Elisabeth Jensen from Denmark with a 51-13 score. And actually, Leah defeated Nadia de Moor in the first round with the same score.
And also the WOF rating of these two players. Gurieva Leah's WOF rating is 629, but she just joined about few tournaments, so she becomes stronger than the time. And the rating of Kuczwara, isn't it? Oh, it's 1137. But she won the first game, so maybe she becomes stronger recently.
Have you watched chess boxing before? I watched some chess boxing for the first time the other day.
Chess boxing?
Yes.
What is it?
It does have a point. So it's a 5-minute chess game they play, and then I think after a minute of playing chess, they then have a round of boxing. And it's either the first person, and then after that round of boxing, which is 2 minutes, they go back to chess. And so they keep switching between chess and boxing, and you have to either win at the game of chess or win at the boxing to win.
Okay, the game
So
starts.
I was thinking there could be some
Gurieva is black
incorporation
and
into Othello
Kuczwara
here.
is white.
But these are really heavyweight players.
Yeah, I was thinking this could be quite entertaining if we had a round of boxing at some point too.
Maybe should then have also some other commentators who are experienced in boxing.
Oh yes. I was just thinking in terms of not forcing people to handshake. If you were to force someone to shake your hand, that could be a way to do so.
So we started off with a standard co-opening, but this is already one of the not so common played variations.
Yeah. Actually, I know this, and it's a bit good for black, but yeah, white can still play.
Chess bouldering, someone has suggested in the chat. After each move, you have to climb climb a section on the bouldering wall. That sounds incredible.
This looks already quite good for black.
Yes.
You think so? If white had played to g5 instead, it was quite close, I think.
That black's move is so good.
So, compared to last game with Matthias and Maverick, this is going to be a game between slightly less strong players. Both Matthias and Maverick were very experienced Othello players. So this will be interesting as well to try and see what they're thinking from maybe a slightly less advanced perspective in some ways.
Well, at first, players which are less experienced,
very good
they don't have book knowledge.
Yep.
Yeah,
mostly
I think quite less, I think.
So they're actually playing as of the first couple of moves. They're just using the basic Othello tactics instead of having learned sequences out of their
I think this white
head.
moves want to move g4, I think. The white want to move g4, but the black can protect that for moving f7.
f7 is a good move.
Oh yeah.
Let me point out that white has a huge wall, as we call it in Japan. I don't know if it is called wall.
We were
in
talking
English
about
too.
this earlier.
Right. And black, it's always a good idea for black to keep that white's wall intact.
Yeah, so for beginners playing the game, if you're watching and you have no idea what Othello is, we were talking about it a bit earlier, but here you can see it quite nicely. Black is really trying to keep their number of pieces small and in the middle of white pieces, and to try and make it so the white pieces surround the black pieces. And that is limiting the amount of places that white can play, and it's letting black really have control over the game. So black did deny access to g4 for white, but white now has it again, so black will try and take that g4 move away.
Yes.
Which she has done indeed.
She didn't make an access to g4.
Well, in this position, black seems to be ahead. Has more options than white. But it will, of course, be a matter of taking that advantage and create a winning position later on in the game.
If black can keep the big wall of white and force white to go to bad squares, then black will win. When I say bad squares, it means a move for white, which will give black an access to a corner, for example. Corners are always important, especially in the openings, because a disc placed on a corner will never be flipped again by your opponent. It is really advantageous to have a corner with your color disc.
This white moves, I think the white is trying to move h3, and she made access for next black. Maybe she'll move to the bottom side. Oh, I didn't think about that, but
The best move for white, I think, is d8.
Yes.
Well, d8 can be kept for later use.
Yeah, but now it's no longer very interesting because the complete F line is the white. So actually, I think white should have played d8 at this stage instead of h3.
Yeah, but however, black don't have access to g8. It means like black can't move to g8, and black has to make an access without with keeping the F line white. So if there's black discs in F line, the d8 for white will be so strong. So black don't want to have that situation.
No, but you have different options to achieve that. For example, black can play d2. It's obviously not the best move, but black can take access to g8 by that, and white cannot move to d8 at that point. But I think which is more expected is black to go to b6, and then white will either go to b5 or a6. But if white goes to b5, then d7 turns white, and then white will no longer be able to attack that edge. So now we'll see if which move white will do. It will be either a6 or b5.
I think a6 is, I think, only the choice.
Yes, a6 seems better.
What's wrong with b5?
So I think Tom already explained it. If white move b5 in this case, she can move to d8 forever, I think. So and but she moved b6 and the b5, and after that, if, for example, if she moves to a5, the white can't move to d8, and the black can move g8 quite freely whenever she wants. So that is a big advantage for black.
Okay. And white has actually played b5 there.
Yeah. But maybe there's another choice. Yeah, with that a5, I think.
I think b5 does look quieter of a move than a6.
B5. Oh yeah. Okay.
So where white has just gone, it looks like it flips more central discs.
My first idea is to go straight away to a5 here.
Yes. There's some options here, right. But I think a5 is the best move. Sorry. Oh, she moved over there. But for here, if white moves a6, the white can move move to d8. So yeah, that is quite good for white. So black, I think, have to make the access to g8 quite fast, I think, in next move. So here, I think after a6, maybe a5 or maybe, oh yeah, that's so good, nice move.
But of course, it's for black it's not possible to take b6 away now.
Yeah.
But previously when Antonina had a chance to play d8, she didn't. Now is the question if in the next move she will see that option again to resolve that edge in her favor.
Yes, A5 is an option, very maybe desirable in this situation.
A5, A4, G8. Yeah.
Yeah, but
anyway, Black has lost a large portion of his advantage, and now maybe White is ahead in the game.
Actually, the bad point of A5 is...
That's...
I wonder what the thought there was.
She noticed it.
So, Black played that and then realised very quickly it was a mistake, and it was a mistake because White could play...
a wedge? To go in between is wedging?
Yeah.
But however, if Black moves B7 over here, and after B7, A8, the Black can snatch the parity over here, if it moves like that.
Well, but B7 is not, I don't think it's a good move, because White will then go to H5. Don't you think so?
And then threaten for potential swindle there.
Right.
This is more exciting than the last game.
Yeah.
I'm liking it.
Well, in the last game they were still in book, no?
Yeah, true. I'm playing very quickly. We can keep up now.
So maybe...
but the game isn't over yet.
Yeah.
White will have a corner, but will not be able to extend from there. So Black shouldn't give up here.
Yeah, I think there's still a chance, because there's plenty moves that she can.
Yeah, and she did play that move on the edge just now, and then realised, she shook her head straight away and realised it was a mistake. But there are mistakes. If there are mistakes one side, there can be mistakes the other side as well. So it's far from over.
Can I come back? Can I go back to the last? If Black goes to B7 here, what will happen? It's very instructive, I think. So in this position, Black goes to B7, and White goes to H5.
Yeah.
And what happens if Black responds with H2? H2 seems a very natural, good response. Can you follow the viewers? I will say it again. Black goes to B7, White goes to H5, and then Black goes to H2. What will happen then? Please think about it. But now, of course, the position has changed.
Okay. And Black moved.
Okay. Well, it's maybe strange to say, but taking the corner was maybe not the best option here.
Yes, because and the White can move, can take the corner whenever she wants in the situation. And for now, Black, maybe A5 is one of the good moves.
For Black?
Well,
but then B7, A7 for Black.
James, in the chat, you are indeed able to watch the replay after the match. This live stream will be available just as a YouTube video after this, basically. So yes, you can watch the replay after the match. You can watch the replay now. You can rewind the live stream back to the beginning of the game. So yeah.
I think B7 is such a nice move.
B7 is a nice 4-point. Yes.
Quite some surprising moves.
Well, Black should have thought about options to get both A7 and B7.
No. And white should have actually gone b7 here to play out parity and keep g8 for later, because now she's given
But I think
black a chance.
Yeah, there's still a chance for black.
what if white now plays f3 and takes a diagonal? Is that a bad move?
Yeah, but after that, and if it moves like f3, and black moves h5, and the black and white get the side, the right side will be quite dangerous. The right side of right bottom side.
That was.
It depends if it touched the board or not, but,
but
I'm sure it didn't.
No,
Keeping us all on tenterhooks here.
So there's an official rule: if you touch the board with one of your discs, then you have to play that move, so you can't take it back.
Well, yeah.
Well, technically, if it would be an illegal move, then it doesn't count.
Tom,
but each table does have a referee as well, so I'm sure that didn't touch the board, or it would have been picked up.
Does the referee has authority to say that f2 is illegal, so that you have to go to f3 instead? Does he have the authority?
Yes, he does.
Yes,
that's why he's there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for here, I think black moves h5 is very good, nice move, isn't it?
Mm. I think it's interesting as well because the newer players, and for example myself, even, they tend to have their strength in one part of the game, especially. So black played very well in the opening here, and white is playing slightly better in the mid game.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And it's often at the kind of not super advanced levels is what makes the games exciting.
No. Well, it all started with that one blunder.
Yeah, of course.
And I think she's still trying to cope with that move, and
yeah, that's also another option for black, I think, because the move of white, if the white moves to h5, the right bottoms the places the white can't move in the right bottom side, and so if it becomes like that, the black can't get the parities, so it's not good for white.
White should not be tempted to play a5, because that's a good one.
Yes.
So this is quite a pretty move. It's keeping all the pieces that she's flipping very central, and she now has that main diagonal from a8 to to g3 at the moment, but especially because she has that corner, she will probably be trying to build out from that corner. So as you can see, she has the bottom edge. None of those pieces can be flipped from now.
No.
So they'll be white until the end of the game. So she'll be trying to get lots of pieces that are all stable, is what we call them, and they'll stay that way until the end of the game.
Yes, but Lia still has a good chance of winning by playing to h5 now. If black goes to h5 and white goes to h7, then the position in the southern east part of the board is bad for white, because once black grabs h1 in the future, black will go to h8 and then g8, getting a lot of stable discs. So black still has a chance to win.
Yeah, that should be her game plan.
Yeah, and despite the blunder, we saw from the opening that she's clearly not a bad player. She's everyone makes mistakes. I've made plenty, and she's from that blunder is playing quite well. So it's again definitely far from over. An exciting game. Who would you rather be in this position? Just all things being equal.
Yeah, I think I think the black is winning. No, the white is winning at the time, but for playing white, it seems quite dangerous. You mean like just Mr. Murakami introduced, just said, and that move is so dangerous for white. I want to take black here.
Black is for sure more fun to play from this point.
Yeah.
And also with h5, h7, there's a nice move opening up for black at c2. When that sequence is played.
Okay, so what you're saying is, if black plays h5, and then black does play h5.
Good
so
move.
if white now takes the edge.
So white has to be very careful.
Yeah.
Should I take the edge? Should I leave it alone?
So if white takes the edge, then black is able to play c2 without flipping diagonally.
Yeah.
Which is quite a pretty move for black.
Yeah.
But the problem is white doesn't have too many moves, and if Antonina allows Liao to go to h2, g7 is no longer possible for white.
Right.
What about is a5 bad for white here?
Well, after h2,
I think it's too because
maybe
if you leave the right side, the only black can move to the south east side, and that's so bad for white. And if white moves in a5 now, for example, a5, and black's move h2. F1 is also so good move for black, so that's too dangerous, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think this white's move is also good.
Yeah, and that pattern in the bottom right-hand corner is a pattern that can be very strong, but it can also be very weak, depending on how you play from now. So, from what I understand, if you have a pattern like that, you need to play as though it's a corner and try and build around it. And so black will now, or should now, try and sacrifice and get a wedge in the top right-hand corner. So if white takes the h1 corner, and black is able to play h2, that's called a wedge, and black will then be able to take that corner and then get g7 as well.
And if you just make a count of the number of discs won by that combination, so you have h2 to h8 is already 7 discs. With playing g7, that will 2, 4, 6, 8 or 9 additional discs. So making that combination will already deliver black 17 discs. So black needs to get 16 more discs elsewhere on the board.
Yeah. So black needs to work out a way that they can do that, and white needs to work out a way that they can build out from here.
Now black has a very good chance of winning.
Yes, black can move everywhere. And
what about a3? Is a3 nice for black here?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, because like if you move a3, I think white will move a4.
A5.
Oh, a5. Oh, sorry, a5. But after that, like the whites can have a stable disc in the left side. But however, we don't have to we don't have to move in a3 here, because there's a lot of moves that we can move in the upper side, and maybe we may get the h1.
Okay.
In this case.
I would leave the left edge and not create too many, not to have too many black discs there, and go to e2, for example, and then as soon as possible make the sacrifice to g2 and take control of the game.
Yes.
Oh, this is exciting.
Yeah, it is exciting.
Yeah.
Tom has just said black e2 would be nice. And yeah, it seems to be a nice move, but from an expert point of view, after black e2, white can go to g2. And it's very dangerous for black too. But of course it's so hard.
Yeah, I saw that
Yeah,
option
so-
too.
Yeah. In the future, I think we have to pay attention. How's the X line how's the X line going? Because like white don't have enough moves here, so maybe they have to move g2 in the future, maybe.
Will it?
But
yeah.
when the line is controlled at the time, black can't get the h1, and if the black can't get the right side, the white will be win, and if the black can get the right side, I think black will be win. So
Do you think that if at any point black sacrifices at g2 to try and get that wedge, it will be possible for white to maybe play h2 and have that diagonal still and deny access?
Yeah, it would be quite possible, I think.
I think that would be very beautiful if that happened.
Black should be really careful which moves to play, because she doesn't have too many discs of getting access to diagonals or
Yeah. So that's one of the things with the pattern in the bottom right hand corner, where you have just those two squares free and then one colour surrounds all the rest, is that if you play it right as white in this position, black will find themselves, or could find themselves, just unable to play anywhere that they want to, and so only give white good moves in response. But then white also risks, if black can get to the h8 corner here, they get a lot of discs because they also get to play h7. So it's always a fun position.
Yeah. But to avoid the e2 g2 move, black could go to d2, and then white's response might be e2, and then black goes to e1.
Yeah, if it moves like that, the white cannot control the X line. So maybe the white have to think another moves, I think. Yeah, so I think that's why she's thinking a lot in here.
Yeah, also back to time management. Antonina has used less than 5 minutes so far, whereas Leah has less than 10 minutes left.
She moved to...
Oh, we have a flipping error. Yeah.
And it's noticed.
Indeed noticed by the referee.
Who is there, so that's good. Yeah, so black is trying to make it so...
I don't see Antonina making a move to g2.
Yeah, you have to be...
You really have to be experienced to see that this move is a really good one.
And even if you're experienced, it's quite a scary move.
Yeah.
Might not work, this g2.
But you never know. We have had surprises already. I'm looking forward to the interview after this. I think this will be a fun one. Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
Just making a small move.
And also here, if black plays g2 to try and get that wedge at h2, then white can just take the corner, and black won't be able to play there at the moment because f2 and e2 are both white. So black needs to be really careful about that.
So in this case, black has to attack the right side from g1, and if it moves like g1 and g1, h1, h2, black can get the right edge.
I want white to play g2 here, but I don't know if...
in this case, I think c1 is a quite good move, I think.
c1, but then g2.
Yeah, but the problem is Antonina is playing rather fast. If she would be in the position of considering g2, she would really give it a longer thought.
So black has played g2 here, which is they haven't been careful enough if
like
white notices that they can play h2 without flipping the g2 piece back.
Yeah.
So
And
white can now
That's
play
because-
at h2 and then play h1
Yeah.
in the corner as well.
And no, please do not play h1 right away.
Yeah.
Okay,
sh-
good one.
Good.
Good move. Yeah.
And
no,
so
yeah,
now
no,
it's
white win.
so it's that pattern in the bottom right corner is now worked out nicely for white. White should now just be able to build out and have two corners, which is it's a shame because black was, after the first blunder, has been playing really well.
Yeah.
So it's been a really I mean, I'm not saying it's over, but yeah, it's been a really exciting game.
Yeah. Because I think she knows like in the beginning, or maybe like I think she's miss is quite less, but each miss is too big. I mean, so she knows like quite a basic moves for. So I think she will be so stronger in the future. I think.
Who is she?
No, I'm sorry. The black. Sorry.
Oh, Ria.
The Gurieva. Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
And this is the kind of game you go away,
Yeah.
and then every night as you go to sleep, you replay it in your head. Why didn't I see that? But she won't make that mistake again, I think.
Yeah.
No.
People learns like that.
That's the risk of playing table one.
Yeah.
Nowadays, you risk that your errors are there for eternity.
Indeed, yeah. And I don't know how long the journey from Israel to France is as well. I would assume she's tired from travelling, and so that is probably also a factor. So yeah, no, it's been it is a really good game to watch.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've enjoyed this one.
Yeah, now she's trying to find a solution which simply isn't there.
Yeah, so everywhere black goes now.
Maybe there is like somewhere an option to flip c3 black and then take the diagonal control to g7 and try to get parity all the way. That's like, I think, one of the remaining options.
Yeah.
Yeah. But for example, if black moves to a3, the c3's disk will be black at the time. But after that, if white moves to a5, she moves to the g7 now.
Already?
Yeah.
Fair enough. I think the logic there will be that white is probably already going to get the h8 corner at some point, and so
Yeah.
it might be worth maybe even hoping that white plays h1 and takes that corner first, and then black can try and take the diagonal, which I don't think works either, but I think it's pretty much one for white here. It would have been the comeback of the century if black had brought it back, and had seen the swindle earlier.
But it will not be for today.
So this will put Antonina on 2 points, 2 out of 2, which is good.
It will be nice for her.
Yeah.
She might be able to stay on one of the top tables, because we're 88, so after 2 rounds we'll have 22 players, minus some draws, with the maximum number of points, which means that everyone with 2 out of 2 will have a live Othello game, because we have 10 live Othello tables where players can follow the top tables live.
And also, black only has 4.5 minutes here anyway, so... not that there are many options for black now, but... yeah, white has used 5.5 minutes.
Yeah.
So I imagine black is just trying to take as many pieces as possible to just try and get something out of this, but I don't think it will work.
White shouldn't go to a3 yet.
The caster's curse.
Yeah.
Could it be close still?
But after a1, the white can get all the b lines.
Yeah. So if white plays a1, you're saying then black has to play b2.
Yes.
That's the only move that black will have, and then white can play b1 and take the entire b row.
Yeah.
Correct.
And then it will look a lot more like a nice move.
Well, I'm pleased that Leo is using a lot of time, even if the position seems helpless. I think it's a good thing to think for a long time when you're losing.
No, it's just
Give up fast is not a good thing for your future.
So I think our board was just showing up on the screen.
Yeah.
Nice. So yeah, you did just see our iPad board up on the screen. So I think in future games we'll be able to show you what we're thinking as well as we say it.
Yeah.
Because much as I love just trying to picture it in my head, I'm not very good at it. So
yeah, for here, I think C1 is more or less most assumed.
Yeah, she'll be having nightmares about this. But what a fantastic game.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Yeah, it was.
Not taking the corner is one disc more.
It doesn't matter too much.
I think G1 is I think one disc more than H1. I think.
Yeah, you are correct, Tomoki.
So black gets parity. Wow.
Yeah. Okay, the game finishes. Is black 19?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Yep.
It is
1945.
Okay.
So 45 for white, 19 for black.
Yeah. Yeah, but it was quite interesting game.
It sure was.
So I think those two players will be in here for an interview fairly soon.
Okay.
So we'll get to... We've been trying to put ourselves in their shoes and think from their points of view, but we'll be able to really see what they were thinking, see how they were both feeling after different moves were made.
Yeah. So we have table 2 here, which is Nicky van den Beggelaar playing against Fujimi Okudaira. Fuyumi Okudaira. Let's bring the players in, Leah and Antonina.
Please take a seat and
can have it there. It doesn't matter. I think we'll appear on the screen soon. So.
Yeah, we're still looking through the other live tables where we have a camera on. So Mihul is playing Yoko, but the names are switched on the screen. So Yoko is on the left and Mihul is on the right. There we are.
There we are.
Yes.
Okay, so firstly, how do you pronounce your names? I don't want to be getting that wrong.
Tosha, Antonina.
Okay.
Leah.
Okay, so we were saying it right, I think. So, yeah, how do you both feel about that game? That was very exciting to watch.
I do so many stupid things. Yeah, it was very good.
Yep.
Yeah, but maybe if Leah wouldn't get so many mistakes, I wouldn't win. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think one thing we were enjoying was there were two main mistakes that you made. I think I can't remember what the first one. So the first move where
when I get
you gave her a wedge.
The top.
Yeah. So you gave.
Yeah, I don't realize what I did this.
Yeah. But after the first mistake.
It was in the bottom in the end
Yeah.
of the game. I mislooked it and I.
Yeah, which happened. So that's all.
Going too much fast.
Now you were also not having too much time left.
Yes, it was. After the first mistake, I was in stress.
But you actually played very well after that as well, and were winning up to the second mistake. I think. Did you feel as though it was going well?
When I get this G column,
yeah,
it was the big
yeah.
second mistake.
But how did you feel that the game was going between the two mistakes? So after you made the first mistake, did you feel?
I'm trying to get something from this. What I had, what situation I go to.
Yeah, and Antonina, you're playing. Both of you are playing your first World Championship, but
Yeah.
Antonina, you will be on top of the rankings after 2 rounds with 2 wins. How does that feel?
And will you go on to win?
I'm really excited and surprised, because I wasn't expecting that. Yeah.
I remember when I started playing. Gosh, that's like 8 or 9 years ago now. If I won a game in an Othello tournament, I'd start to shake from the adrenaline and the nerves. Did you experience any adrenaline or nerves?
Yeah, I was like stressed before the game started, and now I'm stressed too, because like we have break and then we have next game. So
yeah.
And so you won now 2 games. Is there any player you want to play against or don't want to play against in the next round?
I don't know really. I don't know.
No. Because the world champion Akihiro Takahashi might also win his second game, so you could play against him in the 3rd round.
You'll wipe him out, I think.
Yeah.
Well, it would be like difficult game, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's quite good.
Quite good, yeah.
And may I ask you a question? What is your goal in this World Championship to both players?
My goal was like to win as many games as possible, but I wasn't expecting that my 2 first game would be that good. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, the main reason I want to how I say it in English, meet peoples.
Yeah.
And this is the most.
It's also like having fun and meeting people and play too.
Yeah, that's really nice.
So how long have you both been playing for?
Me, 1 year. Yeah, it's not long.
Something like this.
That's. I mean, you both played very well as well.
Thank you.
Everyone makes mistakes, especially. I've definitely been there, and you won't make that mistake again. So, I mean, apart from that, you played really, really nice moves, really well, and it was a very exciting game to watch.
And you've been on the TV table?
Yeah.
Live on the...
What?
You've been on the Othello live stream on YouTube?
No.
So that's really
nice.
nice.
Your table just was, so we were watching it.
And it was commented by 4 players. May I ask you a question? I think you are playing online mainly. You don't play on the board games quite often, no?
I don't have with whom to play on the board.
So what is what do you feel after your first experience on the real Othello board?
I played in Israel 2 times with a board with someone, but it's
Do you like it? Do you like it? Playing on the real board?
like it more.
Good.
And I think all... I don't know if it's happening this year, but I assume it is. All new players at the World Othello Championships get their own official Othello set.
Indeed.
As a gift?
Yeah.
That's good.
I have mine from 2019.
No, there's no way back because we mentioned it.
Well, I said maybe, so we'll see. But I think that's a tradition, but I don't know if... There go the lights again. Thank you both for coming in. Do you have any more questions, or...?
No, I'm good. I would like to again also thank you for coming in and wish you the best of luck in your next games.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Good luck to both of you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And very well played in that game. So thank you.
Okay, we're back to the live tables. On table 3, where Yoko is playing against Mehul, there we are in the end game with 8 moves left. So here it looks like Mehul is going to take the left side of the board, but will not have parity. And then at the end we'll have to play G2, and White will get a lot of discs out of that. So I'm not a fast counter here, but Takahashi, who do you think will be winning this one?
It's Black's turn?
It's Black's turn, yeah.
Well, Black takes the corner. Well, as you said, I think White will win.
Yeah. With the last move in the top right corner, White will get a lot of discs.
Yeah. It's devastating. But maybe instead of G2, Black can try H2. After the upper left corner is filled.
Yeah, and that would then create a potential parity switch.
Right. Yes. Does White still have advantage after that move? I'm not quite sure.
So if we look at the clock, Mehul has 1 minute and 45 seconds left.
I don't know.
And Yoko still has more than 8 minutes.
Oh.
So she'll have plenty time to count if needed. But for Mehul, to count all possible lines, it's now a matter of counting one line and trying to get to a win. And in this position, the response of Yoko is is quite obvious.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Who won?
Okay, Nikki lost.
Oh.
I thought he was in prime position when I looked at the board a couple of minutes earlier.
Okutaira-san. Congratulations to her. I think I said earlier that she drew against Taminori this year.
Yeah, I know she won against Nikki.
Yes. So her strength is real. Impressive performance.
Congratulations.
Because Nikki has always been a contender for the world title in the past world championships.
So indeed, Mihu played H2.
Yeah.
And we have...
but White has enough discs. Oh, good.
So that's... let's do a quick count. It's 12, 15, 20, 24, 30, 30, 36 for White.
Yoko is the world female champion 2015, I think. She's a very good player. And one advantage for her is that her husband is Brian Rose, also a former world champion. So she can practice against him at home, which is a nice thing.
Yeah, and Brian is also competing in this championship.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. And unfortunately we can't see the clock. But knowing that all other players were already short in time, I'll quickly check live Othello, where we would be able to see the remaining time. According to live Othello, Arthur has less than 2 minutes, and Brian a bit more than 4 remaining. Black has 2 corners, but White has the mobility.
Yes.
So I would play A7, but that's just at first glance.
Yeah, A7 seems nice.
And if Black can play some anti-parity and force White to go to H2 at some point.
Interesting position. White can go to D8 or E8, but both way, Black has a way to play nicely afterward.
Yeah.
For example, White goes to D8, Black goes to E8, and White takes the edge to G8. If that happens, Black goes to B7.
So the table referee is checking the clocks, and so what they can do also in live Othello, they can adapt the clocks according to reality. So I think actually that's what they're doing, and indeed Arthur went from 33 seconds to 1 minute and 7 seconds. So he has a bit more time, and Brian has 3 minutes 50 remaining.
I see.
That half a minute will be important for Arthur to, actually flip discs.
Yeah.
Because there is not so many time left to think for him.
And if White goes to...
Okay, Arthur is scratching his head. He wasn't expecting that one.
But I don't think that was a good move. Maybe Brian made a mistake. No? Yes. Because black's e8 is quite powerful. The important thing is that, yes, after this move, white cannot go to b7.
No, and if white goes to g8, then black can respond with the x square.
Yes.
And then white has to play h2, so black will get quite some discs on the right edge. So this might be a black win from here.
Yeah. Oh.
And the problem is white actually has to take the edge.
Yes.
And I think he realizes, because if he plays b7, then black just plays b8 and takes a corner one move later. And if white goes to h2, then black takes the edge by with b8, and then it's also game over. So the only response for white is g8, and then black will play b7.
Yeah.
But he realizes that that won't be enough.
Oh, Brian.
Yeah, he will try to get parity, but I think also he's really low on time.
How many seconds does Arthur has?
Let's on live Othello is 40, but I think it will be less because he was really flipping tremendously fast. Brian has 18, 15, 17, 21, 23, 25, 33 black, I believe.
33 black. Oh my.
Yes.
Wow.
I'm happy I can count that fast.
Yeah, it was quick.
I still can't count as fast as Makoto can.
Makoto is quick.
33 black.
Wow.
That was really a nice ending.
Yeah. Well, Brian had a lot more time than Arthur had. So Brian should have considered other moves using a lot more time.
Yeah, the d8, maybe the e8 was a winning move?
No, e8, then black b8. So it's still bad for white. Oh, yeah.
So actually instead of the d8 move, which was still a draw, Brian should have moved to b7 right away. That was the only win. But I think that it was very complicated to see at that point. Okay, I'll Okay, I think let's just go through the results. I think we made a mistake in the game of Nikki because Nikki was black. So Nikki won against Fuyumi.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So
I see.
we have Slabov Andrei, I think he's from Lithuania, won 40-24 against Lim Ying Grabielli from Singapore. Daniel Dufour lost 24-40 to Lee Shung Koi. There was another close game on the live between Ilya Schiffman, who got 34 discs, against Shaska Shinzorich from Mongolia. Then Emma from Sweden lost 24-40 to Ank Bayar. And then we had Ulf from Sweden played against David Hand and lost 18-46. Then we have one more game on the live, which is Kevin Ruby from the US lost 29-35 to the Italian player Palladino Domenico. And all games on live have been finished.
These tournament rooms are really good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so these are again some footages taken during the rounds.
I love to watch players thinking over the board like this.
Oh, that's also a nice position.
Yeah.
White is really, all pieces are connected, but it's at that point it's really difficult to find the right move to break through the wall of black discs.
The cameraman is doing a fantastic job.
Yeah. Here we see Katie Pihlajapuro from Finland playing against Erwin van den Berg from the Netherlands. It's great that we can follow so many games live from this World Championship. Up to 10 games people can follow live. That's actually one out of 4 games played at the championship.
Yeah. Well, back in the 1980s, it was impossible to follow the progress of this tournament. I remember when Masaki Takizawa won his second World Championship in Paris. What year was it? I don't remember. But anyway,
89?
89, yeah, something like that. I made a international phone call to the hotel where the tournament was held. I made a phone call from Tokyo, Japan, and I asked the receptionist to have Masaki Takizawa, who has just won the tournament. And after several minutes, he came to the phone, and I asked him to tell me the game, and he told me, this first move was this 5, F6, something like that. And we followed every game of his. So it was a very expensive way to follow the World Championship.
Yeah, nowadays things goes a lot easier.
Yeah.
I'm just going to check if there are any more comments in the live chat.
Kuczwara and Taketoru Miyamoto. Wow. Kuczwara is a Japanese, but he moved to France, and he is teaching mathematics at at the Grenoble University.
That's a nice footage.
Yeah. Svenska, is it Danish or
Sweden?
Sweden. Oh. This is David Hand?
Yep, from the United Kingdom.
Mm-hmm. Matthias. And Schiffman.
Yeah, Mickey Schiffman.
Yeah.
He's also grown over the last 4 years.
Right. Mm-hmm. I cheer for him. I'm his fan, Imre.
Against Andreas Litsas from Greece.
Greece is a country I would like to visit in the future. Have you ever been to Greece?
A couple of times. Well, first of all, I played the World Championship there in 2007.
2007. Is it? Who was the winner of that tournament?
Kento Tominaga.
Oh yes, against the Italian genius.
Wasn't it against Nicolet? Stefan Nicolet played the final.
Really?
In Greece, yeah.
Oh, soccer. Stefan Nicolet and Kento Tominaga.
It's a pity that a player like Kento Tominaga only managed to qualify once for the World Championship.
It is a pity. And if it is a pity, there are many Japanese players who has had only one chance to come to the World Championships. And there are many more who has never had a chance to come.
Could you briefly explain how the qualification in Japan goes?
Well, it has been changed. It has changed several times in the past, but at the moment, there are 3 major tournaments in Japan: Meijin-sen, Oza-sen, and All Japan Championship. And the winners of these 3 major tournaments are qualified for the World Championship on a Japanese team.
And these tournaments are.
Well,
are these already like World Championships?
Yes, maybe harder than the World Championships, because these major Japanese tournaments are filled with former champions, and young genius is, well, it's almost a miracle that you win one of these major tournaments in Japan.
Because these tournaments have a different setup, right? So the Beijing is an open tournament?
It is an open tournament, yes.
And the All Japan is limited, but I believe that so you have different regions in Japan, and every region can send a number of players to the All Japan.
Correct, yes.
Yeah. And what's the format of the Uza-sen?
The Uza-sen is limited tournament. You have to have a certain result in the other 2 tournaments, Meijin-sen or All Japan Championship, to be qualified for Uza-sen. Something like.
But basically, you have to come to the tournament. Well, you have to qualify for the tournament or come to the tournament and win all your games.
Right. That's it.
That sounds quite easy. Well, I think also there, it's really a skill that players like Yusuke Takahashi managed to qualify year after year for the World Championship by winning one of those 3 events.
Right. He's really an outstanding player, Takahashi Yusuke.
Okay, so I have the schedule here of who's streaming which rounds. I mean, it's working with all four of us, but if you want a break at any point, then we are able to do it with just two as well, so.
So is it Daniel?
I don't know.
No, it's Paula.
And some people may think that I am retired as an Othello player, but I'm not.
No.
I'm always trying to be qualified for this World Championship, but haven't succeeded in the last 20 years.
Why would you say that is? Is that because of the rise of computers and people just knowing how to use them, or?
Well, of course, people learn a lot from computers, but there are just too many good players in Japan. The sheer number of players.
And they keep on coming.
Yes. They don't quit. So before the pandemic, we had at least one tournament on a weekend. On every weekend we had tournament. So many good players playing many good Othello tournaments. That was how it worked in Japan.
And how many players does Japan have overall?
I think the member of the association is a little less than 1,000. But of course, among these players, not all of them are expert players. I think there are a few hundred expert players in Japan. A few hundred.
And are there still many hidden good players who only play online? And
Yeah, there are some.
Because if you have a look at the World Othello rating list, there you see, I think in the top 100 we have 80 Japanese players. So they really come on top of the other players from other countries. But I think we're lucky that Japan is only able or allowed to send 5 players every year. That the others also have a chance to make it to the semi-finals.
Yes, Matthias points out that if you've moved to another country, you could qualify for that country.
Yes, I think that is the only hope left for me to play in the World Championship. Well, I have 7 years to go at my school as an English teacher. So after I retire, I hope to come to France, for example, and practice my French. And maybe I will play in European Grand Prix. And maybe I will qualify as a French representative for the World Championship. It's one of my dreams in the future.
That would be great. So I think at the moment they're gathering all information to proceed with round number 3.
Yep. Are the pairings out, or?
Let's have a look. If you can already start discussing. No.
Is it marked as there?
Yeah.
Oh.
Look at all those people looking at our live stream. They're all watching our live stream.
Ah, good. I hope so.
There's my brother and sister.
Oh.
There's a lot of new young people.
Yeah.
And just lots of young people.
Here we see Emma from Sweden with Nicholas and Ulf. They're quite recognizable with their t-shirts. And there they see Oscar, which is the fourth member of the team. And yeah, that's us.
That's us.
Yes.
The Three Musketeers.
Well, let me say something about Othello. As people estimate mathematically, Othello seems to have possible games about 10 to the 60th power, which is amazing. But it is, well, chess has 10 to the 120th power of possible combinations, and shogi has 10 to the 240th power, and Go has 10 to the 360th power.
I mean, they all kind of just merge into one number at that point. That's insane.
Well, but still, indeed, the number of possibilities in Othello is lower than in chess, but still, the amount of games that end up in a draw is much higher in chess. Is that because of the complexity of Othello? Or what's the reason
it's
for
the
that?
nature of Othello. But before that, let me come back to my point. Sorry. If you are an avid player of Othello and you play 100 games a day, that makes 36,500 games a year. And if you play for 100 years, it will make 3,650,000 games. It's a lot of games, and it's about as many games as you can play in a lifetime. And still, it's less than 10 to the 8th power games. That means that all those 4 games, Othello, chess, shogi, and Go, are far beyond the range of human experience. So some people might think that Othello is a simple and easy game, but it's not.
Well, it's simple,
it's not the
but
reality.
it's not easy.
It is very difficult.
No, it's also really hard to play a perfect game in Othello. And even if you can do so, many players decide not to, because they play some variation to.
And I think also because Othello computers don't actually know what a perfect game looks like yet. So when we say the perfect play or perfect moves, it's what the computer thinks is perfect, but it may not actually be, as we get deeper understandings and more powerful technology that can tell us that.
Yeah, no, indeed. And that's one of the reasons we keep on playing. Okay. So I can already give a heads up of the pairings of round 3. Players are being informed that to which room they should go, because we actually have 3 playing rooms. And on table 1, so Antonina is able to keep on table 1. She will play black against Roel Hobo from the Netherlands. Shun Koi Lee will play black on table 2 against Keita Omori. Apparently Miyamoto has won against Takuji. He will play on table 3 against Alessandro Di Mattei. And on table 4, another live table, Belgian Ralph Reinders will play against Kento Urano. And if we have a look at the standings, first of all, we still have 22 players undefeated. So 22 players with 2 points. And if we have a brief look at the standings in the team ranking, there is Finland and Japan still with a 6 out of 6, and Great Britain, Italy and the Netherlands have 5 points.
How did Dad do?
Dad
Guy Plowman
did. Let's have a quick look at the results. Guy Plowman lost to Keita Omori, which is not a shame.
That's no, he should have won that. I'm disappointed.
But he's still.
Oh well.
He's still with 1 out of 2.
Yep. No, that's reasonable then.
Oh, play already started?
Yes. So we have Roel versus Antonina from the previous game. Obviously, Roel he's a strong player from the Netherlands, and he is white in this game. So I would imagine just initially that this game may be slightly less close, slightly less of a margin for mistakes for Antonina, but we'll see, I guess.
Yeah, but knowing Roel, he will not take it too lightly. He will just keep on thinking and not play too fast through this game.
Yeah, this is one of the famous opening, I think.
Very old opening.
Yeah, it's called Morocco opening.
Right, Morocco, and Jonathan Surf from America played. Back in the 1970s, I think.
It seems quite nice now. White is thinking, so maybe it's an out of the book, maybe. Maybe white will move, maybe f4 or something. So if the aim of the f4 is f4 and next.
Shall we get the virtual board up just so we can let's see if that works. This is probably about as tense as the last game. There we go.
Yeah. So to move now, to move f4 here. If you move f4, next the black's turn, but the white can aim here. But also black can move here, but like for here, but this is for black moves, but white can move f3 here. And this is quite a good move. Only turning the small discs. Okay. Please turn back to the real board.
Othello opening is so hard to evaluate, even for expert players.
Good. It's not just me.
F4 is of course workable, as Tomoki has pointed out. But there are many other options here.
How about like D7?
Right, D7 or D2?
Like this. Just white want to aim here, over here. So, the white want to move B6. Maybe this is possible.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if. So I think
move.
white is playing.
White move. So
if we can go back to the real board now.
Yes.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Slightly less in line pieces.
Interesting.
So I think next black will move B6 probably. But after that, how would white move? Do you have some guess?
Well, at first we have to tell why B6 is so obvious for good players. Why is it, Tomoki? B6.
B6.
Yes,
black's B6.
Why is it so good?
Because it only flips one disc, and this moves. Oh, but this is another move.
We can still show it.
Yeah.
So if black had gone B6,
of this move, the white actually in Othello we need a place to move to win. So in this board.
So going back to the position.
So like this, and it turns back, and okay.
Thank you.
And for this, only one place that the place can move that white can move anew, but like for black, the place which the black can move doesn't be gain, I think, and it doesn't be less for black and don't gain the moves of white. Sorry. So I think please change the real board because I think it's quite
Whose turn is it?
I think it's white's move here.
Okay.
I suggest A5 is quite simple.
That's good. That's where I would play. So.
Yeah.
But why? For the viewers, why
actually,
do you choose A5?
For A5, I think he moves for A5, and A5, black and white both can move in A5. And Othello, normally we have the good move is to be like the move which the both players can move. For example, in this case, it's A5.
I see.
Yeah.
So it's playing in the spot where it would be good for your opponent.
Yeah.
It takes away that move for them, and so is therefore good.
And so this is simple. Quite a nice move, I think. Where's
the next move?
The next move. Where do you suggest?
F3 is where I would naturally play, I think.
Nice move.
Yeah.
Is it good?
Yeah, I think it's good.
Nice. That's my 1 minute.
Or maybe F3, F4. I think these two are...
F4.
Just because... I'll go through the reasons I suggested it.
Yeah?
So F3 flips E4, and that makes the whole of the E column with discs white. And so that means that if black plays F4, then white gets another move down in D7. So playing F4 won't be very good for black. And if black plays E7 after that, which won't flip up the E column, then black can play d7. So it's a move that every move for black has a nice response for white. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense, but rather advanced for maybe for many of the viewers.
Well, it's just about not giving your opponent options.
Here he moves it.
And he chose f4 instead.
Yeah.
But black has a nice move here, and maybe that's why Luke suggested f3.
Yeah. For example, d7 or maybe g5. These two are maybe good moves here.
And what these two moves have in common is it denies white's access to f3.
She moves to e7, but like in this case, white can move f3, which only flips one disc.
Right. So yeah. Andriana did not consider that a move like f3 in the next turn is not so good or so striking for black. But in fact, white's move to f3 is quite good in this position because it turns a disc which is all covered, an interior disc which is e4.
Like this. It only turns one disc.
It only turns an interior disc. So it doesn't create any new good move for black.
So please switch back to the real board.
So white's f3 is an obvious option for good players. But of course it is important to double check a move. Hobo is checking if f3 is really
actually
good.
I think he already moves. He already moves, but the board doesn't become the real one.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, because this is the this is for the virtual board. Yeah. In the
maybe we can go back
to the real world. Yeah, exactly. No, it doesn't work or something. But
can we switch to the live board, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think he moves to f3, and after that, the black moves to f2.
To not give black too many new moves, a silent move to f7 would do the trick.
But however, like, if you move f7, the next black g4 will be, I think, quite good for black. I think.
So e7, f7, g4, e2,
and
something
also,
like that.
Yeah, and also like the black can't protect the f7 in a good way, so we don't have to rush to move f7. I think, and I think white, there's a lot of place to move white, so maybe e2 or maybe f1 is another another move that is possible, I think.
Beginners and even intermediate players might think that black is ahead in this position, but in fact white is ahead in this position.
Oh, that makes...
With this move, also white gives black the move to g4. What's then the difference between moving to f7 or e8?
In this move, I think that it's just a guess, but the aim of this move is, and the next white turn, I think the white want to move in d7, I think. And after d7, normally but the black, the C line, the line of the C is all black, so the black can't move like a bit hard, but like e8 and after black and d7, and the black can't move d8. Yeah, in this case I think it's a bit different, but
yeah, white will take the move to g8 and then take the additional move to d8 later in the game.
Yes.
With this move of black, white wins 2 or even 3 moves. Because even after playing g8 and d8,
yes,
white still has a chance to go to d7 on top of that. And if not, if black would go to d7, white gets c8 and b8. So tons of additional moves to make Antonina suffer.
Matthias in the chat says that Roel is probably just playing safe to not get wiped out by black here, so a strong possibility.
Yes, white is ahead in this position. Hobo has a safe win in this position.
But I think Antonina will go back home to Poland after this tournament with 2 games on table 1 and also a win on table 1, so it will be a nice story for her back home.
Yeah, it will be a good experience for her.
But here I expect Roel to to take advantage of the position and also win this game from here on.
For here, I think I prefer d8. That, just Tom said.
Yeah.
Because what will be d8, g5, d7, f7, and then it's...
What about g6 for black, if white plays d8? Is it possible to run white out of moves here at all?
No, because actually d8, and if black moves g6, white can move in d7 still, so I think it doesn't work.
Ah, that's true.
Normally, Roel should be able to think out a sequence of 5 to 6 moves, and then the game is over.
So, yes, PJ Fox in the chat. It is, you have to qualify to play for your country, but they're the youth players and the female players that qualify do play amongst everyone as well. So it is essentially just an open tournament of those that qualified.
Yeah, but only the youth players and female players are eligible to qualify for
their respective categories, yeah.
Indeed.
So the highest, the youth player with the most amount of points wins the youth championship, or goes on
well,
to the
the top four.
And likewise for the female category.
Unless one of the youth players or one of the female players ends up in the top four in the open category, which happened before, because in 2019 reigning world champion Akihiro Takahashi was still a youth player, and he qualified, well, actually by ending up in the top four in the open category, he automatically became youth champion. And also the year before, Keisuke Fukuchi qualified for the top four, and as well won the youth championship automatically because of that.
And Matthias asks in the chat, or has asked previously, what are the rules to compete for your country? And I think, don't quote me on this, but I believe you either have to be a citizen of that country, or in some cases, I think, if you've lived in a country for, I think it's 6 months?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, 6 months or more, then you can play for that country as well.
Yeah, those are the rules set by the World Othello Federation. Of course, we allow countries to be more strict.
Yes.
So there are countries where residents are not allowed to qualify.
Yeah, so each individual country chooses who qualifies, and they can just pick names out of a hat if they want, I think. But those are the World Othello Federation rules, so countries choose alongside those rules.
If Tamaki continues living in Austria, and next, is he eligible to play in the next World Championship?
Yeah, but I left Austria before the World Championship next year, so I can't, or like I won't.
Can a country send more than one youth or female player?
And also, there's no Othello Federation in Austria, so maybe I have to make it.
If a team's top four, if a country's top four players are all youth age,
yeah,
which one counts as the youth team? Or do they all? How does that work?
Oh, I'm not sure about that.
Because I'm sure that's something Japan has had to deal with at some point.
Yeah, there's 2 youth players here now, but I'm not sure about that rules.
I'm not sure about that question, Mr. Ruffle 131. But I'll try and find out and get back to you. So keep watching. Anyway, back to the game. It's looking rather nice for white. It is white's. It's white's move.
Oh no, it's black move.
Oh, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was looking on this on the actual stream, which is a bit behind real life.
In this case, if white moves h6, the white, if it moves h6, h7, h4, h3.
Should we get the virtual board up?
Yeah, sorry.
You lost me at h3, I think.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's this then. This is now, and if it's more h3, no h6, and h5, no h7, and h4, h3, g4. If it moves like that, there's only a moves that the white. There's only moves that white can get a corner. So, for example, like if it moves like this, there's only a move to x square. Also, if it moves like this, there's also only the move for x squares.
Yeah, so again, even in this position, you can see how the black pieces surround the white pieces, and white has played, so their pieces are very much in the middle of all the pieces.
Oh, exactly.
And as Tamaki has just shown, that's what gives control in the game.
Yeah.
So white can now control where black goes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Roel made a move.
Yes, he did.
So if you can switch back to the live. Please. Maybe that was missing.
So yeah, according to Mr. Ruffle,
Yeah.
Mr. Ruffle himself, Denmark has 4 youth and 3 female.
Well, I can
I'm
actually vouch for the question. So every country is allowed to send up to 5 players.
Yeah.
At least 1 player should be youth.
Yep.
So they can send up to 5 youth players if they want to. And so in for the 4 other spots, the rule is that there should be a player of each gender. So meaning that they cannot, a country cannot send 4 females or 4 male. It should be a combination. So it's possible that, for example, a country sends 5 youth players, of which 4 are female and 1 is male. I hope that answers the question. Can we switch to the live board, please? Then you can see what is happening.
But if say the Japanese team were made up of, if a team were made up of 4 10-year-olds, and are they all eligible to compete in the youth category?
Yes.
Okay, so there you go, Mr. Ruffle 131. If a country picks 4 youth, then I think they're all eligible to compete in that. But then obviously if there are 4 youth, it might not be the case for all countries, but it's usually the case that they're less experienced players than the slightly more senior players. So there's the risk to reward of that, I suppose.
I'll give it another try. Can we please switch off the analysis screen? Thank you.
Yes. How did it move?
So I think it was the sequence
Yeah.
that you tried on the board
Yeah.
has actually been played.
Oh yeah, the same. So for here, it's white waves. If the now in this case, like the black is control the line now, but the whites can cut the line quite easily in D2. So if white moves D2, maybe now or in the future, white can get the south east X square, like H8.
Indeed, Roel has to find a nice way of cutting that diagonal and still actually keeping control of the game, because if he opens too much up in the north, black gets some additional moves to stay alive. Okay, the game is still a win for white, but Roel would like to get the most out of it as possible. So cut it nicely, keep control, and then take a lot of discs along the way.
And also, Isa Joram XD Best Channel in the chat. We are not assuming that you're not all super advanced in the chat. In fact, to the contrary, I assume that you are super advanced. However, if there are people watching that have never seen Othello before, we want this to be accessible to everyone, so that we can grow this marvellous game. So yes, however, I am expecting some super advanced analysis from you in the chat that I can steal. So thank you.
Yeah. And we'll take questions of any level. We have a a threefold former world champion in the room, so that should do the trick.
And then we have me for the beginners, so there we go.
Yeah.
It's also slightly easier to see whose go it is once they get below 20 minutes, because the time ticks down as opposed to seeing which dots are flashing.
So I guess that Roel is expecting Antonina to play d2, and then he can go to b7 to grab another corner two moves later.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure if that's the best sequence to play.
Yeah.
I thought cutting the diagonal by d2 and then going to the corner was better.
It's quite easy to win, I think.
And even b7? B7's okay?
Yeah, b7.
After
I think
d2 is b7. Is okay.
I think the white can win even in b7, but the b7 gives a corner of a8 to black. I think we don't have to do that in this time, I think.
And also, if players do finish on the same number of points, there are tie breaks as well, which is based on the number of discs that they have each game. So Roel will be thinking here how to win with the most discs that he possibly can, and so maximise his tie break score.
And I think this position is a very good instructive position for beginners and intermediate players. This is just the kind of position you have to avoid when you are playing black. In this case, if you are black, you only have two legal options, whereas white has a whole bunch of places to go. And white will eventually get an access to h8, and then h2 will get the right hand edge to white. So this is a helpless position for black. So if you are playing...
In this case, I think b7 is such a nice move, because if white moves b7, black can only move to a7, and white can get the corner of a8.
Right. There is a term, mobility control. This is a typical mobility control position. I mean, the control has been accomplished. White has succeeded in controlling the mobility of the opponent, black, because black only have one option. Black must go there.
And I think this will be the first pass that we've seen so far, this tournament, of the games we've covered. So black now can't move, I think. Yeah. So it's now white's move again. And towards the end of the game, that becomes really good because you get more discs. So for those who have joined more recently after our introductions of ourselves, I think we'll just go through and introduce ourselves again, just so people know who is hosting. Shall we say names and Othello Quest ratings?
Maybe, yeah.
Just because that gives a good idea.
Okay.
So I'm Luke Plowman. I'm from England, and in 5 minute on Othello Quest, I'm about 1800.
Okay. I'm Tom Schotte from Belgium, and on Othello Quest I'm a bit over 2100.
Hi, I'm Takeshi Murakami from Japan. My Othello Quest rating is 2250, something like that.
Hello, my name is Tomoki Otaka. Actually, I'm a Japanese, but I'm living in Vienna, the capital city in Austria. My Othello quest rating is about 2,200, and yeah, a bit over than that, I think.
He's Ace of Diamond on Othello quest, so I think that kind of says it.
Yeah. Maybe some of the player, maybe some of the person who watching this this video are maybe played with me.
Show the camera. Are we able to get a shot of us just quickly, Mr. Cameraman? Just so they can see us, and then we'll jump back into the game. I don't know if that's
possible.
We can't just be bossed around by the people in the chat, but I think that's a nice idea.
So Hobo is thinking hard.
He's really using his time.
Yes, to maximize his final score. It is very important to have more discs, even if you're winning anyway.
Now it's really a matter of squeezing out as many as possible black discs.
Maybe the 2 disc will be the difference of going to the playoff or not.
Right.
Is he thinking about now playing G2 and then go to H8 and then play B2?
That's nice.
Yeah, that's also nice. I think if I'm white, I think I'll move A2, because A2, black, no, white A2, black B2, white B1, and black A1. Oh, but he moved from there.
Why is he?
That seems.
That's not the best move.
I think that's not the best move. Yeah, actually, these moves can cut the line, but there's another good way to cut the line. And also, the white can get the line of G, I think. But
I don't think that sacrificing those 7 discs was the best option here.
Maybe he moves B2 here. I don't know, but
B2, C2, C1.
Yeah, B2, C2, C1, and maybe after that, if he moves A2, B1 is such a strong move, and if he moves B1, E1 is such a strong move. Yeah, he did.
Yes, that is a good point in the chat as well. It's a Swiss tournament, even though we're in France. So, yeah, a Swiss tournament is where if you win your round, then you play someone else that is on the same number of points as you, or as close as possible. So those winning all their games play other people that are also winning all their games, and those that are losing all their games play others that are also losing all their games. So you end up with the best players playing the best players, and the worst players, or the players not doing as well, playing the other players not doing as well. So yeah, that's how pairings for rounds are decided.
And then we also have an open question from Jason. So, is a youth female player also playing in the Women's World Championship? Yes. So Fuyumi from Japan is both competing in the youth category and the female category. So it's possible that she qualifies for both semifinals. And we have good news for her because the schedule allows for her to compete in both.
Yeah, and I think it's 16 discs for black, I think. So 48 against 16, and Roel Hobo wins. So
that was very good. Yes, so in the camera screen room. If are we able to get a shot of just the commentators quickly? Just before they're in for an interview. I'll try that again. Maybe it needs Tom to ask.
Yeah.
It worked last time.
Can we please have a shot of the commentating team? Please. I forgot again.
Always say please. Cool, so they should be in here for an interview soon.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be able to interview them. I'll go and ask quick.
So on table 2 we see Shunkoi playing black against Keita Omori, and we get the players in, Antonina and Roel from table 1.
Actually, this screen shows wrong. The Keita Omori is the left man, which wearing the yellow and black T-shirt, and the man who's wearing the golden sweaters is I think the Lee Chun Kui thing.
So I think we're just going to introduce the commentators first.
Okay. But he's going to the washroom.
Okay, well, we'll do that after then.
Okay. So
We shall ask some questions and then
May I leave my seat?
we'll introduce ourselves.
Actually, I have to take some. I want to take some. I have to send it to JOA.
Yep.
Okay.
So we are just going to ask some questions to both of you, and then for Sajorum XD best channel, we'll try and introduce ourselves with the video, so you can see who's talking.
So Antonina, welcome back. Roel, also welcome. How has it been, Antonina? Second game on table 1.
It was difficult because you're like very good opponent, yeah. So it was really difficult, yeah.
Yes, so Roel was actually my first ever opponent back in 2013 at the Cambridge EGP. So I've been exactly where you are, but maybe in a slightly worse position because I got probably more hammered. So, yeah. How was the game for you, Roel? What was your thought process during it?
Yeah, at first I didn't know.
One sec.
Oh. Yeah, at first I didn't know what to expect. It's table 1, so, and she obviously won the first 2 games. I assumed so. So I didn't know what to expect. Maybe she was very good and maybe a difficult opponent. And then I played the opening. I prepared, and first 3 moves she did very well. And I was still thinking, am I going wrong here? Did I play the wrong moves? There's quite some opportunities, but then after a few moves later, she made a mistake and then another one, and then I rather felt comfortable, and then it was quite finding the correct line to the end to gain the most possible discs as could be.
Yeah, we saw during the game that you really took your time to try to get as many discs as possible towards the end. Do you have the feeling you got the most out of it?
I don't. I'm not sure, because I also wanted to play a good game and give her quite some puzzles as well. And in the end, I did not see any other opportunity to give away the right edge for me.
Okay.
I was trying to get that as well, but then I figured out. Okay, the edge is only 8 discs. So I must sacrifice it in order to gain more discs elsewhere on the board.
Okay.
Wow, fair enough. And yeah, we obviously just interviewed you because we also watched your previous game, which was a very exciting win. So, Roel, what are your hopes for this tournament? What would you like to get out of it?
Oh, my hopes, of course, always aiming for the highest possible. That's becoming number one. Don't think that's very realistic. So my hope, I would really glad to be in top 10.
Yeah. Good luck. Good luck
even with this number
that.
of participants, with top 20, I would be also would be satisfied as well.
Fair enough.
And Antonina, still the same thought as last round.
Let's say have fun and like meeting new people and win some games. Yeah.
That's a nice thought.
And if anyone has any questions in the chat that they want to ask, then please go for it.
We're happy to take them.
Yeah, I'm enjoying, I think, the colour coordination between both of you. You're both wearing green, quite a similar shade of green, so I enjoyed that very much.
Oh, we will match some colours.
Yeah,
indeed.
Yes. Yeah, so I think that's all the questions we have.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you
for coming in.
For coming in.
And good luck for the rest of the tournament.
And enjoy lunch. Enjoy the lunch.
Yep.
And then we'll be back for round 4.
Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Who knows what round 4 will bring us?
Indeed. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I wish Antonina good luck for the next rounds as well.
Thank you, you too.
Live tables on camera. There also the names have been switched, so Di Mattei is playing on the left and Takitora is playing on the right.
Do you know how old Takatora is?
He's young.
He's very young.
Yeah.
How old was? Is it Fukuchi that won a few years ago?
I think he was 10 at the time.
He was 10 and he won the World Championships.
Indeed.
I think that was back in Prague, wasn't it? So 2018. Japan just have crazy young people that just, I don't know, different level.
Yeah, I think here Alessandro is in control. So Takitora will take the bottom right corner and the bottom edge, but well, white has parity and will grab a lot of discs. So that's a clear win from for Alessandro, who will then be on 3 points after 3 games. So now he's playing d7 and he's using his edge on the right side to get a lot of discs. There we see another game where Kento Urano defeated Kento Urano on the left, defeated Ralph Reinders by a high score.
That's a lot of white discs.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And Kento Urano is one of the favourites to win as well. I've heard lots of Japanese people think he's as good as Takahashi even,
yes,
and could challenge him. So that will be exciting to see for sure.
Well, I think that challenge will come maybe later today.
Yeah.
Or in the course of tomorrow. I'm pretty sure they will play each other, and then we'll see who comes out on top. Takitora also used his time so he only has 1 minute left.
And
Alessandro is just writing down his game.
Yeah.
But he still has more than 11 minutes left, so he can count every single combination possible on the board to get the most possible number of discs.
And yes, we will aim to get the referee a cup of coffee at some point. It is indeed time for lunch soon.
Albert still looks quite awake. We've seen table judges falling asleep before during live broadcasting, so that's those things also happen.
It amazes me how these young people can sit still for so long as well.
And just also imagining they also only arrived in France on Wednesday?
Yes, Wednesday, 26th.
So they have a jet lag of 7 hours.
At that age as well, it's so strange seeing someone that young counting the pieces. Because I started doing that a few years ago.
Well, I've just been to the restaurant and I met Vince Andriani, and he told me Taketora beat Kashiwabara 33-31.
Close game.
Yeah. And what he said was, you should never underestimate a Japanese kid.
Just in general.
No, for sure not.
In life.
Officially, that's not allowed. Touching the board when it's not your turn. But okay. Some players would really get annoyed by that. Okay, Alessandro wins.
And Alessandro is, just because he's not Japanese doesn't mean he's not strong. He's a very strong player.
He's the reigning European champion. So many people have high expectations of him during this tournament.
Is this the real game?
This is the real game, but the players are switched.
Yeah, that's
the names are wrong. Right. Well, this is a board position where it's more difficult to get an immediate view on who's winning.
Whose turn
so
is
it's Black's turn. The lever of the clock is up for the player on the right.
And it's just coming to the end of the mid-game, really, still, so it's quite hard to...
It's the moment when they switch between trying to get positionally good and really getting to... trying to figure out the complete sequence of moves which is still ahead.
It's also, I guess, in a way, the point where it switches from how can I play as quietly as possible to how can I get as many discs as...
Oh, amazing move.
That is a pretty move.
He didn't see that the line was turning as well. You saw it in his reaction that
What? Someone explain to me what's going on here.
Well, he played G7 to take diagonal control from B2 to G7, but he didn't see that he had the black disc, white disc on A7, so he flipped the whole 7 line as well, allowing black to take the corner.
And this comes back because, is that Singapore? Is that where he's...
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong. My bad. That's a longer journey, so jet lag, maybe more tired. You're more likely to miss things like that. So.
Yeah, but this is also a blunder, and Lee is. I think he's rated above 2000. So this is really a misjudgment. Well, Othello is not only about skill of how good you are, but sometimes you have to have a bit of luck if your opponent really misses something or doesn't play as his or her best.
Well, not sometimes, but always.
Yes,
you need to have a...
Otherwise you can't win a game.
The person that wins the game is the person that makes the second to last game losing mistake.
But is this game truly lost for White? Or are there still options?
It's not lost yet.
The referee there doing a good job.
Yeah, White now has to play a4 to avoid that Black takes another move on that edge.
And when you say a4, which side is that?
That's the left side.
Yeah.
So if you have the horizontal rows are actually 1 to 8, so from top to bottom, and from left to right we indicate squares as A to H. So the top left square is A1 and the bottom right square is H8. Of course, if you see the live board on table 1, we see the square, we see the indication of the names of the squares.
Just slightly harder because it's
I think Kento is coming back in the game. It's not so one-sided.
Taking parity in that region. But that's giving up a lot of discs.
They play quick.
Lee has 46 seconds left, I think. Or is it even less?
Enough.
On the right side, is that 16?
Enough time
No.
to win the game.
But they are both below 1 minute and 30 seconds on their clocks.
So who is winning here?
I guess Black.
Black.
Yeah. I think the optimal line is D1, H1, G2, A2, B1, B2, A1. Maybe it was too fast for intermediate players, but and I think black has more discs. Oh.
And here we watch some impressive speed flipping as well as they get quite low on time.
So, White is trying to
get two diagonals.
Two diagonals.
Yes.
Actually, three of them, because he already played B1.
Right.
So
yes.
flipping a diagonal, and then he wants to play A2 as well.
Yeah.
Next move, maybe.
Yeah. Definitely.
And also B2 would give a lot of discs for White. But then, of course, he should avoid that blacks can take back.
Oh, no.
He gets the corner. Some quick counting. We're counting along.
A1 should be better than D1, no? Oh, that's better. Oh.
Still getting.
What's the score there?
Close. Was it
7, 8, 9, 10. $27 for White, I think.
Wasn't it 28?
I think it's 28.
It might be 28.
That was once again an interesting endgame.
Yes.
I didn't expect White to still get out 28 discs after that
blunder.
That blunder.
Yeah.
He will be annoyed about that. What is the plan with lunch? What's happening with that?
We're going to have a break then.
Okay.
So that's the lunch break.
Okay, so we are going to take a break for lunch now. We will be back at 1:45. Around then. So see you all then, and thanks for watching. Okay.
So we'll go on for another 5 minutes.
And then we'll have lunch.
And then we'll have lunch indeed. So we see the footage of the playing rooms during round number 3. And also we'll shed a view on the results of the games which have already finished, which is, I think, the majority of them. I think that's against Kevin Ruby. So I'll go over the results of the top 10 tables. Lee won 36-28 against Keita Omori. That's what we've just seen in the live stream. Domenico Palladino lost 24-40 to Lari Pihlajapuro. Remy Tastet lost by 30-34 from Leonid Schiffman. David Hand defeated Nicky van den Begelaar 37-27. There was a close encounter between Oh Young-mok and Matthias Berg. Matthias Berg won by 31-33. Miyamoto lost against Di Mattei. That's also what we've seen on the live stream by 21-43. And those are the actual games. I have one more. Arthur Joignier defeated Olli Makonnen by 50-14. And then a last result, Samuel Clinton from France had 23 discs against Katie Pihlajapuro with 41 discs. So here we see the Eiffel Tower.
Takashi Kuczwara and Yoko Sano were playing, but now the camera is taking the Eiffel Tower.
So, and maybe interesting for all you to know is that when we come back after lunch break with Studio Othello, we will give some insights on our fantasy Othello. So our fantasy league where you could take and pick 5 players that compete in this World Championship and try to get as many as possible points. So we'll have some intermediate results and highlight the best teams, and also send some words of appreciation to the people making those teams. So that's what we're going to do before starting round 4, and also then we will be looking forward to the pairings of round 4 and also shed light on our expectations.
Indeed, we were told to keep going for 5 minutes. I feel like it's been 5 minutes, but we can keep talking if not.
I think we're halfway.
Halfway. My stomach says otherwise, but here we are.
That's the difference. If you have 2 players which still have a lot of time, they can get really easy through the last moves and take note of those moves on the transcript sheet without being stressed out.
I wonder who is the cameraman. His work is fantastic.
It is.
Yeah.
Movie-like. Something to take into account. Oh, there's me.
There we are. So you see the 3 of us. We're missing one of the commentators.
Yeah. So again, we'll go through introducing ourselves again, just so you can see who's saying what. So I'm Luke Plowman from England.
I'm Tom Schotte from Belgium. So playing for 20 years now. I'm also president of the Belgian Othello Association. I already played quite some international tournaments, both in Europe as World Championships. So I think I can give some insights on the games being played during this championship.
I'm Takeshi Murakami from Japan. I started playing Othello when I was 16, and now I'm 57. So I have been enjoying this game for more than 4 decades. It's such a nice game.
And how many World Othello Championships have you won?
I won 3 World Championships. Well, I played in 5 World Championships. First one was in Paris, 1985. Then it took me long 8 years to again qualify for the World Championship. And I played in 1996 in Tokyo. That was my first victory. Then 1998 in Barcelona. Then 2000 in Copenhagen. Then the World Cup of Othello in Singapore. I greatly enjoyed those experiences, and I'm very happy to be back in Paris, where I played my first World Championship many years ago.
Yeah, we're all happy that you have managed to make the trip.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we're all happy you can speak such wonderful English and be a part of this commentary.
Thank you.
Invaluable.
Yeah. And I think we'll be hearing more of you after the lunch break. I think it's time for us to
go for lunch.
Go for lunch.
We'll see you, soon.
We'll be back in less than 1 hour at 1:45, or maybe a bit later. Depends on the schedule. But stay tuned, and we'll see each other later on.
Toodle pip for now.
Welcome to our little video tutorial to learn Othello. This is Lesson 1. It only explains the board and the game rules. If you already know those basics, you might want to skip to Lesson 2 or 3. Othello is extremely easy to learn, and at the same time, the game is so complex that you'll never get bored. Or, as expressed by the Othello motto, a minute to learn and a lifetime to master. Let's start with the basics. Othello is played on a green board with 8 squares in each direction. 8 times 8 equals 64 squares in total. There's only one kind of disc. They are flat and white on one side and black on the other. Othello is played by 2 persons against one another, and they have 1 color each. The aim is to get as many discs of your own color by the end of the game. So how do you do it? You start with 4 discs in the middle, placed like this. In Othello, you don't move the discs, you add discs. That means that a disc will remain on the same square throughout the game, but it might change color a number of times. Black always starts. You flip the opponent's discs over by taking one of your own discs as the starting point, and then place a new disc from your stock of discs on an empty square on the other side of your opponent's disc. Simple, isn't it? In this starting position, black can choose between 4 different moves. They point in different directions, but they are identical, though laterally reversed. And then, the game goes on from there. As you can see, you can move both straight and diagonally. If there's a situation where a player does not have any possible moves, it is a pass, and the opponent gets another turn. Gradually, the board gets filled with discs, starting from the middle and spreading towards the edges and corners. When the board has been filled with discs, or no more moves are possible, the game ends. The discs of each color are counted. The player with the most discs has won the game. As there are 64 squares in total, this is the maximum score. You need at least 33 squares to win the game. 32 to 32 is a draw. In some cases, some empty squares are left. Empty squares are added to the winner's score. Now you know the Othello rules. I told you it's simple. Check out our channel if you want to learn more about the game and to get some tips and strategy advice on how to win an Othello match. Welcome to our little video tutorial to learn Othello. This is Lesson 1. It only explains the board and the game rules. If you already know those basics, you might want to skip to Lesson 2 or 3. Othello is extremely easy to learn, and at the same time, the game is so complex that you'll never get bored. Or, as expressed by the Othello motto, a minute to learn and a lifetime to master. Let's start with the basics. Othello is played on a green board with 8 squares in each direction. 8 times 8 equals 64 squares in total. There's only one kind of disc. They are flat and white on one side and black on the other. Othello is played by 2 persons against one another, and they have one color each. The aim is to get as many discs of your own color by the end of the game. So how do you do it? You start with 4 discs in the middle, placed like this. In Othello, you don't move the discs, you add discs. That means that a disc will remain on the same square throughout the game, but it might change color a number of times. Black always starts. You flip the opponent's discs over by taking one of your own discs as the starting point, and then place a new disc from your stock of discs on an empty square on the other side of your opponent's disc. Simple, isn't it? In this starting position, black can choose between 4 different moves. They point in different directions, but they are identical, though laterally reversed. And then, the game goes on from there. As you can see, you can move both straight and diagonally. If there's a situation where a player does not have any possible moves, it is a pass, and the opponent gets another turn. Gradually, the board gets filled with discs, starting from the middle and spreading towards the edges and corners. When the board has been filled with discs, or no more moves are possible, the game ends. The discs of each color are counted. The player with the most discs has won the game. As there are 64 squares in total, this is the maximum score. You need at least 33 squares to win the game. 32 to 32 is a draw. In some cases, some empty squares are left. Empty squares are added to the winner's score. Now you know the Othello rules. I told you it's simple. Check out our channel if you want to learn more about the game and to get some tips and strategy advice on how to win an Othello match.
Hello all, and welcome to the afternoon session of the 44th World Othello Championship in Paris, France. We are the Studio Othello team, and my name is Tom Schotte.
I'm Takeshi Murakami.
I'm Tomoki Otaka.
So this morning we had 3 interesting rounds where our 88 players competed in the World Championship. Players have had their lunches on the terrace with a view on the Eiffel Tower, and now are getting ready for round number 4. And I'm sure there will be some excited matches. But first I would like to have a view on who are the players with still 3 wins. So let's get the list. So with 3 points out of 3, we have Kenta Urano from Japan, Arthur Joignier from Switzerland, Katie Pihlajapuro from Finland. She's the only female player with the maximum number of points. Then we have the reigning European champion Alessandro Di Mattei, reigning world champion Takahashi Akihiro. Also, Roel Hobo from the Netherlands has 3 points, as well as Lari Pihlajapuro. Also on 3 points from Hong Kong is Shun Koi Lee from Hong Kong, Matthias Berg from Germany, Imre Lieder from the United Kingdom, and also David Hand from the UK still has 3 points. And there is one more undefeated player, which is Yoko Sano from the US. She has 2.5 points out of 3. So those 12 players will populate the first 6 tables in round 4. And I'm sure there will be some excited matches over there. If we have a brief look on the current standings in the team competition, so there is not a single country remaining which is undefeated. Both Finland, Great Britain and Japan have 8 points, which means in their team they have 2 players with 3 out of 3 and 1 player with 2 points. Hong Kong, Italy, the Netherlands and Switzerland have 7 points for their team. So, what can we expect in the afternoon?
4 more exciting games, very exciting games. It's a long way. 4 games in Japan would be 4 times 40 minutes, but here it's 4 times 60 minutes. So it's very tiresome games for the players. But of course it's very enjoyable experience. I'm sure many of them are enjoying their experience here.
And also, from here, I think the top tables will be so exciting because only the strong players are in the top tables from now.
And there may be moments when Takahashi and Urano will play in this afternoon. So what happens in their game? That's interesting.
Maybe you have indeed some games between the Japanese players already early on in this tournament. Well, that would be really exciting. Now, maybe something else before we kick off with round 4. As many of you already know, for this year's championship we have introduced a new competition, which is a Fantasy Othello, where you could pick out 5 players competing in this World Championship, and well, that team can give you some nice prizes at the end. And actually we're heading well, we had a kickstart. We have had nearly 200 teams competing, and after 3 rounds it's possible that your team has 15 points gathered, because every single one of your team members have 3 out of 3, but that's no longer the case for any of the teams.
So has the registration for it is closed, isn't it? Or was that?
Yeah, this morning.
Yeah, this morning, which makes sense because otherwise I'd just change my team.
Yeah.
So the way just that it works, I guess, is that you get to choose 5 players. You get a maximum rating for your whole team of 10,000 points.
Correct.
So the ratings of all 5 players must add up to 10,000 or less. And then you're only allowed one player per country as well. And then you get points for every win they get, half a point for every draw each player gets on your team, and then if they win the entire tournament, they get 4 points. If they win the entire women's tournament, they get 4 points. If they win the entire youth tournament, they get 4 points, and 3 points for semi-final, or 3 points for coming second, and 2 points for coming third, 1 point for coming fourth.
Yep, indeed. So currently there are not yet bonus points awarded. So it's just the plain wins in the Swiss system. And to give you a heads up on the current standings, there are 6 teams tied in first place with 13 points. So I'll just name the players who have entered those teams. So Mickey Schiffman, Gary Admet, Ian Turner.
Can I just point out, sorry.
No, sorry.
Takahashi's forehead was zoomed in on the screen, so I thought that was funny.
Nice. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. The kickoff in 3 minutes, I believe. So we have Mickey Schiffman, Gary Admet, Ian Turner, Dong, Jackie Fu, and Carlo Alami, who are currently leading the Fantasy Othello after 3 rounds. But this is really preliminary because we have 4 more teams on 12.5 points. And I believe about 20 teams with 12 points, so the standings are really close to each other.
I am on a mediocre 10 points.
Yeah, actually my team is in 12 points, but maybe it can be the first place.
Yeah, I think what has been interesting is seeing who picks Takahashi and who doesn't pick Takahashi.
No.
Because obviously the youth Japanese player may...
Fuyumi Okudaira.
Maybe a more guaranteed 4 points than Takahashi, with other strong Japanese players that may be able to challenge him. So it's been interesting to see different people's strategies.
More updates on that later on today. So we see table 1, and KT Pihlajapuro from Finland is playing back against the reigning world champion Akihiro Takahashi.
He has put off his mask. I think he was wearing his mask in the first 3 rounds.
It's because he has this most delightful smile that he just smiles as he's thrashing you.
Yeah.
And I think it's for intimidation. So.
And the opening is the Rose Bill opening. And Akihiro Takahashi he chose FJT opening, which is one of the famous opening, which is draw.
I think it used to be the more common move, wasn't it? And then there was the other one.
The Kompot variation became more popular in the early 2000s.
And that was just because of computers saying it was apparently better?
Before it was believed not to be really playable, but with really book players coming into play, and that opening made a lot of sense.
Right.
Yeah, this is still a draw game, and it's quite one of the famous openings, I think.
Yep.
I've never saw this one, but I think it's not bad because Akihiro Takahashi chose this opening. But I think it's not common. I've never saw this. Yeah. I also use this FJT opening when I was white, but yeah, I've never saw this. It's so surprising.
And actually, Brian Rose, one of the players that this opening is named after, the Rose Bill, is here and competing, and I met him for the first time yesterday, which was really cool. So, yeah.
Maybe. I think is he thinking, or
you can see him counting out every single possibility.
Yeah.
He's so strong that he can afford to play an inferior opening in the beginning.
Right, and he's not a book player. Many book players seek to move moves that are evaluated optimal by AI players, but that approach. That approach is popular nowadays, but he's not one of them. And the player he looks up to is Sukuni Makoto. And he also is not a book player. In Ozasen this year, which was held in July.
Yeah, July.
July in Japan. He beat, Nagano.
Yasushi Nagano, yeah.
Nagano and Yamakawa.
Takahashi Yamakawa from Japan.
Yes.
And Shun Soda, one of the famous and one of the strong Othello player in Japan. And also the Keita Omori, which is the player from Japan, and he's joined this tournament.
And these games, he didn't use the moves that computers recommended. He used moves that are evaluated -6 or -8 by AI players. Still he won. That's because he's so good at middle game and end games. And of course, it's his advantage. The other opponent doesn't know what to do after he made the -8 move or -6 move. And they will make small mistakes, and finally Akihiro will have a winning position for him.
Yeah, and also he's also polite in openings, but he doesn't use, because like the famous openings, which everyone knows, like other player knows that, so Akihiro can't has an advantage to use the famous ones. So I think he chooses which one is not famous. Yeah. And is next white next, is it H6 possible?
H6
yeah.
is good.
Or maybe this is quite difficult, I think.
H6 seems quite okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So what is the thought process for white here? Because everything else we've talked about has said try not to play around the outside of pieces and try and stay very central. But this almost looks like white is wrapping around black. So why is this good for white?
Before that, sorry, can you show the virtual board, in iPad?
Virtual board.
Okay, virtual board. The move, the white move before. The black is aiming the E8 position, and for E8, if the blacks move to E8, it's quite bad for white, because the black can move, can make the moves quite easily, and also how do you say, it's, and like it's good for black and it's bad for white. So so Takahashi stopped made white the disc of G6, which is the disc for the axis of the E8, and for that black can't move in E8, and I think it's so hard to move in E8 to make the connection, I think.
Yes, as Tamaki pointed out, White's move to H6 has taken away Black's move to E8, and that was the paramount goal for White. So even if the White move to H6 seems rather exterior, I don't know how to say it, outside flipping moves, it is still very good. Maybe just because it denies Black's move to E8.
Yeah, so the playing, I guess as we saw, I can't remember which game it was, but the one with the pattern in the bottom right, where White just tried to take lots and lots of pieces. It's not always good to take as few pieces as possible and be in the middle. There are situations where it may be better to play slightly more loud moves because, for example, if a whole row is one colour, then you can't flip that way, and so it can often deny access to either player if you play loud moves. Just responding to the chat. South American players are doing well. Lucas is on 2 points at the moment, so is doing well. What about? I don't know if it's here that they're talking about. What about G5 here?
I think I just think about that too.
G5, I don't think it's a very good idea because White will go to H4.
I know, but there's no other good moves, I think.
How about H3?
H3, because I think about that too, but if it moves like H3 and next E8 to make an access of G5, it doesn't look good for Black, I think. But but H5 is more bad than that, so maybe H3 is better than that.
So but there aren't any very good moves.
The Black's looks not good, I think.
So Katie is already in trouble.
I mean, as you'd almost expect against someone of Takahashi's prowess.
Or maybe, how about C2 or something? Maybe that's possible too.
Yeah, it is.
The disc on G3 is quite nasty for Black,
I know.
because that causes all of Black's moves to become loud and flip in more directions than maybe it could. For example, if Black were to play on B3, that would be a nice quiet move, except that the disc on G3 means you'd also flip that way. So that's called a poison disc, and that's what it is.
Is G8 an option here?
G8, but however, if he moves G8, I think the White will move B5 after that, maybe. But the the shape in the bottom edge is so bad if he moves C, and I think it doesn't look good after he moved to G8. And
if they play G8 as well, will there be a possibility for a stoner trap?
Oh yeah, exactly.
Someone said about a Lando maneuver, which I'm not totally sure what that is, but it does look stonery to me.
Well, I noticed that Akihiro is a quite handsome boy, especially when he's not wearing mask. Well, it's a shame that everyone is wearing his mask in Japan. We still do.
Yeah.
And in France, we see few people who are wearing their masks.
Yeah, actually, in my country, Austria, we have to wear masks when we take subways.
Oh.
Yeah.
How about in Paris? Do we have to?
No, I thought we have, but I think we don't have to.
Oh.
It's advertised to do it, but it's not an obligation.
I see.
You kind of see on Katie's face.
She's laughing.
Like, okay, how did I get in this situation? Because it's not that we saw her playing any wrong move.
Yeah, I know. We can't figure out that what was the bad of this game.
Yeah, I remember from playing Takahashi in 2019, it just the raw power that every single one of his moves felt like they had. I tried really hard to think through each move and not play stupidly, and then he somehow just still ended up wiping me out completely, and it felt like it was lost from maybe the second move. It was quite...
Maybe she's trying to move in E2, maybe?
Yes, E2 is a good move. Well, I would play to E2. Like black E2, white D2, and then black H5. That would be a nice line for black.
That gives her some breathing space.
Sorry?
Yeah.
That gives her some breathing space.
Ah, yes. And a nice quiet move to F2 in the end of the line.
Yeah. Does Takahashi's clock still say 25 minutes?
Yes, but they start on 30.
Oh,
so
of course.
he already spent 5.
I'm used to tournaments where it's 25. I thought I was going crazy.
And he's drinking a juice. Orange juice. Yeah.
Always has his orange
juice.
He's already ahead. He doesn't need orange juice.
Once Othello is a worldwide phenomenal sport, we'll need to get Takahashi some kind of Tropicana sponsorship, I think.
Yes.
So
that's what he should do.
He must have expected that move, because Katie was already doing a fake maneuver early on to E2. Playing B5 is still favorable for him? Or does he need to respond with D2 or F2 now?
Or maybe, how about H3? Is it not? Yeah, but...
H3, D2, and...
B5. It's not good, I think. Maybe, I think, probably D2, or maybe some other moves that...
Well, in any case, black will have a nice move to H5, so she has to think about it.
Yeah, but like...
No, he has to think about it. It's white's turn.
But for example, like, if white moves white D2, black H5,
yeah.
I think the b5 for white is I think very good move. The line is bit controlled, and
that's right.
The black don't have can't move in f2. I think.
That's right.
We've got a nice comment online. We were looking for the wrong move of Katie, and the response was wrong move was getting paired with Takahashi.
Well, Tomoki pointed out that black won't have access to f2 after even here white plays d2, black plays h5, and then white plays to b5, and that mini diagonal control from c5 to e3 is it is true that black cannot go to f2, but then black can go to b6.
And black can always go to f2 because there is a disc on f8.
No. Like if it moves d2 and next black h5, so the disc of f3 becomes black.
Right.
Yeah.
h5. I thought I was looking at h4 indeed. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I was talking about that situation.
And white goes to b4, and then black has b6, regaining access to f2. But anyway, I think that's what black should do.
Oh, great.
So he decided that black's move to f5 is rather powerful. So he just cut it away.
Oh, like I think he thinks that if black's and I think he's aiming the f he wants to move at f2, I think, and if the black stop to move, for example d2, maybe he wants to move c1 or somewhere else, I think. How about h4 here?
Yeah, h4 here looks good. It's a good move.
In the move before, so before black played
but
a
like,
bold move.
So
ambitious.
No access to g5. That's
yes,
a bonus.
That's the point. But
like if for example after this maybe h3 white,
yes.
Black e1,
yes,
and white d1. What's the what is black doing after that? I can't figure out.
b5.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
d2. Oh.
Okay, that's expected.
Or
so Katie has to play e1.
Or maybe
E1, D1,
h4
D2.
or something here. Maybe that's possible.
Yeah, it is possible, yes.
And because of course black can't play in g5 here, which is an extra move for Takahashi, which is called a tempo. So it's just kind of a move he can save for later and almost use to pass and not play a move. It's
Well, Luke, you told about the poisoned disc. It's gone now, but I don't think that b3 is now a good move, unfortunately for Katie.
No, it's not good. Yeah, that's right, because white then has a nice move to g5. Black has to think about ways to prevent white from going to g5. So h4 seems good.
The problem is that she has to prevent quite a lot of things with one single move.
Maybe she's thinking about g2. Maybe. I think
to complicate things.
Yeah.
Black G2.
Wouldn't it not be better that she plays E1, D1, G2?
It's quite possible.
Isn't that better than playing G2 right away? Because with G2 you get G5,
exactly.
that she first takes away the access to G5 before playing the X square.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe she's thinking now that is it possible?
This game is actually not good for my fantasy team because I have both of them. I still think that E1, D1, and then G2.
Yeah, I think she's thinking.
Because there is no other really playable sequence.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, but then White will go to D7, and Black will. No. Sorry, that was a mistake. That's not.
Maybe like
E8.
Yeah. But it flips the F, but that will also flip the F7 disc. So
Yeah, it does.
And so like E1, D1, E8, and maybe next H3 over there.
Yes, that's my choice. Yes.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. Or maybe
The B5 response
B5? Yeah.
is.
I would choose B5 when I'm playing.
Yeah, it's good to see Great Britain enjoying first in the team championships at the moment. Finland, Great Britain, and Japan are all on 8 points, which is it's good. It's good. We do like Great Britain.
Belgium is on 5 points. So to answer Jonan from the chat, Nicolas is playing all the time, but currently not on one of the live tables. Maybe if you win some more games, he can climb up the rankings and as such end up on one of the live tables.
Or if we go and shout at the right people, then they might put him on one of those tables. But we'll see.
Well, one of obvious merits of this move is that it deprived Black's move, Black of his move to D1. Black can no longer play to D1.
I think E8 is no natural move.
Yeah,
it
but
is.
like, but after that, I think E8, and Black E8 and White, maybe
C8?
C8 or maybe H3. I don't know which. Oh shit.
Maybe just H2 and Black will be in trouble.
Yeah, because I think.
Quick decision.
Well, no, Katie has the option to play C7 without White being able to respond to B8, and also not being able to play H2.
Yeah, right.
So that will give her some bandwidth here. Of course, you can also follow these games on Live Othello. And there is a fun fact about Live Othello. It was first used in 2005 during the World Championship in Iceland. And Katie was the first player to be on Live Othello back then. And she was playing an infamous player from Belgium, me. And she won. But that was actually in 2005 when we kicked off Live Othello in Iceland as a test project.
Yeah, I'm wishing that I put her in my fantasy team. But I think I put Oscar Eklund in instead.
Yeah, Oscar might not be scoring the bonus points.
I did think that, but I don't know kind of youth players and female players and who would win. Who's more likely to win as well. So
for here is I want to choose B5 here.
Yes. Was Live Othello developed by Emmanuel Lazare of France? Do you know who developed Live Othello?
I don't know by heart who developed it, but it might have been indeed Emmanuel, but in cooperation with some other developers.
Okay. It's almost looking quite nice for black.
Yes. But
is it?
Oh, I don't know. Am I missing something?
For like
maybe where will you go now?
I think A4 is. I think if I'm a player, I will choose A4. But after A4, like A4, B6, A6, B6, A5, A6, A7, B3 seems so bad for me. Maybe.
Shall we show that on the virtual board?
Yeah.
Are we able to get the virtual board up, please?
The KTS time is...
There we go. Let's
Thank you.
Let's see how it turns out.
Oh no, this is Takahashi's move here, and this is next black. For example, like here, and I just said like this. This seems not good for black, I guess.
And on top of that, white has a disc on D6, so access to both H2 and B8 at any point in time.
Yeah. Yeah, but I guess here there's no another good move for KT, I think.
How about A5?
A5? Yeah, like this. For example, it's just an example, but...
She played A5, yeah.
Oh. Okay.
She flipped too many discs to have played A4.
Worst prefer. I think there's a lot of options here, I think. Like A4 or A6 or B6, I think.
Isn't it just playing A4, A3, A6, A7, B6?
Yeah.
Good enough?
That looks
Yeah,
awesome.
good enough.
And then Issa Joram XD Best Channel also points out that because white has parity, black also has the added burden of creating a nice endgame.
Yeah.
So for those that don't know, the way that a game of Othello works, in essence, is that black plays a move, white responds to that move, and so on until the end of the game. And so black plays a move, white responds, black plays a move, white responds. So
she chose this.
then white gets the last move in the game, which is an advantage, but black gets to control the play. However, we talked about tempos earlier, and so it's also about trying to switch who plays the move and who is responding to the move, and that can be done with tempos as well.
think I understand his aim. I think.
Okay, please tell us.
I think after this, black will move. I think a6. And if it moves like a6 and a6 and a6 and white's a3.
Not b7.
Oh, maybe b7. Oh, I just lost losing. Yeah, I just want to say that the Takahashi is trying to control the line. Just that. Yeah, I just missed that. Yeah.
Which line is he trying to control?
The X line from the disk of f3 to b7. So I just want Mr. Murakami figure out like a6 the next b7. So that's so bad for black. I think black has to.
Well, it may not be so bad.
Why?
Because black has c2, b6, b7, and c2.
Sorry. Yeah. Just please wait. I just said here, and this is black. This and Mr. Murakami says like this. But for here,
d8.
D8 is such a good move here.
It's devastating.
Yes.
It's almost 3 extra tempos there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh.
Is
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the strength of seeing these kind of moves early in the game or have a game plan with those X squares, that's really the strength of these players.
I agree with that.
You really need to also, if you start explaining the game to people, one of the first things you say is corners are important and you shouldn't give them away. And then there is some turning point in where you grow your level, and that actually giving them away is way better than not doing that. And well, this is also one of the examples showing that Akihiro really mastered that part of the strategy.
So maybe.
Will whatever black plays, the white response will be d8? Sorry?
Yes, exactly. Oh no, like if black cut the line because the line is controlled now. The X line is controlled now. So, for example, if KT cut the line, C2 or E1, I think Takahashi will move to D8.
Yeah. He surely will.
But I'm just checking the board, but I think with every move she has, she will cut the diagonal.
Yes, maybe feels like that. Sorry.
Unless she plays g7, but that's not really going to happen. I think with every move she has, she is going to cut the diagonal.
What about well, someone suggested b2 in the chat, not for. I'm assuming that's for black.
Oh, I know, but
Is
yeah,
that
maybe that's possible, but oh yeah, she moved to. Oh, I think if E1, D8, and I think black will move to D2 next, I think. And maybe that's better than just to move C1.
Oh, so if black takes a corner now, then white gets both of the last moves in the bottom left.
Yes.
That's quite nice.
Yeah.
So, is D2 a good move here?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's a pretty move. And when will White be wanting to play H2? Because obviously he has that move in the tank, as it were. But at the moment, if he plays that, then is Black able to play G7, which is that what's stopping him from playing it now?
Black may never get access to go to G7 because the diagonal from C3 to F6 may remain all white all the way. So what I'm saying is that White's move to H2 can be devastating.
Oh yeah, because it takes a diagonal as well. Huh.
Hello, looking for Takahashi. Next to next room?
Me?
I'm looking for a player called Takahashi.
Takeshiかな?
Takahashi is playing.
Thank you.
Someone asked.
We also see that Katie is already very low in time.
4 minutes and 40 seconds.
It's still a lot, but to really think through a sequence or a couple of sequences, it's low.
Oh, so now if White were to play H2 in the future, then Black would still have access to G7.
Mm-hmm.
So why did he play there instead of H2?
That's my opinion, but H2 is quite dangerous than I think D2, because if you move H2, there's we have to pay an attention to not to because the Black attack the right edge if he moves to H2, but however he don't have to do a dangerous moves because the White is winning. The White is quite so good in here, and
yes, Akihiro doesn't have to take risks.
Mm-hmm. By the way, we already have 2 results from the top tables. So Alessandro Di Mattei defeated David Hand with 49-15.
No.
Sorry, Luke. And there was a draw between Kento Urano and Arthur Joignet.
Wow. Oh. That's a big one.
And the other tables are still ongoing.
And of course, dropping points now doesn't mean you can't win the tournament. The top 4 players afterwards go through to the semi-finals, and then finals after that as well. So you just need to be in the top 4 to have a chance of winning.
Indeed. So Matthias, Berg is going to defeat Imre Lieder. Sorry, Luke. It's going to be a tough round for
it's lunch. English people are good, and then they have lunch, and they're not good. So that's the problem.
So for here, it's I think A4 is such a good move. I think. Isn't it A4?
A4.
For White.
Well, Why not just a7?
Oh, because like for example, if black flips the discs of d2, it will be a swindle. And for example, if it moves a4, a3, and b3, black can't. Black was, I think, black have to flip the discs of d2, so like it will be a swindle, I think.
Yeah, it is a swindle, but does white have to move to a4? Maybe he just can move to a7 instead.
Yeah, but...
And then black will be obliged to flip d2 anyway.
Yeah, but like, I think, like a4 is, I think, better than a7 because I think he could get the left edge quite easily than a7. Like.
Yep. And just to answer the question in the chat, if the time runs out, I'm pretty sure that what happens is, someone's answering it, but I'll answer it anyway. You play out the remainder of the game. If the person who lost on time wins the game on the board, then the official final score is 33-31 to the person that won on time. If the person that runs out of time loses on the board, then that score stands. Apart from if the person that loses on time then takes 2 extra minutes to finish all their moves, then it's counted as a 64-0 to the person that won on time.
So first thing first, end your game in time.
Yes.
And avoid time losses.
Yes. If you lose on time, that trumps everything. So if your time management isn't there,
h8,
then you'll lose.
h7, and d1. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I
What will be the
h8
killing field sequence?
Yeah. I think for also the parities. I think Takahashi realized that he's winning in here, but
long before.
Yeah, I know. But he's trying to get the discs.
Yeah, maximum discs.
I think Takahashi goes into the game realizing he's winning. But
yes.
And so this is a case where parity is strong, because Takahashi is white, and white gets the last move if no one passes, and having the last move is strong. So for example here in the bottom right hand corner, if black plays in one square, then white gets to play in the other square, and so then the burden of play is on black, so black has to then make the next move and white keeps responding. Although again, here white has initiated the next sequence of play and saved g8 as a tempo, so almost a way to just skip a go and force the play back onto black.
Yeah, and the intention of white is going to be to force black to play h2.
Yeah.
And
so if all the other regions are kind of more closed off, and then black plays g7, because playing g7 doesn't give black. If white plays g8, sorry. So if white plays g8, assuming the top left corner is closed off to black, then playing g8 doesn't give black any new options, which would force black to play h2, and therefore giving white the top corner and the right edge.
And probably White will then also take the top row in that very last move.
And so Black also only has 1 minute and 42 seconds left. So I imagine she'll be able to finish within the time, but she doesn't have very much time to think at all.
If White goes to G8 now, Black no longer has access to B2. And, oh, that's interesting. If White plays G8, yeah, B3 remains, but only flipping one disk. And then I think White could just play B2 after that.
But that will
No, not yet. No. It's always worth considering these kind of sequences, because if they are playable and you never consider them, then you miss them out. So I think it's good to look at these crazy moves and then just deny them if you see they are not correct.
And the reason it's not a good move is that, I'm talking about G8 White and B3 Black, and then B2 White won't be a good move because Black's move to A4 will cut the diagonal and Black will keep the upper edge by going to A1 later.
Oh, so he's counting now. Maybe he's counting for A3, A4, B3, B2, G8, A2, A1, H2, H1, or maybe from G8 and B3. Oh, so yeah, he's counting from there and.
And yeah, also as Zaround 1000 says, she will be able to think a lot as his time is ticking down. And much of her work has been surviving to the end game, which is where most of her time went, I think.
Well, now Akihiro has lost the diagonal from B3 to G8.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, nice diagonal control now.
Yeah, but I wonder if A3 was correct or not. Maybe A3 has lost some discs. That's why he's winning nicely anyway.
Indeed, Takahashi had to do some sacrifices along the way to win the game, but at the end, score is still significant.
Is it 21 Black?
21. Yeah. So 21-43.
43, yeah.
And so it's an interesting example of he sacrificed the bottom left corner quite early on, and it's an example of where giving away corners can be the right thing to do.
And he more or less got the rest of the board.
Yeah.
Convincing victory for Akihiro.
So Lari, Katie's husband, is playing on table 2 against Shun Koi Lee. And it's Lari's move.
Please be seated here.
Hello.
Hey.
Right, we will wait for us to appear on the screen, and then we have a few questions for you two. It was a very good game. We enjoyed watching it. There we go. So, most important question first, Akihiro. If you don't drink orange juice, do you lose?
Pardon?
So you always have your bottle of orange juice with you when you play.
Yes.
If you don't have your orange juice, are you still good?
I'm the best condition with orange juice.
Fair enough. I like orange juice, so yes.
Okay. So some questions on the game. Katie, early on in the game, it became difficult, but you managed to pull yourself through. Do you also have that feeling?
A little bit, but not for long.
No.
You know. Have to check it.
We also don't have the figures yet. It's just what our feeling is.
Yeah, no, we're talking about the feelings here. So yeah, so I mean, how did you used a lot of your time at the beginning and in the mid game, and didn't have as much left in the end game?
Well, I guess I figured if I got myself in a very difficult position early on, I don't think I could have gotten out of it. So I tried to avoid that. But that didn't happen.
And Akihiro, what was your feeling on the game?
It's good, but I missed the end of. I feel I missed the end of game.
You didn't play the best move in the last, I don't know, 10 discus maybe?
Yes.
The one which allowed her to wedge inside. And I don't know where. 52. Maybe you are feeling that.
F1.
52 is the best move, but I think 44 is the second move, I think.
44.
I think A4 is the best move.
44. Where is 44?
44.
Oh, here.
I make move A7, but I am thinking A4 is the best move now.
Okay. Well, you will have time to analyze and learn from that mistake.
Yeah.
And even get better. So it's your first game on table 1.
Yes.
We expect quite some more of them. Looking at the players playing today, who's playing the strongest, or who's the top contender for you?
Yeah, who are you scared of?
I'm scared. With my teammate Kento. He won 3 games in the morning, and also Maverick from Hong Kong. is I'm scared.
Mhm.
I draw in WC 2019, so I want to win this year.
Yes, and so Katie, you were the only female player with 3 points out of 3. So you were leading the female standings. It's one of your main goals this year to make it at least to the semi-finals.
Try not to think about it.
One game at a time.
Yep.
Yeah.
May I ask you a question? What is your goal for this World Championship? Your goal, Mokyo? Yes.
My goal is become world champion.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good. Defend your title.
I think you're the first person to say that as well in the interview. So.
And Katie?
I want Finnish team to win.
Yes.
Great goal. Lari was doing well on table too.
Yeah.
So I
Finnish team has done okay so far.
yeah, at first glance we saw a view of the table, and I think he was ahead, but that was my humble opinion. Okay, I think we can close here for this round's interview. I would like to thank you very much for coming in, and best of luck in your next games, and maybe until a further session here.
Yeah.
Thank you
Look forward to
very much.
interviewing you both many more times. So you keep winning.
Othello is
Yes.
lower than in chess, but still
Yes.
the amount of games that end up
Orange
in
juice
a
is
draw
to his brain
is much
what
higher in
spinach is
chess.
to Popeye's muscles.
Is that because of? So we see once again a view on Paris, on the Eiffel Tower. For your information, we have record-breaking temperatures here in Paris.
Do we?
For the time of the year, we are end of October, and I think we're hitting 24 degrees today,
Wow.
which is about 10 degrees more than the usual temperatures end of October. I think we're seeing now some of the footage taken during round number 4. Many games have already finished. And we have a view on table number 13.
And yeah, if anyone in the live chat has anything they want to say, anything they want to discuss, I don't know, start a debate. I mean, the more we have to talk about, the more entertaining it is for you guys. So, yeah.
So maybe just to mention during the live stream of table 1 in round 4, for the first time today we hit 100 live viewers.
I did not see it hit 100, but
well, I saw 99, but it's
yeah,
it's close to 100.
yeah, no, that's really good.
Mm-hmm. I recall that a couple of years ago, during live Othello, we were heading above 300 or 400 viewers at the same time.
Well, I think it's from Prague when Verkucci won. I think that the final game had, or the live stream now has 50,000 views. So, I guess the goal is to beat 50,000 views on the final match of the live stream video.
Yeah. If we sum up the views from the different streams, because we'll have English, Japanese, Portuguese, Spanish, and French.
True.
And Chinese. So there will be many broadcasts during the finals day this Sunday.
And Issa Joram XT Best channel. Firstly, I might just... it's a long name, so I'm getting tired just from saying it. But they said they saw 106, so yeah. Not bad at all. I'm pretty much famous now, I guess. Some people play 10 by 10 Othello. Will there ever be an official tournament for 10 by 10 Othello? Maybe red felt background instead of a green felt background. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely kind of the 8 by 8 Othello is like pure Othello, and so that will always be the official tournament, which contributes towards official WOF rankings and ratings. But I know there are definitely fun tournaments that are hosted often as part of the World Othello Championships. For example, a 5-minute tournament, blitz tournament, even disc flipping tournament where you have to start with a board of 64 black discs and flip them all over to white, and you get timed. So, I mean, yeah, I guess that's definitely not out of the question.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're not on the Facebook World Othello group, now is a good time to join and suggest something like that, because that would definitely be fun.
Well, a couple of years back, we had a World Cup tournament in Japan, and one of the side events there was indeed a 10 by 10 tournament, and that was it was not at the same moment of the main event, so it was the day after, and many of the top players competed in that event, so it was really a close field. I think that Matthew Vinnar from Australia won the tournament in a final against Nicky van den Begelaar from the Netherlands.
Speaking of, we see Guy Plowman playing. Is that Nicky? That's Nicky, isn't it?
That's Nicky.
Yeah.
And I think there will be a swindle on the top right.
Yes. So computers in Othello. How have computers affected Othello? Do you think it will have the same effect on Othello, especially as we kind of get closer to a supercomputer that can predict perfect play? Do you think that will have the same effect on Othello as it will in chess and other games, or
like Deep Blue back time in chess?
Just how they kind of not ruin chess or anything, but Garry Kasparov was exceptionally strong, and then computers came along and it brought kind of a whole new generation of chess players.
Well, in the early 2000s, the computers had a certain strength, and there was interest in the game of Othello, and they indeed started to look into new variations which didn't seem playable before. And if you would look at percentages of certain openings played before the year 2000 and after, there is quite a change in that. So some openings became really popular after computers were introduced in analysis of games. And
I think even the tiger move that Akihiro played just now, the white move, was one of those types of openings.
That was commonly played before the introduction of computers. Of course, it's still played, but less frequently.
Yeah.
And indeed, the opening studying became a lot easier with the computers, because you can just let the computer do the calculations for you.
Yeah, and even after you play someone, or before you play someone, you can look up their recent games and plan around what they've been playing recently, I suppose.
That's what I also see if a certain world champion is playing certain openings, that other players start copying him. What I also see, for example, is in certain countries that beginning players look up or copy sequences from the more experienced players. So if you come to World Championship, you kind of used to certain openings because everyone is playing a bit the same, and all of a sudden you play against a few Asian players and they play completely different. So it's not that there is one style of playing or one style of openings. It also depends in which area of the world you are.
Yeah. Yeah. It's almost like Othello has an accent depending on where it's being played.
Yep. So Yoko is winning against Roel on table 6. So Yoko is moving to 3.5 points out of 4, and Roel stays on 3, suffering his first loss of this tournament. And I think we saw the game between Nikki and Guy. So Nikki will remain on 2, and Guy moves to 3 or 4.
Which is not bad. Not
no,
bad.
Joining Imre and David on 3.
Yeah, true.
I'll briefly check the live Othello because I think that most of the games by now have finished. So Lari won on table 2 with 40-24 to Lee Chung Koi. Then Roel actually won against Yokozuna with 33-31. At first glance, it didn't look like a win for Roel, but Roel is on 4 points. There is another defeat for Team Japan. Keita Omori lost 29-35 to Youngmok Oh from South Korea. So again, some exciting results during round 4.
I mean, I think we have the pairings for next round, or just the top 4.
Let's see. Those will be all players undefeated. No, not anymore. So I think we have
Kento Urano drew a game, didn't he? So
against Arthur. So I think we have still 6 players with 4 out of 4, which is Lari, Pihlajapuro from Finland, Roel Hobo from the Netherlands, Akihiro Takahashi from Japan, Matthias Berg from Germany, Alessandro Di Mattei from Italy, and Shunwan Lee from Hong Kong.
And as we were talking earlier about the Swiss tournament format, where the players that win all their games play other players that have won all their games. So I think it's at the beginning there were like more than 12 players all on perfect scores. And I mean, first of all, half of the players were on perfect scores, 1 out of 1. And so that will get less and less with every round, because the players on the perfect score will all be paired against each other.
Mm-hmm.
And so eventually there will be one player on a perfect score, hopefully.
Just to correct myself, Shunwan Lee is on 3 points. So it's 5 players which are 4 out of 4. And what you are telling about the Swiss and how the pairings go, this actually is also valid for the bottom half of the field, meaning that players with no wins will also be paired against each other, meaning that at the end there will probably be one player remaining with no points, but he or she will have multiple chances of getting that first win.
Yes. a reverse Othello tournament where the winner has the lowest score would be bizarre. How would the... That's just anti-Othello, isn't it?
Indeed. That's
Anti-Othello,
really
yeah.
change of strategy.
Anti-Othello is also a strangely beautiful game. And although it's the same board, same pieces, it's not actually that similar to normal Othello as you might think.
No, you don't want to get into corners, but you still want to force
or
your
you
opponent
do,
to get...
Yeah. Corners become almost like X squares, I guess. There are cases in which playing in the corner gets you a tempo and an extra move, but they're usually where you don't want to play. So, yeah, it's quite a nice game. And I think on eOthello, which is an app that's available on iOS and Android, there's a mode where you can play anti-Othello against people. A board with a blue background instead of green. eOthello is really good. You get to play people, you get matched with people, or you challenge someone and then play them, and you get up to 3 days to play your move. So the game's gone for a long time. You can think a lot, practice your look ahead, etc. And there's a chat feature, so you can chat with your opponent. And then the other good app is Othello Quest, and that's 1 minute games and 5 minute games. So those are the two main apps that people will use to play competitive level Othello.
Well, I love Othello Quest. Sometimes I play just too many games.
Yes. I have this thing that I didn't realise I did until I got married, which is if I don't know what I'm doing with myself at any point, I just have this muscle memory where I open the folder and open Othello Quest and just start a game without thinking about it. So I'll often just be minding my own business and then realise I'm in the middle of a 1 minute game. It's annoying if I'm supposed to be listening to something, but there we go.
Well, they recently also introduced an end game challenge, so where you can also get a rating in resolving end games, and it starts with end games of 2 or 3 empties, and then it tend to complicate when you get a higher rating.
Yeah, those have actually helped me improve a lot. You just have to win to solve the puzzle, but they're often quite subtle things that you learn from doing them. So, yeah.
So on the screen we see some highlights recorded earlier today.
There's the Eiffel Tower again.
It will be there tomorrow as well.
There's us.
Don't move your feet.
I am trying. Yeah. If I move my feet too much, please say in the chat, and I'll try and move them less. But I have been told by multiple people to stop moving my feet, but I don't know.
It's hard.
It's difficult.
Yeah, we really are receiving quite some interesting questions and remarks in the chat. We'll be trying to answer them accordingly. There's a question on the 2023 EGP series, which is actually the European Grand Prix, where before we had a cycle of tournaments throughout Europe, and where you could get points, and the winner of that Grand Prix was crowned European champion or best of Europe. And of course, with the COVID pandemic, those tournaments were stopped. But we indeed have an idea and a plan to start up things back again. Maybe not in 2023, but for sure we're looking into organizing one single European championship. On the series, that is something which is still open for debate.
And then there's around 1,000. I noticed the exclamation in the mark, so I'll try and be like, it's around 1,000. Octagon Othello is another option on eOthello, the app. The problem with having different shaped boards as kind of a subcategory tournament within the World Othello Championships is that you need the boards. So, for example, a 10 by 10 game of Othello, you need to find that many 10 by 10 boards.
And discs.
Yeah. We don't tend to have that many octagonal boards, so that would be a challenge, but yeah.
No.
eOthello hosts tournaments on these variants of Othello all the time, so it's definitely worth checking out.
We're having a view on table 2 for round 5, where Akihiro Takahashi will be playing black against Matthias Berg. On table 3 we will have Arthur Joignier playing Alessandro Di Mattei. There we see them. Albert apparently got some coffee during lunch.
Oh, lucky.
And on table 4 we'll have Shunwan Lee from Hong Kong playing Kento Urano from Japan. So they also are set to play their 5th round. Knowing that they both traveled from Asia, it's getting later and later for them. It's still so. Japan is, I believe, on +7. So for him, it's 10:30 in the evening. So for the last rounds today, it will become tougher and tougher for Asian players to still stay focused. And then indeed on table 1 we have Lari from Finland playing against Roel from the Netherlands. They both have 4 points, and I would say one of them is going to 5, but that's not a given because they can play a draw game. I think they're ready to go, so best of luck to both of them. Let's get started.
Oh, you played my favourite first move.
This is one of the common opening, I think. Yeah, I normally be like this when I am black.
Well, I like it when I'm white. I often play this opening as white.
Yeah, I believe that c3 is here the best move.
Yeah, there's some like draw moves here for white, and I think Roel Hobo is just thinking which one is the best. I think
Draw moves.
Yeah.
c3 is a draw, I know.
Yeah, c3 and f8 is also draw.
Draw moves. Well, I
thought that was -4 actually. F8.
I don't know. Like
I mean,
in my software, it says like that.
So Zaround 1,000 has said that he has ended the game with all 4 corners, but still lost. How common is that? So we've talked about it a little bit already, but the corners, they're important, and especially what you would tell a complete beginner to the game is that always try and take the corners and never give your opponent the corners. But as we saw when watching Takahashi, it is often advantageous to give your opponent the corners if it gives you extra options and more control over the game. So I would say it's not common to lose without while having all of the corners, but it definitely happens, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
It happens, but rarely.
Yeah, I think because when you have a corner, you then potentially get the edges that are attached to that corner.
Yeah.
If you were to sacrifice all 4 corners deliberately, you'd have to make sure you got all of the wedges, essentially. So
I would say only once in 40 or 50 games, in my experience.
Indeed, it's not very, very common. I do think if you play for it, for example, against a player who is a bit weaker than you, if you really play to try winning without corners, you have a higher chance of achieving that. But then in a natural game, if you can take a corner and it's better, then why leaving it?
I still know this opening, and actually the best move for white is F3 is the best move here, but also C8 is not the best move, but it's I think it was -2 or 4 or something like that. So yeah.
Well, best in terms of AI evaluation, isn't it?
Yeah.
How can you expect human players to play the rest of the game perfectly like AI players? I think it's impossible in many cases.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I know that many young people love to say it's draw or it's -2 or it's -4.
I know,
But I doubt very strongly that these evaluations are useful for human players.
Yeah, actually Takahashi shows that.
Yeah, that's right.
We've got 2 more questions and comments from the chat. Ernesto from Colombia is asking where the WOC 2023 will be held. Yeah, we can't say anything about that.
I think that's decided after each WOC anyway, so it might be decided a bit before, but it hasn't been announced yet.
No, we're in the process.
Yeah.
So stay tuned on that one. And then a second comment from Matthias, that we should also focus on the other results in tournaments, because sometimes some good players are defeated by less experienced players, so it's maybe worth mentioning those results as well, because those are also important. So thank you for your comment, Matthias. We'll have a browse to the results and then mention some of the interesting ones.
Maybe we'll just have to pay attention for other game by looking, I think, the live Othello or maybe other. Mr. Murakami, where do you, if you're white, where do you move?
E2.
E2.
Yes.
Why?
Because it seems to be the only move valuable for me. B6 looks okay, but if I go to B6, black will probably go to E8, and then I will go to d8 and d2 flip c7 disc also. So I don't like that. So I would like to leave the black wall to the left side of the board intact, and that leaves me with only one option here, which is e2.
Yeah, I agree with that opinion.
How about you?
Yeah, I agree with that opinion. I think e3 is the best move because if you think after e3, there's no good move, I think, after e3. For example, maybe g4 or e3, and after that g4 or maybe f7. Is it possible? I don't know, but
f7 is good, I think.
Yeah, but for other moves, it seems.
The lights are back on.
It seems not good. Then it's not good for, I think, black. For me.
Which one?
No, like the e3 and f7.
f7.
After that.
After that, I think it's even, because white does not have any very good moves left.
Really? How about e3, f7, b8 or something like that?
Yeah, well, that's for me. Yeah, that's about the only move left for white. But normally white will have e8 in such situation, but in this case, black will go to g6, and black will eventually wedge to d8.
Yes. It doesn't work.
Will you show us the virtual board, please?
I'm sorry. Virtual board, please.
Virtual board. Thank you.
I always like how the pieces line up.
Yes.
It's nice to look
like
at.
This.
And normally white can go here, and then afterwards here. D8. But in this case, black will go to g6.
Yeah, it doesn't work because the line of D, you mean these 4 discs,
right,
are all black. So there's no discs to access the connect to the d8.
Right.
So it doesn't work. He wants to sense that like that. Yeah. So, however, and I think
so I think
here,
it's
like this.
Yeah. Well, this is about the only move left for white.
Yeah.
And then black will go to g6.
Yeah, like this.
Yeah, like this.
So we have to just.
And I think the position is even.
Okay.
I have played, I don't know, more than 20 games with this opening. All of them were even and interesting.
Yeah, me too. So please go back to the real the real board. I'm sorry, real board, please. Yes.
Thank you.
So white moved to b6. So I think Takeshi said that probably black will move e8.
Yeah, I think e8 is a good option.
But like for after e8, I think white will move to d8.
Yeah.
How do you think after that?
After that, black will go to g4.
Yes.
And white will go to f7.
Yeah.
And black will go to h5.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And I think the board is.
I think in that move, I think white will be good. I think.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. It's just my opinion, but. But I think black choose that move. Yeah, I think d8 is only the choice. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Maybe f7 now?
Probably.
Yeah.
But after f7, I think there's no enough move for black, I think.
Mm-hmm. So g3 must be the one.
Yeah.
G3. G3, f7, h5.
Yeah.
And
but after
b5.
that.
Yeah, after that b5.
After that, I think the white will move to b5.
Yeah.
And b5 and b5 and a5.
Yes.
But it looks so weird because the line of 6 is all white and there's no connection to g6
right.
for black.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. May I explain in the online board? In the online board? Sorry. I'm sorry.
Virtual board.
Sorry. Virtual board. Sorry. Sorry. Virtual board, please. Okay. He just said for black, move like this. And for here, I think h5. Yeah, Takeshi said h5.
Yeah.
And after like this, or if black moves, maybe I think there's a5 or a6 or b7. I think these three are I think the choices.
How about d2? E2 or f2?
E2, but if it moves like this, and it's just my opinion, but it looks quite weird for black, I think, isn't it? Like this. If it moves like this, I don't want to play. I don't want to play black in this case. Yeah.
Well, but well.
I think this is so difficult. So we have to think with a long time, I think.
So is this another case where white will try and take lots of pieces?
Yes, but I think I want to how do you say in English? But the whites takes a lot of pieces, but there's a lot of moves left for white, so I prefer white in this case.
I think white looks more fun to play in this position.
Okay, so real board, please. Okay, so real board, please. Go back to the game. Sorry, can you see it?
Can we go back to the live board, please?
So Tom just has the right voice for it. Just you can see how hard Lari is thinking, and because he's leant so far forward that we can watch the top of his head over the board. So it's Carlo.
Are there other choices without G4?
Instead of G4?
So instead, yeah. Yeah, but I think x square is too fast, isn't it?
Right.
I mean b7.
Right, it's just too early. Maybe f7. No?
It's or playing g4 now, or indeed blocking off f7 for white.
For if blacks move to f7, I think white will if white moves like f7 and g8, do you think? Maybe b5 is, I think. So if it moves like f7 and b5, I think it's not good for black, I think. Because you just give the move of g8 to white, I think. So I think maybe the g4 is, I think, the only choice.
Luckily, they're playing on the bottom side of the board.
Yes.
Because the top part is obscured by one of the players' heads.
He's trying to get ahead in the game.
Very nice phrase.
Thank you.
Get
the best pan of my life.
Get the head in the game.
On live stream as well.
Just in between, I want to give an update on our fantasy Othello, where we have, after 4 rounds play, one person with a team on 17 points, which is Carlo Alami. So from Italy, he has taken the lead in the competition, and I will briefly mention his team. So he's playing with Alessandro Di Mattei, Matthias Berg, who are both on 4 points, and he also has chosen Katie Pihlajapuro, Taketura Miyamoto, and Daniel Dufour. So that totalizes 17 points for the moment, and there are 4 teams chasing closely, and they have 16 points. Is this one of the examples where you really choose a direction in a game? Like taking or not taking an edge?
What do you mean?
Just in general. Because sometimes in games you have like turning points that you do or not take one edge.
Yeah.
But H6 was not one of the options you had in mind.
No, yeah.
We didn't mention it.
Because I think white will move f7 after this, and like f7, g6, and maybe g4 somewhere. It seems so strong. That g4 seems so strong.
Yes, it sure does. Well, after all, white's b6 was a good move. b6 to white's move.
Is black preparing for Nick square in a couple of moves?
Maybe. Are there some other moves opposite of g4?
Sorry?
Are there some other moves do you suggest?
Well, I think g4 is fine.
Yeah.
No problem with g4.
I'm gonna get a phone charger. Just quick.
In retrospect, maybe black's move to e8 wasn't a good idea. Yes, g4.
Yes, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Oh yeah, if white moves to h6.
h5?
No, sorry, h5. The x square, like g7's x square is quite strong. It makes sense, I think. So maybe the whites is like b5 is good.
Tomoki,
What?
when you say that white b5, black somewhere e2 or f2, and then white b3 is very strong for white, do you, well, have you considered black's response then to b4, a3, and then a5? So here white goes to b5, black goes to e2, for example, then white goes to b3, and then black goes to b4, white a3, and black a5.
Sorry, one more time, please. Sorry.
Is it so bad for black? Is my question.
I think it looks quite bad because in this case, if I'm black, I think I'll choose. If black moves e2 or f2, these kinds of moves. Actually, there's a lot of moves in the upper side and the left side for white, and so white don't have to move in the right side. But however, black, there's less moves than white, I think, in that case, and also like black has to move into the x squares and give the corner. I think that's not good.
Okay, thank you. And you
For
chose
here,
A5.
like, is e3 not possible?
b3?
No, e3.
e3.
I think you like these kinds of moves, isn't it?
It's a heavy move.
e3.
But it's central and not giving too many moves to black.
Yeah, like for e3 and d3 and d2, you just control the x line, and yeah, it's such a quite interesting moves. I think I like these kind of thrilling moves, but it's quite dangerous, I know.
Right after, well, it can be dangerous because black has a6 then, so you have to think carefully about it.
Yeah. Yeah. So a4 or a4, a3, b4 is maybe more better than that.
And c3?
Yeah, c3 and d3 and I guess.
Oh. No. I mean.
Can we briefly switch to table 2? Because we have an interesting game ongoing between Matthias and Takahashi, Akihiro. Yeah. So Akihiro just played the x square on g7 and has a not that much mobility.
Oh, no, that's
So, and he already used quite a lot of time. He's on 12 minutes remaining, and Matthias still has more than 20.
So what will Akihiro do after white h8, black g8, and black white a4? What will he do?
He doesn't have too many, because there are quite a lot of diagonals and lines in the game where white has all control. So this might become an interesting result. Or at least a nice battle through. Maybe Akihiro can prove his skill here. But we'll get back if we'll follow up on this game, and if we're getting towards the end game, we might come back. But now we can switch again to table 1 for the next moves between Lari and Roel. Thanks.
He chose.
So white did the loud move on e3.
Yeah. Actually, this e3 moves, it turned this quite a lot. But it is quite a nice move, but it's quite a bit dangerous and thrilling moves, but it's quite. I like these kinds of moves.
I see a move for black to a6, which is actually creating quite some new moves for black.
Yes.
But with that, black is also blocking future sacrifices to b7 and g7.
Yeah, exactly. So black has to think of it like when should I use this a6, because a6 is a free move for black now.
Well, I think black should go to f2 now.
Yeah, I think so too. Because the white wants to move g3 now. No, g3 after this. So
no, g3 isn't a good idea because black will go to e2. F2, g3, e2, is it good for white? I don't think so. So after f2, white will go somewhere like b3 or c3. What do you think?
Also, while considering the difference between a6 and f2, if black plays f2 first, he can still play a6 after. But if he plays a6 first, then f2 is poisoned.
Exactly, yes.
That's a common practice when you play the game and you need to decide between the order of two moves. The one can have some impact on the other.
Exactly.
And f2 will be a bad move after white's g3. So now is the correct timing to go to f2 for black, I think.
Maybe how about e2? Is it bad?
e2. e2. Yeah, e2 is possible. It's very hard to see the difference between f2 and e2. Both are possible, I think.
He moved to f2.
Yeah.
Which Markham said. So for b3 or c3 or maybe h6 is maybe possible.
Yeah, it is.
Also, just to interrupt your in-depth analysis. The round has said...
No problem.
Well, sorry to sound ageist, but I'm sure that the boy, meaning Takahashi, is a prodigy, but Matthias probably has more years of experience, and so maybe there should be an age division. That is a valid point. However, I think it is worth pointing out that, firstly, the 2018 world champion was 10 years old when he won, and secondly, that boy, Takahashi, is the current world champion, and probably the stronger player overall. And so, I mean, there could be an age division, but it seems like a less efficient way of doing things, given that many of the Japanese youth are stronger than all the European players anyway. So
there is already one age division, which is the minus 14.
Yes, that's true.
And then for this year it was extended to minus 16 because of the 2-year delay in organizing the World Championship. There are some ideas to have a separate youth championship, but that's on the table, but not yet decided. But having more than one age division is not really in our minds.
Yeah, especially with the strength of some of the youth.
A6 is very strong here.
Oh, but like...
Or maybe not. So...
yeah, A6. But
then
it would...
D2.
A6, D3.
D3, yes.
A4.
And B7.
But, yeah, B7. But actually, like, there's a free move in H5 for white, and that is so strong. So, yeah. How does black solve these issues?
Is then an idea for white to like taking away moves from black, or just play out the left region and then end with H5? Should that be his game plan?
Yeah. So, like, there's white has only the moves, the place that he can move in left side, but white has white has a lot of moves than black, and so he has to make some moves, and I think there's only D3.
Right, D3 seems to be the only option here.
But Roel can never win this game because he just was drinking water and not orange juice.
The common Othello player mistake. This is not charging.
Or maybe like he's playing B7 at this time.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh.
Maybe, but
he can go there later.
Yeah, I know. A3 is like most of other players think D3. Yeah.
And it's a good idea, I think. 2, D3. And for beginners and intermediate players, going to A7 here is a bad idea, because the move will flip 3 diagonal discs and gives black nice moves to B4 and D3. So A7 is a very bad move, which most expert players will dismiss instantly.
Maybe Lari is thinking the difference of D3, A4, B7, or just moving B7 immediately, I think.
Well, if white takes A4 after D3, black can also try G7.
Yes.
Because if white goes to H5,
yes.
white can go to H7.
Okay, but in that case, I think
white will take the corner right away.
Yeah.
But then black will go to B7. Maybe that is a better idea.
In that case, so you mean A4, G7.
G7.
How do you do if white moves D1 at the time? I think that's a problem for him.
Yeah, it is. Well, maybe B4. Just before aiming for E2.
Okay. There's such a lot of things we have to think in. So are there other moves of A4, because we just only discussed about the A4?
Right. Maybe D1 now.
Yes. Yeah, because black can't move, cannot move in A7 in this time too.
Right. Or maybe H5 now.
Yeah, I think that's possible too.
Yeah. Aiming C2.
So, Murakami and Tomoki, how well do Japanese people know European Othello players? Is that
I think mostly they don't know about the European players. That I mean, like only only the players would join the Japanese tournaments, because there's no. I think some of the Japanese strong player join to the tournament in other countries. For example, Mr. Murakami is joining like the Paris Open sometimes, and also
more than 10 times.
Yeah, and or maybe Rome Open or something. But I think mostly they only just join the Japanese tournament, and but some European players come to Meijin-sen, which is one of the biggest tournaments in Japan. But like there's no situation for like communicate with other players. I mean, like I'm in the like Othello community of the Europe, which is in the WhatsApp, so I know about them in that group. For example, Roel Hobo is also in that group, so I know him. But mostly I've met the first time of the reception of yesterday. Yeah, so I think most of player like everyone have never don't know the European players like me before, I think. Yeah, but like maybe the players who joined the WOC before, like I think knows the European players. I think.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, Luke, will you repeat your question?
Yeah, so players in Japan, do they know
obviously in the Othello community in Europe and South America and North America and Australia and every continent apart from Japan, like European players know Japanese players and they know all the top Japanese players and follow it. Do Japanese players follow the top European players, or are?
Well, I think not many Japanese players follow European or American or Chinese or Korean players because there are so many rivals in Japan, so there's no time to follow other people, I think. But when they want to do it, I think Live Othello will be a nice thing, nice tool. Live Othello and Othello Quest. The problem with Othello Quest is that you do not know who you are playing.
No.
Yeah, which your name on Othello Quest is your name
yes,
in real life, so
right.
That helps.
Oh.
So
when will Lari play b7?
Yeah.
Now or one move later?
Yeah, but here I think b3.
Yes, b3
Yeah.
is definitely the best move.
So I just think about like b3.
E1.
Yeah, e1, f1, g1.
C.
I don't know.
I would rather think b3, e1, f1, c2.
Really?
Wait, one more time?
So
c1.
I'm struggling. Can we get the virtual board up? Because I'm struggling. Thank you. I'm struggling to follow.
So b3,
Okay.
e1,
Okay. Oh, sorry.
f1, and then not c2.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, but
that's why we have the analysis board.
yeah, in this case, if you flip, if you turn white, the disc in b3, the b7 moves is super strong.
I would then now play g1.
So
if g1, and if black then responds with c2, then
Or
g3 is
Yeah,
very strong. Then
yeah,
it's a white win.
Well, I'm not sure.
And
if
then
it
you can
wins. Yes,
play the other x square.
Right, g7. Yes.
Yeah, but that's already many moves ahead.
yeah.
But that's one of the possible lines to play.
Mhm.
So yeah, I think it's like now.
I think we're one move earlier. No?
That's true.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, black moved here.
Yes. That's a must.
6 and 8 minutes remaining on their clocks.
Yep. So if it's white's go, is a2 just going to be played now, or does that give b7 as a nice move for black?
Very nice. So I think Lari has been playing very well to come back from a rather bad position for black. Black was in real danger of being outplayed, and he was running out of moves. But now it seems that black has left the crisis and is now a little ahead. What do you do?
Or maybe black is thinking about maybe g7 to like control the line. No, not now. In the future.
Yeah. Right.
There's around 1,000 in the chat has pointed. Well, he's said about the purity level of Othello.
Sorry, about what?
He said about the kind of purity of the game.
Purity.
Of Othello. Yeah.
So I guess that's kind of just the fact that it has very few rules.
Sorry, the game board, please.
And yeah, I think that's one of the things that makes Othello so special.
Yeah.
I can't think of many games that are more simple than
That's
Othello,
true.
yet so deep.
And black and white have the same possibility of winning.
Yeah.
Which is
I mean,
very
Go
nice.
is also very simple. But I think black has the advantage in Go.
Right, 5.5.
Right,
points,
yeah.
Yes.
So it's...
Can
Yeah.
we quickly switch to table 2, please? We have Akihiro with less than 1 minute on the clock.
Oh.
And in a losing position.
Is
So Akihiro is black. There is also a black disc behind the bottle of Akihiro. Just for your information.
Is it apple juice that he has this time?
But it's finished. That's why.
But maybe is he losing because he's had apple juice?
We should ask him. So Matthias still has 11 minutes on the clock and Akihiro less than 1. But I think this is a clearly winning position for white.
Yeah, I think so too, because the white has parity and it's easy for the end game because the whites just have to follow the parity.
And that's a big boost to anyone that chose not to have Takahashi in their fantasy team, I guess. Although if
And
Takahashi gets to the final, wins the final, that's a lot
also,
of points.
I've got no preference because I have both of them in my team.
Yeah, me too.
And Matthias, I think, have enough time to count, so I think he just counted and he just realized that he are winning like that.
We're really seeing one of the first major surprises among the top players.
Yeah,
And,
although it's an upset, but it's not a massive upset
No,
because
it can
Matthias
happen,
Matthias is an exceptional player as well. So.
Yeah, congratulations, Matthias.
Well done, Matthias.
Yeah, that's.
He doesn't know how that happened.
No, I also saw in the chat that particular move was not the best one.
Oh, there's
right.
There's 10% more in the batteries.
Yeah. Okay. Let's fix that. Okay, we can move back to the main board. Table 1, please.
Okay.
Okay, so Lari has 3 minutes. Well, 4 minutes.
So this is the white's move. Yes. I think G3. If you move G3, it's white turn.
Yeah, it's white turn. G3
Yeah,
is
it's so strong.
G2. Someone suggested G2. How is G2?
G2. What? For black or for white?
Whose move is black for
here?
Maybe for
maybe
white.
the previous,
maybe for white.
Maybe the previous move.
Oh yeah, maybe a past comment.
Yeah. Maybe.
Well, H3.
Oh yeah, but like, yeah, but in this case,
it's well, H3 should have been played, I think.
Yeah, but I think it's very A2 is very strong for white. I think, isn't it?
H2?
No, A2.
A2.
For white.
When?
Now.
No. Well, it may win and
because like
H3.
if it's like A2 and B7, b8 is such a strong move, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
I think the white can control the diagonal line forever, I think.
And yeah, just going back to the live chat, is around again. Yeah, you mentioned not going first is an advantage in Othello because of parity. However, even though white does have an advantage because of parity, black does also have an advantage that, according to the computers that we have now, makes it equal between the two colours, because the player that goes first gets more control over the opening and the most of the mid game.
Yes, exactly.
So, to our knowledge at the moment, we don't have computers yet that know what a perfect game of Othello looks like, but we believe that both sides are equal. They just have different advantages in different places, so different games.
Yeah, this is also a good move, I think.
Yeah, but then if you survive to the end game as white, you often feel like
for example, if black moves to h3, g2 is such a strong move, and after that h5 g2, and if you move g8 after that, you can't cut the line, but the white has this window.
Here it is actually an advantage for white not being on the diagonal.
Yeah.
So h5 g2 is not an option.
Oh, so.
And then the other moves remaining for black are really bad. But what's the other sequence to play here? I don't see any.
I don't either.
Yeah, maybe
so white is
maybe
h5,
g2, b7 or something. But that's not good, I think. We have to take off this if you want to charge. Oh, here. Actually, this.
These aren't working. Is there a spare plug for mine?
Black moved to h2, but in this case, yeah, I think a2 is very good in this case. I think
h5. So white played.
Like if h5 is, I think h5 could win. White. Oh yeah, but yeah, that's quite easily to win. But by a2, I think the white can control the diagonal, I think. But yeah, this is also.
So why did black play h2 there?
Because the other moves were even worse.
So is white winning now? Is that?
Not really. I think.
Okay.
I mean, black is playing very well to stay in the game.
Because that was quite a.
White is now forced to take the corner, I think. Yeah. But white will be able to cut 2 more lines to really.
Yes, exactly.
This should be a white win. And Lari has 27 seconds.
Yes, 27 seconds.
So no thinking possible anymore. Just flipping discs.
Yeah.
And maybe have some thinking during the moves of Roel.
Maybe, yeah.
Well, h1, g2, c1 is straightforward enough for white to win.
How about just A2, I think. I mean,
A2?
yeah. Because you can get the whole C lines and also the X lines, I think. I'm not sure which is better. Yeah, but yeah, I think the move you said is quite simple and yeah.
Seconds left for black. And also, yeah, black can't actually go in B1 as well, so white could play somewhere else as he has, and then play B1 afterwards, which is nice. And here white has...
Ooh, that was a huge flipping mistake, because there was no white disc on that edge.
Oh yeah. Who's
that nice attempt, Roel? I'm sure it wasn't on purpose. That was a nice one.
Four seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes.
So 6, 8, 13, 18, 23, 26, 28 for black.
And you can see both players were low on time because of how messy the discs are.
Yeah.
That's atrocious. Oh. Finnish players do play, they use all their time. They play right to the finish.
Maybe they have 1 hour tournaments in Finland then. World Championships are short.
And they actually play very quickly. They're used to using half their time. Hello. Yeah, so I think those two will be in here for an interview very shortly. Speaking of, here we have the Eiffel Tower again. And yes, someone tell me in the chat if I wiggle my legs too much or whatever. So
welcome back. We have both Lari from Finland and Roel from the Netherlands, who played on table 1 in round 5, and we're here to hear about their impressions on the game. So, Lari, it's your first time here in the room. How does it feel?
I'm not playing too well. So.
Are you enjoying the tournament?
Yes, I'm having fun. It's nice to play, but it seems more like my openers are kind of a mess.
A bit rusty.
Yeah, I have been practicing so much the opener, so I mix up the moves. So I should need a bit more time to stabilize the game.
Yeah. What happened in this opening?
I died in the opener, I think.
You think?
Yes.
we also don't know. We just judge by our feeling. So
Although we did think it looked nice. It looked pretty for white in the opening, but I don't think it was. It was a close game. It seemed like a close game.
Yes,
the whole
and
way.
I think you did very well to stay in the game. You know, you could lose a lot more easily, but you were tough, and it gave a lot of difficulty to Roel, in my opinion. So when did you feel that you were actually winning the game?
Only after move 60.
I thought you were going to say.
No, a little bit before.
I thought you were going to say only after move 6.
No.
And then you said T.
After move 10, I was out of book. He played basically one of my favorite openings, but directly the move thereafter, one variation that I don't come across that often, and I don't know at all. It's the heave bet variation, and
so there were two of us who didn't know the opener.
Yeah, I didn't know that continuation. But I tried to manage as hard as possible. But I saw quite some traps, and I didn't feel quite sure. But only after the in the end game or late mid game, with at 18 empties to go, felt quite comfortable. I had parity everywhere.
Well, spoken about parity, I saw I believe it was move 56. You had a nice attempt of adding some more games to your discount. The flipping error.
Oh yeah, that was stupid because in my head I played I have to play the corner first, and I get all this, and then the next move I flipped all this line. In my head, it was already flipped a few moves before. I thought, okay, by that time it will be flipped. So,
because Lari, you were low on time. Did you see that it was incorrect, or was it?
I noticed. I was wondering because these were stable discs that suddenly they turned.
That must have been a moment of panic, as all these extra discs just turned. But you were very low on time. It was, I think, 3 seconds left at the end, 3 or 4 seconds.
Yeah, something like that. But not too much room for error in the end, so it was.
Did it feel comfortable in terms of time, though, or did you feel like you were really rushing at the end?
In the end, it doesn't matter so much. But the opener, I was taking a lot of time to make bad moves, so that.
Time to take bad moves.
Trying to survive.
Yes.
Could have saved that move 56 for the very last, and would have been a few more discs on the diagonal.
But
Instead of taking the corner, you should have gone to an X square. Is it what you told me? No.
Yeah.
No, the corner I took to get one more disc, so I get this oblique line, but then could just save it and directly take the C square after save, and then play out left below, and then at the very last move could make the corner after he made his move to the X square in the end. It's just a few more discs.
So earlier you were in after your game with Antonina, and you indicated you wanted to be the best. Well, not likely, but you're always aiming for the highest. You're still on the roll.
Indeed, I am, but there's still many more tough opponents to go, especially Akihiro.
We saw
I hope to play him.
Although I think
we saw him losing.
we just saw him losing
against Matthias Berg. So he won't be your next opponent. Maybe it will be you playing him because you also have 4 points.
That would be fun. I would have to check some openers before that, so I don't die in the open.
Yeah. And what are your expectations? Because you know 4 out of 5, which is a good score.
Well, there are many games left, so it's still open. I just have to do better in the openers, I think. Then, like the last game also, before this, I accidentally played like a -10 opener instead of a normal.
But maybe that's the trick, to go really out of book.
Yeah, but not in WC. You don't want to go -10 necessarily.
No,
Well,
okay.
you never know if you can make a flipping error and
but
get those 10 discs back without your opponent noticing.
It was almost happening there.
We know someone that tried that.
Okay. Thank you for coming in for a short interview. Best of luck in the next games today and the ones tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I'm sure we'll see.
Want to play you at the victory dinner?
Okay, yeah. Let's do it.
Oh.
So meanwhile, we're seeing some footage taken during some of the earlier rounds today, and we're going just through the results of the top tables because I have them on live Othello. Guy Plowen lost 28-36 to Brian Rose. David Hand lost 24-40 to Roberto Sperandio. Nick Reunes lost 29-35 to Erwin van den Berg. We saw on table 1 Lari Pihlajapuro losing 28-36 against Roel Hobo. Then Fuyumi Okudaira lost 23-41 to Lee Shun Kui. And top Japanese Urano Kento won with white 28-36 to Lin Shu 1. And we have a draw between Maverick and Katie Pihlajapuro. And then two more results. So we have Samuel Clinton from France won 35-29 against Oli Makonnen. And Arthur Joignier won 37-27 to Alessandro Di Mattei. And we had a surprise on table 2, where we saw the win of Matthias Berg against reigning world champion Akihiro Takahashi with 23-41. So if I remember the standings well, we have Matthias Berg and Roel Hobo remaining undefeated because Alessandro Di Mattei lost, Akihiro Takahashi lost, and Lari Pihlajapuro lost. So and Kento Urano is also still undefeated with 5 out of 5. Let's have a look at the live chat. If we have and we see some more questions there, know that you can always add the questions in our live chat, and we're watching them closely, so we could answer these.
Bonjour.
Yep, here we are back. So we have a special guest here today, which is Eli Kali from France. Bonjour, Eli.
Bonjour, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Eli, nice to meet you. I'm so happy to see you again.
Yes, I'm very, very happy to see you here, Takeshi. Thank you for coming to France.
It's my pleasure. Well, I and Eli were friends many years ago when I came to Paris for the first time, was it? The
Yes.
second Paris International.
Exactly.
Were
Yes,
you there?
yes. I was a referee at the tournament, I think. Yes.
And Paul Rowe, an ancient world champion, was in the final, and I played against him. And then Eli was there, and Eli then came to Japan to have some sightseeing and to meet me, and we had a very good time. How many years ago was it?
Well, I think Japan, I was in Japan in 1992, and the tournament was maybe in 86, something like that. I'm not sure of the year. So 30 years ago.
30 years ago, yes. And we were both single men with no kids, of course, and no wife. But after we got married in France and in Japan, and we have kids, and his son is here.
Rémi.
Bonjour, Rémi.
Bonjour.
Je suis content de te voir encore une fois. Et quel âge as-tu?
9 ans.
Pardon?
9 ans.
9 ans? Well, my French is not so good yet, but I think he is 9 years old.
Yes.
Correct? And quel âge as-tu, Eli?
Wow, I'm very old. I guess I shouldn't say anything about that because
Okay.
I'm almost retired now.
Okay. Well, I'm 57. Maybe I'm older than you, no?
No.
No?
Not.
Are you older than me?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm almost 60.
Okay. Well, do you still play Othello, Eli?
Only against Rémi. because now I don't have much time to play Othello, unfortunately. I love to play Othello, but now I have other occupations.
Good. And Remy, does Remy play Othello often with you?
Not so often.
Not so often.
Because he doesn't like to lose, and it's difficult to beat me. But he can sometimes. But
well, I think you should make bad moves on purpose.
yes,
to
I should.
win.
I should, but this would let him learn bad moves, and so I hesitate to do that.
Well, but he will come to tournaments in Paris, maybe.
I hope so someday. I hope so.
Well, but of course there aren't any tournaments held in Paris yet because of the pandemic.
Yes, yes. So sometimes now there are tournaments again in Paris.
Good.
I don't know exactly. Maybe once a month or one for 2 months, something like this.
Bon. Rémi. Tu veux venir au Japon dans l'avenir?
Ouais.
Ouais. Et I asked him if he wanted to come to Japan in the future, and his answer was yes. Quelle ville au Japon?
Tokyo.
He wants to come to Tokyo. Thank you. Quel sujet à l'école aimes-tu?
J'aime les maths, l'histoire, et c'est tout.
C'est tout. So his Eddie's son Remy, he loves mathematics and history, and these are the only 2 subjects that he loves. And are you coming to Japan in the future again?
I don't know. I didn't plan to yet, but maybe I would like to. It was very nice. I went to Japan twice, and it was each time a wonderful trip.
Yes.
So
thank you.
I would like to go to Japan again, but I don't know when. Maybe when Remy will be a little older, so that he could enjoy the trip.
Yes. Well, I'm pretty sure that I will see you earlier next year, because my youngest daughter, who is 17 years old, she loves English and she's interested in French, and she loves beautiful view in Paris and in London, in European cities. So my daughter and I am planning to come to Europe again next summer and stay in France and in England for about, 3 weeks, hopefully. So we will see then again.
Yes, we will be very happy to see you and to welcome you to France.
Thank you very much. Well, Tom, I think we are about finished.
Okay, thank you for the interview.
My
Thank
pleasure.
you.
Thank you.
Bye.
We're back with Studio Othello, and as you can see, it's lonely at the top, but not a problem. What I'm going to do before we start round 6 is give a short overview of the standings, and we can already share the pairings for round 6. These are also online on WOC2022.worldotello.org. And play already has started, so between Matthias, Berg and Roel, Hobo. So, and standard opening, we see here, it's Nokung. So both Matthias playing on the right and Roel playing on the left are undefeated. So we have 2 players remaining with the maximum number of points, which is 5. And then we have 2 players with 4.5 points, which are Arthur Joignier and Kento Urano. These have already played against each other in round 5, so they are not meeting again in round 6. And then we have a whole list of players, 11, with 4 out of 5. So we're having 88 players, and 11 of them are on 4 points. Just to shine a light on the team championship. And there we have a surprise in the way that we have a new leader, and it's not Japan. Netherlands took the lead with 12 points and is just ahead of Japan and Japan and Switzerland, who have 11.5, and Italy is close with 11 points as a team. So, Takahashi, this was a Nokung variation.
Well, it's Black's turn, I guess. It's a variation that I do not know very well. Are these players the only 2 with full score?
Yes.
Wow. Very quick. Matthias knows lots of openings, so it is in his opening book. He doesn't have to think for a long time to decide what move to choose in the opening. Now it's Black's turn. Black's choice will be on the north edge. White has a good move at c1, so maybe Black will go to c1 first himself, or Black will go to e1. Which is better? And normally moves to d1 or f1 aren't very good because they both flip 2 exterior discs adjacent to the edge.
Isn't e1 a book move?
Yeah, I think e1 is a good move. So Roel must be considering e1. What Roel is thinking is that if Black goes to e1, White will not go to c1, but he will go to f1, because after Black e1, if White plays to c1, Roel judged that E1 wasn't very good, and he went to C1 instead.
So, what you now get is, if white would move to D1, black can go to F1.
Right. Yes. If white goes to D1, black will go to F1, which is a good move. So I think white will go to E1 or D7, D6, but most probably E1.
We have a question in the chat from Edward, and he's asking if there will be more games. Yes, there will be more games. So now we are in round 6, and we will play 7 today, and then tomorrow there will be 6 more rounds to play, which is a total of 13. And it's possible that tomorrow there is one additional game played, which is the playoff. This is if the numbers 4 and 5 in the ranking have the same number of points. So then they will have to play an additional match to see who is qualifying for the semi-finals. And the same is valid for the places 3 and 6, if these have the same number of points, but that's very unlikely. The last time that happened was in 2009. And then on Sunday we'll have the semi-final and finals played for the open youth and female categories. So many more games to watch, to follow, and to to be there, not only on the live stream but also live Othello and on our social media accounts.
Matthias is also considering a move to G3. After G3, black will probably go to F1. Now what for black? That's what Matthias is thinking. Maybe it's not a good idea to choose G3 white and then F1 black, and then white has to find something around. Maybe it's better to go to E1 first.
Is Matthias now forced to play on the top edge, or can he, for example, go to D6?
D6 is another choice, or G3, as I said, but D6 is good too. Well, in this case, it's an easy choice for Roel, which is F1.
So you expect F1,
yes,
B1?
Yes, F1, B1, and B6 will be a normal sequence.
Indeed, Matthias plays B1 without hesitation.
And now black will go to B6. And what? That's the question.
So sometimes when less experienced players play a game, they tend to resolve more complicated situations right away. So a less experienced player would already consider on playing E1 here. But once again, it can be important to use this move at a later stage. For example, to gain access on a certain move. So Roel will for sure keep E1 alive as long as possible.
Yes, an important factor is that white is almost forced to go to G1 if black goes to E1. So that kind of forceful sequence should be left for later use. Yes. Very quick. Now there are several options. Roel will think for some minutes, I believe.
So A3, A4 and A5?
Yes, I think so. I think these are the possible options.
In a blitz game I would play A4. Just at first glance.
Yeah. Well, A4 and white will go to A5. Now, then what? A3 can be very good. Tom, maybe A3? Do you like it?
Well, I don't like A5. I started liking A4 less, so I think I kind of agree with A3.
Matthias Berg from this angle resembles Tom Hanks, doesn't he? Professor Langdon in action.
A3 was played.
Oh.
They're actually both managing their time well for the moment.
Yes. Roel is playing really well.
Okay, he's not responding on the edge rule plate.
Very nice move.
So he's aiming for D7 next.
Yes, it seems.
Is Rule forced to play F7? Because if Matthias plays D7, Rule loses his access there. Or can he go to B3 instead, for example? B3 is a good move.
Yeah, that's right. It is. Maybe Roel will go to B3, yes, as you said.
It's turning some discs, but these are all interior.
Right. And black's response to D7 will be countered by F7.
We got a comment from Miłosz.
Oh, Miłosz.
From Poland.
Yes.
He says, first time since over 20 years that Poland has no WC male representatives.
Well, Miłosz, why didn't you come?
That's the first question that pops up my mind as well. Well, Poland has always been a country when they come on full strength, they are for sure a contender for the top 4.
Yeah.
We remember Dominik Nowak, who got to the semi-finals in 2008 in Oslo. And we've seen over the years a nice representation of Polish players in European Grand Prix tournaments, and they were always competing for the top 4 there. Maybe it's time to start organizing some more tournaments again in Poland and ensure that you have some players for the World Championship next year.
Where will the World Championship be held next year? Is a question I would like to think about. Oh, but Black went to B3. Yes.
A5 seems a normal reaction here.
Yes. Black doesn't have any other good options. So, yeah, I think Roel will go to A5. Black A5, white D7, black F7. Then what? Maybe white will go to A4. Oh. Now, black can take A7, but black can also think about E1, G1, B2. I think this line is instructive for intermediate players. Let's check it again. Black E1, white G1, then black B2. Then white D7. Now black cannot go. Oh my god.
So black doesn't have access to F7 then.
Oh my. I guess black has to go to F7 now. F7 now, and white's move to A2 isn't so good.
Well, maybe F7, D7, and then play out the sequence you mentioned.
Right, yes. Then white will be forced to go outside and to the right.
Because if black plays F7 now and white moves to A2, black can play E8.
Right.
And if white would play D7, black can go to D8, and then white has to go to break the wall.
Yes.
Because that should be intention of rule, that white has to break the wall.
I think it's a good training for you, the viewers, to think about the sequence in your head. Follow the lines that Tom and I have told you in your head. Very good training for your mid-game. Let's do it again. From here, black will go... Oh!
I think after this sequence, does he has an option not to play b2? Because if he plays a7, then Matthias might play b2 instead. No, because a7, d7, and then black is missing access and has a lot of poison from that edge.
Maybe Roel hadn't seen the strength of d7 move before he did the e1 g1 exchange. If he had seen this position, he surely would have chosen f7 instead of e1.
No, but no, he can still play f7, and it could be a transposition.
So yes. That's right. Well, but in that case...
The two suggestions are in the chat, e7 and b2. Sorry, f7 and b2. That was not our option. Well, it kind of makes sense, because before the top edge was played out, d7 was really a bad move, because white could go to f7. White can still go to f7, but now this has become a really loud move with white discs on f1 and f2.
Wow. It seems Roel is confident in his position. He enjoyed the water.
I would rather be black in this position.
Yeah. It's true.
E8 might be a strong move for white now.
E8, B2, and then open up to the right. Yeah. Well, Tom said E8 instead of D8 because the move to D8 by white will create five empty squares in the under left corner region, where white will not have access, and it's a bad idea. And the reason it is bad, it takes some time to explain, so I cannot do that now.
But that's also something, when I have two options, when I doubt between D8 and E8, I also tend to count the number of squares I lock in at that point.
Yeah, that's a really good thing to do.
So the B2 option is gone for black?
Yes, it is.
Already B8?
Maybe, but D8 seems even better. Why not D8?
Yeah.
But if I go to D8, white will go to F8. If F8 will take out the C5 black disk. Oh, so he didn't want that. That's why he went to F8 himself.
So he's maybe he already is thinking of protecting the disk on C5.
Yes, he's thinking about it.
And why does he need that disk on C5 actually?
To make a wedge to A7 after he has given the southern edge white will go to a8, and then black will wedge at a8, a7. That will be one of the plans for black. But if there is no black disk on c5, black will not be able to go to a7. Oh, I think I'm saying too many things without the board.
No.
Sorry.
No problem. I think the only natural response here is b8.
Yeah, it is.
And then keep b7 as a kind of backup move in case it would be needed. But the advantage of black here is that white has a lot of poison.
Diagonal control.
That's diagonal control from Matthias.
Yeah, very good.
And
this seemed to work. Black will probably go to g4 and then white g2, black h3, and white h5. Can I have the board virtual, please? Thank you. Now white will go to g2, and black h3, white h5, and black will not be able to go to h1 in the future. That's what Matthias is thinking about. Nice line. And e8. Yes. f7. There are some ways to go here.
It's complex.
Well, maybe not so complex if you go to g5 here. And g5. Isn't it straightforward?
Black has no access here.
Right. Oh, but
okay. Let's go back to the main board, the live view. Yes. So he didn't take the X square. He's first sacrificing the edge. He might be preparing for. So this.
Has white just played to e8?
Yeah, must be.
Yeah. Well, then I think black is obliged to go to c8, because allowing white to go to c8 is such a big loss for black.
And if he allows that, he will have no access to b7, no access to f7. It's a bit like the situation in the game before against Akihiro, where Matthias tends to take a lot of discs and trying to remove access for his opponent.
Yeah.
This really will need a good thought if Roel can find a solution here. The problem with this is if black takes c8, white gets a silent move on h3.
Yeah. Well, but here black goes to c8, if white goes to h3, then black will just go to f7, and it's still a tough position.
It's still okay for black.
Yes. So I think white will go to b7 if black goes to c8. I think Roel is not really thinking about letting white wedge into c8. He is thinking about the future sequence after black's c8 move.
If he could figure out that if he takes c8, b8 doesn't work, he shouldn't be afraid of it. But he's really thinking. He's thinking on his next move. Well, for example, for less experienced players, c8 would be a no-brainer, because if you are a less experienced player, you always take c8, because otherwise you lose a corner.
That's right. Now, I think Matthias is thinking about b7. b7, h6, and now what? That's the question. Well, experienced players are very sensitive to parity. Parity is hard to explain, but in this case, white goes to b7 and black goes to h6, and white has 7 empty squares into the lower right hand region, corner region. So if white can fill in the 7 empty safely without giving black any nice move to cut the diagonal, white will get the victory.
With a large score, I think.
Yeah.
If he manages to do that. But if he allows black to cut the diagonal,
right,
then it's actually a black win.
Yeah.
So that's therefore he really needs to take his time before he plays b7.
Right. And he has plenty of time. 18 minutes?
18 minutes, yeah. And that's where the difficulty in Othello comes. These positions are very hard to look ahead, because the one move he's considering now, he decides that it's not he decided that it's not a clear win.
But this isn't a clear win either, no?
No. I think here that the disc on c5 might be really important for Roel.
Sorry?
The disc on c5, the black one, might be important for Roel at some point. If he could wedge.
Nice move. If black goes to g6, for example, white will go to g8, h8, b7, which seems to be a clear win for white. Can we have the virtual board, please? Will you show us the virtual board, please? Thank you. Now, if black goes like this, white will go here. Black will go here.
Yep. Let's go back to the real board. Who made the move?
Okay. He made the move. Okay. So now white will go to g8. Black h8, white b7, and I think it's a clear-cut win for white. What do you think, Tom?
So g8, h8.
Yeah, and b7.
Yeah, black has no options anymore after that.
Right, because after that, black can try g2 or h2. And if black goes to g2, white will go to h2. And if black goes to h2, white will go to g5. In both cases, I think black is dead. Well, the game is progressing exactly as we anticipated. Now, can you see that this is a clear-cut win for white?
So if black goes to g2,
then h2,
b2,
b2,
because then you cut the diagonal again. So g2, h2, b2. So you can still get some discs on the board with that sequence.
b2. b2, then a7? No?
Pass.
Pass. Okay, then a1.
Pass.
Okay. Then,
and then parity.
Then g4, and black h5.
And then h7 as a final game, a final move. Okay, so that also doesn't work for black?
Well, it's not the final move. Black will go to h2. Oh, no.
h1 will remain
h1,
empty.
Yeah, h1. Oh. Naruhodo. I see. b2, it's a good move.
And h2 now?
Then g4. G5.
G5.
Yes.
It's also not an option. So we agree that black has no win?
Well, I'm not so sure after b2. b2. I mean, g3, h2, and b2. What happens after that? g2, h2, b2, a7, pass, a1, pass, g5, h6, h7, h1, pass, a8. Well, we should do the counting. I'll count the line. How many discs does white have? 15, 20, 36. White has 36. 1,2,3,4,5,6 I think white wins by 4.
If black plays b2 now.
Oh, b2 now.
Because if black plays b2...
Yes, now? Does that make any difference?
Because if white takes a corner, black goes to g2.
Yeah, right.
But if white makes a mistake to go to b7, then black goes to g2, and white can play h2. But okay, it's not.
Well, h1 is also one option. Maybe h1 is better.
It's a safer one.
Yeah.
h1, h2, g5.
Yeah.
And also, Roel will not be able to cut the diagonal after that.
Right. Oh, that's better.
Less of a risk.
Yes. H1 is good. And obviously, Matthias is thinking about it. It's a very nice, clear-cut win for white.
So Matthias will be the only undefeated player.
Yes.
Well, undefeated, maybe not, because we have 2 players with 4.5 out of 5, so they could still be undefeated. But so Matthias will be the only player with only wins. That's
right.
The right thing to say.
6 points.
6 points.
Mm-hmm. Yes, very prudent. Yes, yes. Excellent finish.
This was really a nice game by Matthias.
Yes, it is. Very nice.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
So 7, 11, 13, 16, 18, 21 discs for black, 43 for white. Meanwhile, there are some results from the other tables. There was another draw between Maverick, Lam and Imre Lieder. Olli Makonen won 15-49 against Ganses Ankbayar, excuse me, and Alessandro Di Mattei defeated Youngmok O by 44-20.
What about Japanese players?
They are still playing, so Takahashi is still on the live table playing Brian Rose, and Kento Urano was playing against Samuel Clanton from France.
Samuel, yes.
Yep.
Oh, yes.
So there we are.
Please be seated.
Next game there?
No,
That's not.
it's a game, but not the analysis. Just.
Can I see something? Where's Beck? So I wonder if this would not have allowed what I just did.
Yeah, I figured that wouldn't work.
Why? Maybe because then I can play here.
Yeah. That's white, black, white, and then it's my turn.
Interview is ready. Will you show the interview room on the screen?
Yeah. Can we have some footage from the commentating room, please? We are ready for the post-match interview between Matthias Berg and Roel Hobo.
Who's winning that one? Who's winning that one?
Who's black?
Is Kento black?
Who is black?
Kento, I think. Oh yes, you can see the white disc on Samuel's.
There we are. So, welcome back, Roel, and welcome, Matthias, for the first time. So we're having the post-match interview after round 6. Both of you were the two players with the maximum number of points. So it was actually a match for the sole lead. And Matthias, you managed it. How was the game?
Oh, well, I think it was quite exciting.
Yeah, it was.
I played Roel many times over the years, and he even went to the German Championship, and we played there. I think that's maybe one of the reasons he chose a different opening, and I wasn't very well prepared for that one. At some point I had to take my second edge, and it was even a 5, and I was a little bit scared what can happen there. Of course, he was low on didn't have many moves, so I just had to somehow get him out of moves. And yeah, I managed to get the diagonal control, and I think that was very crucial for this game. And yeah.
It was essential.
Yeah, you nicely managed to create some parity regions, and then indeed at the end take the diagonal control, which was quite a strong move.
Excellent, impressive play from Matthias in the end game. When were you sure of your victory, Matthias?
Don't say move 60.
No, I was not sure after I played this. The first X square, after Roel said the other one wouldn't have worked, I wasn't sure about the other one, but I knew the one that he played. I have a more forcing line to get the diagonal control, play my second X square with good parity. So from there I kind of figured that should be enough. Before that I was a bit afraid of my new parity region, that there's only three empties and I can't play in there. I was a bit afraid of that, but I also figured I might just take the C square if he plays the X square. So
yeah, my plan was to play the C square myself, give away the edge, and then fill in with the X square.
But then I can take it back, yeah.
I know, that's why I didn't. But
yeah.
Then I should have done it before, when it was still still an option. But even way before, shortly after you secured the second edge, which is unbalanced, I should have played X square much sooner when I had the opportunity. Instead, I chose first to play out that edge, but I could just leave it and play the X square and have plenty of moves after that. And then you could never play something funny with the diagonal.
No, but then you actually, in a couple of moves, you lost access to the diagonal, and you weren't able to play on that anymore.
Yeah, so I should have played the X square while I still had the chance, and instead I chose to play C square first.
Yes.
Matthias, how did you learn to win like that? What was your training method?
Well, I guess I just played a long time, and I can't believe that I'm already at 6.
How many years have you been playing Othello?
I played since 1999, and I played the first World Championship when you won in 2000.
Copenhagen.
And I played all of them since. So.
All of them?
Yes.
Really?
Aren't you third behind Karsten and David Shaman?
Is Shaman more than me? Maybe.
I think you're getting close. 22,
yeah.
20. Yeah,
I have 21 now, so yeah.
I think Shaman is on 24.
I guess I will catch up in the next few years.
Is there any other player who has been playing in the World Championships every year for the last 20 years?
No.
You are the only one.
Wow. But Nicky is also getting close. I think he played all of them since 2004 or something.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed.
So you need to keep
on,
keep on going. Yeah. And did you have? Did you prepare more or less, or how? Than for other World Championships, or is it like the basic preparation you always do?
I just spent really much time preparing for the EOC this year, and since then my life changed so much, so I didn't prepare much in the last couple of months, but I mean the preparation is still good, and yeah.
You still remember?
No, unfortunately not, but I recap a little bit and
on experience.
Yeah, but I don't think I won all the games because of preparation. It's more like I somehow got into the right mood for playing good games.
I'd like to ask you both, what is your goal for this World Championship? What is your expectation?
Oh yeah,
maybe you first.
My goal, I would really like to be in top 10 because I never achieved that before. And now I still have a good opportunity. We have a good head start today.
Yeah.
So I hope to win a few more the last round today and tomorrow.
Okay.
I mean, the first round I already said I want to be in the top 10 again if possible. Well, I guess after getting 6 out of 6, I need to update that a little bit. I mean,
you need 4 out of the last 7. Then you're good.
Yes, then I would probably be in the top 4. Yeah. I mean.
And you already defeated Akihiro. So that's someone you don't have to play against.
So getting
anymore.
into the semi-final would be really, really great.
Yeah. Good luck with.
But of course, that pressure now after winning 6 games, it's.
Yeah.
Now I go into all of the games as a favorite. Maybe that's.
I tried a different opening than normal. We play too often, so.
Yeah. And Imre did the same, and unfortunately he went into an opening that I just looked up before the game for someone else. So I was prepared for that accidentally. But yeah, a little bit luck is also...
Sometimes a bit of luck is involved.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I just see that this doesn't work because I won't play here. I could still play here and then still have that move.
Yeah.
So that is... Yeah, I didn't see that during the game.
But you played a sequence which was also a clear win.
Yes. I mean, he didn't play that move. I was afraid that he might play that, but I think it would win the same way.
And then and then the C square.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe. Thank you for coming in. And I guess you'll be playing some more tables 1.
I started there. It was doing good so far.
Okay, good luck in your last round.
Thank you.
And we'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we see the camera moving back to Kento Urano playing Samuel Clinton. Meanwhile, some moves have been played, and let's have a look who's winning there. It looks like a tight game. Meanwhile, we have Katie Pihlajapuro won 37-27 against Yoko Sano. Roberto Sperandio lost 25-39 to Lari Pihlajapuro. So Finland is adding 2 additional points to their total. And Brian Rose lost 29-35 to Akihiro Takahashi. And if you go to the live table, so both players are getting low in time. Black to move. Looks like black is winning.
Well, I cannot see the board clearly. Is there black's disc on F1? Oh, thank you. Oh yeah, there is a black disc on F1.
He played the X square.
Ah, wow. Good.
So instead of filling up the parity area at B2, he decided to play G7, and Samuel cannot access G2 at the moment. And it will be very difficult to regain access there without giving away the corner.
Yeah. Wow.
Those are the kind of moves I never consider.
Good move. Well, probably white will go to...
white played...
here.
Played already there, yeah.
Oh, okay.
White already played...
Oh, there. Here.
H5. So, but it's there on the live Othello. He's still in doubt.
Yes.
That's really a nice way of keeping parity.
Yeah. Nice victory for Kento. Congratulations.
Nice. And there is one result I didn't mention, two results I didn't mention yet from the top 10 tables. So Shunkoi Lee lost 9.55 to Michele Borassi, and
Who
Erwin
lost? Who lost?
Lee lost.
Lee?
Shunkoi.
Lee Shunkoi.
And then Erwin van den Berg won against Arthur with 36-28. So that's also really a nice win from him. He's now on 5 out of 6. So I believe that all games have been finished. So we're waiting for the updates of the standings. So let's see if we have some results already online. No.
So Akihiro only has one loss.
Yes, against Matthias. So they won't be meeting anymore before potentially semi-final on Sunday.
How about Omori, Keita Omori? Well, I'm interested because I'm his compatriot.
Keita
Yes.
actually already lost 2 games. So he was 3 out of 5 and he wasn't on the live table, so I don't know what the result was.
Actually, he said he won the game.
Okay.
Good. Well, 4-2 is a good score for the first 6 games.
Yeah.
Plenty of
I think for Keita, I
possibility.
think the next game is so important.
Yeah.
Well,
it is true.
I believe that the next round on table 1 is already known because we have Matthias with 6 out of 6 and who lost, and also Arthur, who was on 4.5, lost, but Kento Urano won, so he's the only player on 5.5. So it makes sense that those 2 players will meet in the last round today.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So one of them will be leading the Swiss after this round.
Yes.
So there might be a Japanese on top, or it will be someone from Germany.
Yeah.
Just quickly check if there are some more comments in the chat. I should pick up onto.
Well, maybe it's not a good thing for commentator for root for certain players, but Urano is my former student, and yeah, I want him to win this 7th game. Sorry, Matthias, but well.
No. We've received some greetings from Greece, from Christina. So it's so the top of the rankings. There's starting to be some separation. So Matthias with 6 out of 6 and Kento with 5.5 out of 6, and then a whole bunch of players with 5 out of 6. So you think that Kento is favorite to win against Matthias in the last round?
Yes, in my opinion, yes.
Yeah.
That's because I have played so many games against Kento when he was in Azabu Othello Club. That Othello Club is the Othello Club of the school I work for as an English teacher.
Yeah,
and we
actually-
have 2 summer camps.
Actually, I will show you the screen. This is the teacher of Othello.
Right.
Exactly. Actually, I'm still the student in Ozabu High School. Yeah. Now.
Yes, and we have 2 camps every year, summer camp and spring camp, 4 days, sometimes 5 days. And we just play Othello from the morning till night. It's a lot of good practice. And I have played Kento many times. Of course, he lost against me when he was young, when he was in the first or second years at Azabu High School. But then he became so good that I had trouble beating him. And when he was in his last year of the school, I think he almost outplayed me in many of the games.
And are there other players who made it to the World Championship?
Yes, the first was Kazune Aoki. That's Urano 1988, and he was 3rd. He lost to David Shaman, I think. And then
Takahashi Yamakawa.
Yes, Takahashi Yamakawa. He was 3rd.
He played in Sweden in 2013.
He is another player from the club. And then Yasushi Nagano. Yasushi Nagano was in Mito in 2016.
2016, but he came on top of the Swiss with 13 out of 13, which is really an exceptional achievement. Not many players have done that.
Right, yes.
I lost to him in the last round.
Oh, wow.
I was paired to table 1. Because I was they were looking at the rankings, because I had 8 out of 12, and they were looking at the rankings, and they said, oh, that Belgian guy, let's pair him up. But of course I lost. It was a nice experience being on table 1.
And although they are very bright and very strong, none of them reached the final of the World Championship. So maybe Urano will be the first one to do it, to reach the final.
It's good to cheer for your students.
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure if it's good as a commentator to do that, but just as a player and as a teacher at the school, I read for him. And of course you.
Oh yeah, I want to join the WOC, like them. Yeah, that he mentioned.
You will have chance in a couple of years.
Oh yeah.
From Austria.
Oh no, I want to be like to join the Japanese players.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I'll try my best.
That's an ambition, which is not impossible.
Yeah.
Very difficult, but not impossible.
Well, you have 3 chances every year to qualify.
Yes, 3 chances. Every one of them is filled with former world champions, former Meijins, and young geniuses.
Yeah, but there's a bunch of strong persons, players in Japan.
Imagine he has to beat Akihiro, Yusuke, and maybe Yasushi.
Yeah, for example, I joined the Meijin Sen of this year, and I was in I won 5 times and 2 loses, and 2 lost. I lost against Akihiro and Kazuhiro Sakaguchi. Do you know it? Yeah. So these 2 are too strong, but if I want to be the first place, I have to beat many of the strong players like them.
All of them. 7 of them.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you did play tournaments in Japan this year?
Yeah, because I moved in Vienna in summer, so before that I joined. Yeah.
And he won many regional tournaments.
No.
And online tournaments. He won many.
No, you didn't?
No.
Well, he's just being modest.
Okay.
He's a very bright student. and I have a lot of expectations for him. One day he will be a champion.
You taught him well, both in Othello and both in English.
Well, for English, have I ever taught you in class? No. Well, there are 1,800 students in my school.
And also there's a lot of English teachers.
Right, 15 English teachers.
Yeah.
But for Othello, yes, if I didn't work at the school, maybe there wouldn't be an Othello club.
No.
And then maybe he wouldn't get
started
hooked. He wouldn't get hooked in the game.
Yeah.
So I'm very happy that I had some impact on his life.
Yeah, like before I entered to the junior high school, I just wanted to focus to playing baseball. But after I joined the club, like I just realized how Othello is a so nice game. Yeah, actually he told us, he and the other Othello players told me that, I think.
Yes, and Othello is a one-man game, and baseball is a team game, so you have to think about the team, and even if you are a very good baseball player, it doesn't mean you will get good result in games.
No.
But in Othello, it's you only, so you can lose because you are weak, and you will win because you are strong. It's very clear cut. And unlike other arts like music or pictures, paintings, there is clear criteria for winning. To get more than 33 discs on the board, it's very clear cut. There are no judges who will say, well, your painting is a little bit too radical, or a musicians who says your music is just too conservative. You don't have to think about these judges. You just have to do best in the tournament. I like the place. Othello is a very nice thing to do.
Okay.
Yep, I've received, meanwhile, the pairings for round 7, so the last round of today before the players can go out for dinner. Just to remind you that after round 7 we still have Studio Othello, where we will shine a light on what happened today and what we are still expecting tomorrow and Sunday on the finals day. But so we'll have in round 7 on table 1 Matthias Berg playing black against Kento Urano. Lari Pihlajapuro will play black against Erwin van den Berg from the Netherlands. Michele Borassi playing for Switzerland, but of course he's Italian. He will play his countryman Alessandro Di Mattei on table 3, and then Akihiro Takahashi will play with black on table 4 against Roel Hobo. So again, a lot of exciting games.
As in the last round.
See, I think.
And many of them are exhausted by now.
Yeah, it's now the final stretch today. Just pull out the last pieces of energy and try to get that one more win to get set for tomorrow in a better position.
When will the game start? In 5 minutes or 10 minutes?
Probably.
And I am here. My wife's card got declined, so I had to run back here, get mine, run back, and then run back again. So I'm tired, but here I am.
You missed a lot.
I watched the game. It was exciting.
We're curious if Matthias Berg will continue his positive flow with another Japanese win.
Yeah, the European dominance this year, I think.
And do you know Eddie Kelly? Eddie Kelly, French player.
No, I don't. I hadn't. No.
He's an old player.
Yeah.
Well, he came here with his son.
Right.
And we interviewed him. It was nice.
Yeah. Yeah. I think he's before my time.
Even before my time. So, so you say it's maybe the time for Europe to claim another world title?
I think so. Individual title and the team title.
Statistics-wise, it might not be the good year because there is an 8-year sequence for Europeans to become world champion. We had in '84 Paul Roel, in '92 there was Mark Toste. Then in 2000 there was some Japanese guy called Takahashi Murakami who stopped the statistic.
I think I've heard of him.
Yeah, he might be still around. But then again in 2008, 8 years later, Michele Borassi became world champion. And then 2016 nothing happened. But we're expecting in 2024.
I think we can push it forward a few years. I think Matthias, his time has come. Speaking of...
Sorry, I'll do it. Thank you.
I also charged my phone attached to a laptop for half an hour or so, and it got up to 15%, so that's good.
Before the game, maybe some of the European players don't know a lot about Kento Urano, I think. Actually, he's one of the most strongest player in Japan. He's very polite in openings, also as Matthias. But
what do you mean by polite in openings? Because you said that about Takahashi as well.
Yeah, but like he knows a lot. Like for 64 moves in the entire game. Yeah, and he can use a lot of openings.
Okay.
Yeah, but like he uses a lot of like the draw moves.
Right. So he just knows lots of openings and plays the perfect moves instead of playing random fancy ones that he knows very well but aren't.
So
okay.
yeah, actually the game with the junior R2 was just the draw. It was a game draw, but actually all these two players just know it's the draw game.
That's a fantastic word for it though, polite, because that's exactly how polite is used in English as well. So yeah, no, that's something I'll start using, I think.
Well, naturally, that's not the case for the games between him and I, because I don't know any draw lines. So
this is a draw line.
Yes, actually, he used this on the final and semi-final in Meishin-sen. And yeah, this is one of the common draw line.
I'm sure that Matthias also knows this line pretty far.
And so this is all the way through the game you're talking about? Or?
But we would just imagine they play out the draw all the way, 60 moves. Would both of them be happy with the draw?
I don't know. I think Matthias is just thinking about that.
I think Matthias would be happy with the draw. I don't know.
If Kento would go to the second day with 6 out of 7, undefeated, because he would have had 2 draws.
Yeah, true.
Well, I think it's unthinkable for me.
No, but maybe Kento will just play the draw line and wait for Matthias to make a mistake.
So are there moves available here that are better than +0?
No.
So the draw moves here are the best moves that they can... Okay. So in order to win, one player has to play a technically bad move, but
just know the line better than their opponent.
Yeah.
He could always take the risk.
Ooh.
Like, okay, I know this line. I think I know this line better than you do, so I just play it.
Yeah, and then if they play a -4, then okay.
Yeah, this is the draw line.
I've seen in European tournaments quite some games in round 7 of day 1. In European tournaments, we tend to play 7+4, and that some players just play out a draw line, just to get out the first day and just have half point, which both of them are happy with.
I know that Guy Plowman, my father, and Gary Edmead used to have a little draw planned out that I think they used once. So
actually, if I'm sure, I think this openings is used at the final of Ozasen in 2015. Oh yeah, this is still a draw line.
So who do you think will be the first to break this?
That's a difficult question, but I think Matthias will do that.
Okay. Yeah, so just to reiterate for maybe some beginner viewers, I guess, they're at the moment playing. They in theory know the full game to play.
I think it's not a draw line anymore. I think I've never seen this, or maybe just another draw line that I didn't know.
Well, in Compot there are many draw lines hidden behind computer analysis, so could still be existing.
The lobster draw on the board. I can't say I'm too familiar with draw lines anyway, so I wouldn't know what that looks like.
A5.
Like a lobster.
Yeah, A5 works.
I'm happy you agree.
Sorry?
I'm happy you agree.
Yeah, I do. A5 works.
When I would start shouting Moose and Takahashi start shouting others, then I feel a bit weird.
Yeah, I think there was the F3 move at some point today in one opening, and I said it first, and they were like, "Yes, that is a good move," and I said, "Yes." So there is a draw line that at some point looks exactly like a lobster. So, I mean, I don't know my draw lines, but yeah, that's something for me to look into for sure. Any Othello position that looks like food is a good Othello position.
Cat? Tiger?
No.
Snake?
Snake. I would try snake. I think some people eat that.
Cow?
Yes. Banana. I think the...
Banana? I
Yeah.
never heard of that
It's,
opening.
I'll show you.
Yeah, I know banana opening.
Yeah, it's just the response to the tiger. Is that?
Yeah, it's like.
It's most people don't call it the banana. We talked about it earlier. I don't know what it's actually called. It's. Wait, I don't even know.
Black.
No, there. I haven't played it for ages. It's that one.
Oh.
Othello Quest calls that the banana. So.
Okay. Nice.
This is quite difficult.
Send me the position to DMs. I will have a look at that. And yeah, if anyone else can think of any Othello openings that have a food name, please share.
I think I know Lollipop.
Lollipop?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's an Othello quest, I think.
That actually
looks just like a lobster.
Thank you, Dimitri.
Yes, thank you for that. That's probably my most useful Othello knowledge now. So anyway, back to the game.
The next way is. Oh, really? Oh.
That disc on h6 is really poisoning Matthias. Because he has such a nice move to e3, but with the disc on h6, e3 is a really bad move.
Yeah. How about like g3?
Yeah,
for black?
g3. g3 seems very good.
Then becomes e3 more appealing for black the move after. And with g3 also the access to h3 is disappearing.
Oh yeah.
That's a nice bonus.
It's almost like we can read his mind here.
Yes. I'll try to read the mind of Kento. G7?
How about
Not yet.
E3?
E3 is the best move, I think.
So like for E3 and F2 and F1 maybe, but most like that. Or in the future maybe white want to moves to B7 because it's a parity, and also maybe white want to control the X line for F3 to the diagonal X line for F3 to C7. No, C6, sorry. Maybe.
Just review it.
Yes, he moved. How about the next black? Are there some other moves without F2?
It seems to be the only option.
Yeah.
I found this wonderful banana yogurt drink, which we do not have in England. It's very good. Oh, it's vanilla, not banana.
Matthias moved
It's
quite
very good,
quickly. For this, Matthias has free move for in H7. and I think it's quite difficult, I think.
Maybe G7.
Yeah, that's also possible, I think. But after after G7 and Black moves C1, after that that's so difficult because White can't move to H2.
But has regained access to A3 again. That's a bonus with playing the X square.
Is A3 so good move so far?
No, but just if he could like play out the edge on top, then A3, if it is an option, it might become a good move.
Have we talked about F1?
Yeah.
The move, not
also,
the
how
spot.
about maybe D1 is also possible because then D1 makes the X the line. Oh, but he moved to F1 that we mentioned first.
H7?
What?
H7?
H7 of what? Oh, black?
Yeah, for black. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Who's winning here?
I think if I want to choose black because for white there's no connection for H2. We can make the connection for by the move to B8, the B7. But if you move B7, Matthias could get the left bottom corner.
And also then G7 becomes useless for white.
Is black going to be able to play? Oh no. Well, A7 at the moment isn't. I don't think it's good, but white isn't able to respond with A3.
Yes.
So that might be something at some point.
Well, currently it's not interesting because with A7, A4, Matthias is obliged to take A3 back.
Yeah, and A3 isn't very nice at the
No,
moment.
and it's flipping a lot of discs. But maybe later on in the game, A7 could become an option.
The diagonal from B4 to F8 could be nice at some point.
Yeah, it's still difficult, I think. He moved quite quickly. So for here, maybe C1.
Just before Kento played B7, the chat went nuts, and everyone was saying B7 now. Now it's time for B7. So I guess Kento heard us.
Oh yeah.
So again, white just gave black a corner, but white also got the last move in the bottom left area, and so that now means that black has to find a move.
Yeah, and also the white could get the white could get the access to a H2, and also in the future, whites could maybe get the X line again.
How about D1 now?
D1?
Yeah.
Yes, I also want to mention that move. Because so after D1, the whites can't move in C2. Yeah. But however, it moves like D1 and H2.
Then C2.
C2.
What about C1? Someone
Someone
suggested that.
I thought that first.
C1, D1.
C1, D1, E1, B1, C2. I'm not sure that's a good move, but.
White will go to G1 then.
G1.
Yeah.
And then A4.
Then H2. And white is dead. I mean, black is dead.
But yeah, but but I think that's same as D1. I think.
Sorry.
I think that's it will be same at D1 because for example, if we move D1 and D1, H2, C2, and A3, and A4, and G1. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the white will dead.
Yeah.
So I think Matthias, has to think, how can we avoid this?
Yeah. Also, if anyone in the live chat is suggesting moves, I personally would find it very helpful if you told me why, so I don't look like silly if it's and also it's quite difficult to tell if it's from this move or the previous move sometimes.
But Matthias moved, and I think he has still plenty of time, so maybe he just found it the move that he can avoid that.
Kento seems to be winning rather comfortably.
Maybe he's thinking to control the X line, but I think it doesn't work. Yeah. But I think White
should be able to control this.
Yeah. And
well, black C2 is semi-forced, and then white G1.
No.
G1 or H2, both will work.
Yeah.
Either way, black is dead.
And he knows. Would he be able to count this?
Yes, I think so.
But I don't think he's counting.
Yeah.
He's just checking that he can win with G1 and H2 both ways. I don't think he's counting. Oh.
Yeah, because like the after moves of the moves after H2 and G1 is, I think it's quite easily for Kento Urano.
Yes,
Yeah.
easy way for white. You don't have to.
And also, but he
count.
has plenty of time, so maybe he's counting.
Oh, is he? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
18 minutes.
Yeah, that's right. Just to be sure.
For 12 empties.
Yeah, and just for anyone watching that doesn't know what counting means, in this context, it is literally playing every move in your head and counting how many discs you end up with. It's a way that good players, well, and bad players that can do it, can see if a position is winning or losing with a bit more certainty. But obviously you have to be relatively near the end, otherwise you can't do it right to the end of the game.
Yeah, for example, for white, you count the discs, the white discs in the board. I think in this case, there's 17, and if whites count from, for example, H2, the 4 black discs become white, and also the disc that you put, you mean in the H2, so it gains for so 5 discs gains for white, and if after that Matthias moved, for example, A4, the 1 white discs will turn to black, so you mean +5 and -1, and it will be +4 for white of these 2 moves, and we'll do the same thing at the end of the games. I think a fast player, which means like the counting so fast, can do it in quite short times, and also Kento Urano is. Yeah, I think he finished counting and.
So is Matthias going to play H5 to have at least parity in that area?
Yes.
Or is he?
No.
Ah yes, everyone say hello to Bengt in the background there. He is working and has worked incredibly hard to make all this happen. One of the people that has, so.
Could he get a swindle on G7? Well, a swindle meaning that Kento would be able to play G7 and Matthias not capable of accessing G8, or is that not an option?
I think that's impossible.
It's impossible.
Yeah, maybe you can. Yeah, but like.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I think white will move A2 here. I think that's the best move. I think. Or maybe not. But if white don't move into the west north side, actually there's 4 places we can move that. So if we move for example, like in the corner H1, like the areas last that the white can moves are both 2 and 4. So the black will get the parities, and so that is not the best move.
Well, but white can go to H1 now, and then G7, and then no, sorry, not G7, A2, A3, and G7.
Oh yeah, maybe that's good.
Yeah, that will keep a lot of discs, including.
Yeah, I just want to say like A2, A3, and H1 and A1 and B2 and G8. But maybe that's a bit wrong.
I mean, it's
but at the
rather
moment it's
subtle.
Well, with that order, he misses the disc on C6.
Yeah.
And at the moment, it is a case of white just trying to get as many discs as possible, as opposed to white trying to win. So white's already... We're pretty sure he'll win.
Yeah.
He just needs to try and get as many discs.
Move, yes. And now A2.
So by switching the order, he gained one disc. The one on C6.
Well, and also, there wasn't. Well, I don't remember the position correctly, so I cannot say anything. I refrain from saying anything here.
Yeah.
Yep, that's one disc more than playing
And Matthias,
B2 first.
yeah, Matthias still has 17 minutes left. So they're both above 10 minutes.
I think A1.
Yeah, A1 is one disc better.
But neither of them used very much time in this game, which
yeah.
is interesting.
Well done, Kento.
Wow, this is such a nice game.
Yes.
19.
Yeah, but I can't
45.
understand what does the black did. What was the wrong move for black? Obviously,
It was it D1? Was it that one or C1? I think black played C1.
Yeah, but I want to think a lot, but I think there's nothing.
F2. It must have been F2.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
Wait.
E2 かな? E2.
E2? Which
E2 が良くなかった.
For here? No, E2.
Before that. Several moves before.
Oh, here?
Yeah, here.
So where do you prefer here?
For example, E2. E3.
Okay, sorry. For example.
About E3. Flipping lots of discs.
Oh, I can't. Oh, I can't do it. I can't to this because it's already finished.
Okay.
But I think everyone realized that Kento is such a strong player.
Oh yes. Hello.
And
It was a good game.
There's features. So.
You probably didn't have any chance at any point, right?
Well, I'm not the right person to ask that. So, we'll just wait until we appear on the screen.
Where is Tom?
I assume he went to the
Restroom,
loo.
maybe?
Yep. We'll squeeze him in somewhere when he comes back. Hello. So we are here with Kento and Matthias. And Kento, it's your first time being interviewed today. How was the game for you?
今の試合
はい、そうです。
今の試合は結構偶然昔というか打たれたことがあってかなり研究してた進行だったんで割とその難なく有利になれてそのまま押し切れたと思います。
I played. I know that openings, and I played that openings before, and I just know quite deeply. After Matthias becomes don't know that opening, I'll be good at the game, I think. Okay.
Thank you. And I think Kento is new to many European players. Kento, will you briefly introduce yourself in terms of Othello? オセロに関してなんか自己紹介。
2012年にオセロを始めて10年目になります。で、結構世界選手権はずっと憧れてた舞台で、今回出れたんでとても嬉しくてワクワクしています。
憧れなんて？憧れてましたっけ？憧れ？憧れてない。英語で楽しみにしてて出たかった。憧れ。憧れ。Dreams.
Yeah. I started Othello in 2012. I've played Othello for 10 years. The World Othello Championship was my dream, the place, and I'm so happy to play the game in Othello, World Othello Championship. Yeah.
Well, so you've played, I think, a little bit longer than I have, and I mean, a little bit better than me. So, Matthias, apparently, that game between the two of you was, for quite a large portion of it, a draw line. Is that...
Was it true? I don't know.
Okay.
引き分け進行だったんですか？
そうですね。
Yes, it was a draw.
僕から見て B6 に打たれる前までは引き分け進行でした。
D6?
B6 B6.
Oh, so maybe if it's not good, but maybe
okay.
this Matthias's the Matthias's move of B6 move was maybe a bit bad for maybe for computers, and yeah, he just knows this openings maybe I think deeply than here, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so what, Matthias, was your plan going into the game? Because obviously you've just beaten Takahashi as well. Well, you've beaten Takahashi.
Yeah, but as you said, he is kind of new for us, and we don't have many games, so I don't really know a lot what he plays. I think I have seen that position before. Like I played it online, probably maybe makes the same mistakes online as well. Yeah, I haven't analyzed that very well, and if I did, it must be a while ago. So I certainly was out of book a bit earlier, and I figured I didn't have much of a chance anymore. Yeah.
Kento, what is your Othello Quest rating?
2,300.
2,300.
Yeah,
very good.
So
Is that,
so everyone knows that he's such a strong player for this fact, I think.
Is that 6, 7 done?
7 done.
Wow. Okay.
For 7 you need 2,350, yeah, which I have not got yet.
And what is your goal for this tournament? What is your
それはやっぱり優勝です。
To be a world champion is his goal.
That's good. I think you and Takahashi are the only two that have given that as your goals for this tournament, so that's very good. And Matthias, you're on 6 out of 7.
Yep.
Do you feel that you're playing extra well this tournament, or what's?
I feel like I was able to concentrate in most of the game. And I don't even know where this game went wrong, but I guess it's at some point I didn't have many options anymore, and then but I think my preparation worked somehow, but also just getting into the thinking mode. Maybe it helped that I didn't play too much fast games in the last months, but yeah.
So how about you? Do you think today? 今日です。
そうですね。やっぱり皆さん本当外国の方々も強くて、楽な試合が全然なくて、かなり疲れたってのが感想です。
Today, a lot of players, not in Japan, from other countries, all very strong, and the game was all tough, and I'm so tired now.
And I have one more question for Kento. What is it like to play a European player as opposed to a Japanese player?
Yeah. So
What
what
were you
was the
saying again?
point?
So, how is playing a European player different from playing a Japanese player?
外国人選手は日本人選手とどのように違うかみたいな。
なんかイメージとしては結構序盤から仕掛けてくるっていうイメージだったんですけど、今回の大会を見てみるとそうでもなくて、ちょっとあまりつかめない状況でいます。
I thought that European player don't I think use some maybe quite not familiar openings like but the player he played today was not like that, so I'm a bit confused now.
Cool. Well, thank you both for coming and being interviewed. Yeah, Tomoki, I thought you'd just like to know that Tad said in the chat that you're a very good translator.
No, I'm not.
Well, I'm not sure there are many people that go Japanese and English, and you're one of the few. So, and it's also Tomoki's first time doing the commentary.
Yeah, because
So I mean he's doing amazingly. So yeah, if you're in contact with him at all, say well done, because well done.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Yeah, thank you for coming and being interviewed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're...
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's another game still. It's always the Finnish players, isn't it? The players from Finland are very slow and think through every move.
Oh really? I don't know because I've never played with player in Finland.
But yeah, they always use every minute of their time.
Yeah, but I think that's so important in playing.
I think so, yeah. But then, for example, you get Matthias, who just used 17 minutes, or had 17 minutes left. So.
Yeah, but I think we should think enough as possible, I think.
I agree with you.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. I think it is not a good idea to lose with a lot of time left. You should fight until the very end.
Yes, yes. Although, playing very quickly, if my opponent plays very quickly against me, it scares me. So, it might work sometimes.
So, I think the game against Kento and Matthias finished quite quickly, so maybe there's a lot of time to focus on other games, I think. And,
player on the right.
Do
you know him?
I don't know. So Van Den Berg, Erwin. I just saw his WOF rating page because he was in like the quite high table, and I saw him, but he won against Nicky van den Begler in the tournament in Netherlands. So yeah.
He's from Netherlands.
Yeah, like we can see that the country mark over there. Yeah, that seems like he's a very strong player.
Daniel in the live chat has said, "Are you saying Finnish players are slow to finish?" Preposterous indeed.
Very good.
This is the game against
Matthias?
No, Roel Hobo, I think.
Oh, Roel Hobo. Okay.
In this game, I think black is quite good. Yeah, because in the bottom side there's no white moves. Black can do freely. and I think there's no place without without X or C, I think.
Right, Akihiro is winning.
Yeah.
And Tomoki, how did you learn in English? You speak very good English.
Oh, okay.
Please tell me.
I lived. First. I'm living in Vienna, the capital city in Austria now. Before that, and I was born in Japan, and I moved in Poland when I was 3 years old, and I was in the kindergarten, which use English. I forgot the name and a lot of things, but I learned English first over there, and when I was 5 years old, I moved to Geneva in Switzerland, and I was in international school over there. So I think that's why my pronunciation is quite like fluently than other Japanese. After that, I come back to Japan when I was 8, and I was in the public school, the normal Japanese school over there. So my English becomes maybe bad over there, and but when I entered Azabu Junior High and High School, like there's an English class and I have to study English. So more of my vocabulary, or like I learned vocabulary or grammar over there, and I think my English will improve. But somehow like we don't talk in English in Japan, or maybe or like write quite a long paragraphs. So it's quite hard for me. Like there's a lot of homework in my international school now, so I'm trying my best now, and also I have to improve a lot of things like grammars or vocabularies or something else. That's my like own life.
Have you ever had a dream in English?
Yes, I want to talk quite. I want to just improve my English skills more than now, and also like there's some like English tests in Japan, which is called Eiken in Japanese. I want to get the higher grade of that in Eiken.
What grade do you have?
Only our second one.
Oh.
Yeah. Thank you. The second one. But I took that a long time ago. So actually the higher one is so difficult. I think even in native speakers, because we have to learn quite difficult words which like only uses in works or something. So I have to study more English. And I think this experience will more improve my English, I think.
One more question about languages though. What do you find hardest about English? And what do you like the most about English as well?
I think English is quite easy language than other language. For example, Japanese. Japanese is so complicated for other countries. And also, I'm in Vienna, and Vienna is we talk German, and there's a German lesson in my school, and I'm still a beginner, so like I'm in the lowest grade and lowest levels German classes. But like in German, like we have to change like the verbs for like female and male and like something else. So that is so hard. But for English, it's quite easy. But like for reading like a book, which is like writing quite difficult. For example, like for chemistry, we use words like only used in chemistry, and we don't use in normal life. So I've never seen a lot of words in chemistry, and this is the first time to take the lessons of other subjects in English. For example, math or chemistry or something else like that. So it's hard to understand a lot of words which is like only used in those subjects. Yeah.
And are you planning to come back to Japan in the future?
Yes, because actually I want to go to the Japanese university, and for that, as you know, as Takeshi knows, I think there's an entrance exams of the universities, and we have to prepare a lot about that, and so for that. I have to study a lot in Japanese, and I know, but like the studying in international school in Japan is quite different, and it's so hard. What's the difference against these two? But yeah, it's different. So yeah, I have to prepare and come back in Japan and study a lot. Yeah, but before that, I have plenty of time to spend in Othello, so I want to improve skills and join the European tournament a lot. Yeah, I'm just planning to join the Belgium Championship, which Tom Scott held. It's held in next month. I forgot the exact date, but yeah. Yeah, this is the first time to join the European tournament, so yeah, I'm so excited.
Is your first European tournament at all?
Yeah.
Wow. It might be a bit easy, but.
Or for what?
For you.
But as Matthias shows that there's a lot of strong players in Europe, so yeah, I want to be the champion at the tournament.
Yeah, I'm sure you have a very good chance of winning.
Yeah.
Good luck in the tournament.
Yeah, thank you.
Wow.
So, how's the game going at the minute? It seems to be like the black is quite moving well. I can't see the whole board and understand how's it going. Maybe I should check in live Othello. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there's a swindle in for white. In live Othello it shows B2, and if white moves B2, there's a swindle, so white can't.
Well,
yeah.
Takahashi is comfortably winning
Yeah.
this last game of the day.
And also, also the other games are still doing in live Othello.
It will make the leaderboard quite exciting, I think.
Sorry?
It will make the leaderboard quite exciting. Is anyone on perfect points?
Perfect point, what do you mean?
As in 7 out of 7?
No, because Matthias was the only one who's the 6 points at the time.
Yeah.
But Kento Urano never lost, just the one draw.
He drew, yeah.
Yeah.
But then he beat Matthias, so
Yeah.
Kento
So
will be
with 6.5 points. Yeah, I think he's the first.
How is Arthur doing?
He's playing against Imra Leader. Maybe I should check in. Oh, it's the last move. Oh, I think Archer is supposed to be winning. And
how about Omori?
I think but he's in the 12th table, so I think it's not the live Othello, so maybe we should check him afterwards, yeah. And so the five wins like finishes the 6 rounds is Michela Borassi and Alessandro Di Matti and Lari Pihlajapuro, Akihiro Takahashi.
I don't know how to pronounce that either.
Roel, Hobo, and Erwin van den Berg. These 5 players, 5 wins. That last the finish. The 6 rounds finishes when, and 4.5 wins. Junior Arthur, Keishe, I don't know. Katie, I can't read it.
Pihlajapuro.
I can't read it. An English reader, so yeah. Above this, there are 12 persons, and there's a bunch of 4 wins. Yeah. And I think the first place is Kento Urano, and
Matthias will.
Yeah,
be
and Archer won against Imra Leader just now.
Okay, so he'll be on 5.5.
Yes. And and Rose Bryan won, so he's 5 wins.
Oh, good.
And also Katie won, so Katie is 5.5. That's so nice. Yeah, the Katie was the women player, isn't it?
Yes. Yep.
She is.
Yeah,
she's good.
Yeah.
I think it's quite typical for England to start off well and then fall off after lunch. But if we look at the team standings after round 6, anyway, Great Britain have dropped from joint first down to 7th. So there we go.
And actually, other players for we should pay attention. Roberto Sperandio won, and De Camgaro Lucas won. So where's De Camgaro Lucas? So he's also, and Roberto Sperandio and Lucas is 5 wins. Finally.
The screen is showing a game between 2 Italian players.
Yeah, but however, Michela Borassi is just living in, not in. This is.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and I'm just looking the live Othello, but I think that's the move. There's only 1 minute and a bit left for both players. This is, I think, quite a close game. There's a lot of options for Di Matti, but like Borassi has a lot of like stable discs, and like they're asking to the referee what happened. What? Oh, maybe there's some wrong. Okay, yeah. Oh, the problem solved. Oh, it finishes.
Matthew wins.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, who is
37 for Di Matti and 27 for Borassi. So
who is the top youth player at the moment?
What?
who is the top youth player?
Oh,
Someone asked that.
I think
that would
Yumi
be
Okudaira was the 4-win, but she lost at the last game, so she's 4 wins. And is the blue and other the Netherlands, Daniel Dufour is I think the youth player, but he was the 4 wins before the 7th rounds, but I don't know the results of that game.
Yeah, and well,
for
if
3
they
wins,
both lose, then
yeah, and
Miyamoto.
for 3 wins before the 7th round, Taketora Miyamoto, and for Japan, and Ankibayar Ganzes for Mongolia, and Calvin Ko Ding Sheng for Singapore. These are 3 wins. So I think these the 5 players that I mentioned are like quite maybe the top 5 players. But there's a lot of players, US players in 2 wins. So maybe they can go to the semifinals, I think. And
Is Miyamoto, is that a
Japanese.
popular Japanese surname?
Oh,
Miyamoto.
yeah, kind of.
Do lots of people have that surname in Japan? Because I know Shigeru Miyamoto, who created Mario.
There's. I think it's more common than Otaka. I think my surname.
Otaka is more common than Miyamoto?
No, it's my surname is quite rare.
Oh yeah, it is. It is, right.
Yeah, I think quite same as Murakami. I think
Murakami is very common.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Murakami means upper village, so maybe my ancestors lived.
Yeah,
upper village.
Otaka means big and high, but I'm so small.
Yeah, well, ploughman means one of my ancestors drove a plough in some fields. So yep. Yeah, so I think we're going to stop wiggling my leg.
Yeah,
that's
and
good.
for I think standings.
Yep.
Final. Kento Urano is the first, and the Matthias Berg and Alessandro Di Matti, and Akihiro Takahashi. These 3 I think are 6 wins, and Kento Urano are 6.5, and yeah, then there are a lot of other players at least.
Yeah. So, just a quick roundup, I suppose. Which game have you enjoyed watching the most today? I think I'm going to start with this one. I think the second game between Leah and what was her name? Antonina.
Oh yeah.
I really enjoyed that.
You choose the same game as I.
Oh, good.
I enjoyed the game very much.
I think I learn a lot by
the name. No. Oh, yeah.
looking at someone a game like that and trying to see how they approach the thinking, especially as they said they'd been playing for about a year.
Yeah, and for me, I'm quite interested. The game against I forgot which round was it, but Akihiro Takahashi against Katie, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think all of the I think the players could learn from that game, which the corner is also important, but like he uses the X square move quite effectively, I think. Yeah, I can't do that.
and also Matthias, the play of Matthias in the end game against Hobo.
Roel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was very impressive.
Yes. There's been a lot of beautiful, almost unusual play, as opposed to plight play, I guess. I don't know if plight play.
Plight play.
Kind of.
I don't know the word.
I don't know if that's the right application of the word, but it's been quite exciting play. It hasn't just been get the corner,
Yeah.
and then play out. There's been a lot of sacrificing and
Yeah, that's why the Othello is interesting to me.
yeah, and it's a very pure game as well. So heading into tomorrow, most of the top players have played each other now. So
Yes.
how do you think tomorrow will go?
Actually, I think we have to pay attention still about the Japanese players. As Akihiro Takahashi and Kento Urano are in quite high ranked place now. So the players, I think a lot of for Kento Urano, I think a lot of players know his the opening that he used, or maybe some other statics. So maybe they will just learn by computers. So like for all the openings. So I think Kento Urano's can't win easily as today. I think so. We have to pay attention for him, I think.
I'm hoping that my dad does well tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Keeps winning. He's on. I don't know if he won his final game of today, but he was on 4 after round 6.
Oh.
So
that's quite good.
I'm quite pleased with him.
How about your brother?
My brother, yes, he's also important. He was on 2 after round 6.
Oh.
So I don't know if he won his final game.
Okay.
But that's also good. So I think in 2019, Mark finished on 3. So I'll be pleased for him if he finishes above 3. So we'll see.
In my case, I'm exhausted.
I am also exhausted. So yeah, I'm just going to actually check the.
I have to have a good rest.
Yes. The kanji sign of being strong basically means a ploughman, apparently. So I don't know, but sure, I'll take that. Yeah, Isa Joram XD Best Channel said that Takahashi pulled some secret opening out in that game versus Katie.
Yeah.
And he would like to see that again. What did you think of that opening? Then?
Yes. Like, it was quite strange for me, but the one which Takahashi used is, I think, so strong. And also, I just looked the game against Yasushi Nagano in Ozosen this year. He also used the opening that no one uses, but he won, and I'm so impressed at that game. So yeah, I think it doesn't make sense for maybe other players, but Takahashi thought that is the best opening for DWC.
Yeah, and he won. So
for me, the move was quite natural.
Okay.
Because I don't have any back knowledge in draw lines and best lines, so I just look at the position, and the move Akihiro chose looked very natural and very good for me.
So maybe it's a bit weird for the player which is new.
New generation with lots of AI evaluations in the head.
Yes, yes, absolutely. So, that's the first day of Othello complete. We'll see you all again tomorrow. We'll be hopefully kicking off the live stream for tomorrow at 8:30, and then going into round 8 at 8:55. So, yeah, that's all from us for today.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for watching.
Thank you, everyone.
See you all again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Yeah. Have a nice day. But yeah, already Japan turned to a new day with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have a nice evening or morning or day.
Yeah.
Cool.
Welcome to our little video tutorial to learn Othello. This is lesson 1. It only explains the board and the game rules. If you already know those basics, you might want to skip to lesson 2 or 3. Othello is extremely easy to learn, and at the same time, the game is so complex that you'll never get bored. Or, as expressed by the Othello motto, a minute to learn and a lifetime to master. Let's start with the basics. Othello is played on a green board with 8 squares in each direction. 8 times 8 equals 64 squares in total. There's only one kind of disc. They are flat and white on one side and black on the other. Othello is played by 2 persons against one another, and they have one color each. The aim is to get as many discs of your own color by the end of the game. So how do you do it? You start with 4 discs in the middle, placed like this. In Othello, you don't move the discs, you add discs. That means that a disc will remain on the same square throughout the game, but it might change color a number of times. Black always starts. You flip the opponent's discs over by taking one of your own discs as the starting point, and then place a new disc from your stock of discs on an empty square on the other side of your opponent's disc. Simple, isn't it? In this starting position, black can choose between 4 different moves. They point in different directions, but they are identical, though laterally reversed. And then, the game goes on from there. As you can see, you can move both straight and diagonally. If there is a situation where a player does not have any possible moves, it is a pass, and the opponent gets another turn. Gradually, the board gets filled with discs, starting from the middle and spreading towards the edges and corners. When the board has been filled with discs, or no more moves are possible, the game ends. The discs of each color are counted. The player with the most discs has won the game. As there are 64 squares in total, this is the maximum score. You need at least 33 squares to win the game. 32 to 32 is a draw. In some cases, some empty squares are left. Empty squares are added to the winner's score. Now you know the Othello rules. I told you it's simple. Check out our channel if you want to learn more about the game and to get some tips and strategy advice on how to win an Othello match.